shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूं शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वाव मैप क्रिएटर हूं और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूं।
हेलो
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वाव मैप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वाव मैप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वाव मैप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वाव मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तब ही आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव मैप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
hi everyone. My name is Night Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody wanna join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabbed the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twists and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
Boars Gaming was able to put on a clinic on day one. But this is going to be day two. Let's find out who's going to be going to the PMSL EU. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe 2025 Finals, day number 2. My name is the 7WG, joined alongside Sandstorm, and as I just said, it's Sandstorm. Boars Gaming put on a clinic. Can any stop them today?
I don't know, man. They had stellar performance on day one, and we saw the consistency once again on Miramar, and ending it with a chicken dinner in that final game of day one as well. These guys are ready to take first place. But the question is, can there be any teams to contest that first place spot, or will their focus just be top 4? And as you said it, qualifying to PMSL EU. I'm very excited. So many storylines to kind of discuss and go over today.
That's right, and I think we're just going to be jumping right into it because some of them that we have to talk about, I mean, BX Brothers being able to be one of the teams yesterday that was at least able to steal some chicken dinners from Boars Gaming by being able to get back-to-back chicken dinners. At one point, you and I were thinking, okay, they might go for that back-to-back-to-back. It didn't end up happening, but for that team, it was quite impressive with those back-to-back wins.
It really was, especially with the amount of points that they were able to accumulate as well, eliminations-wise, and the fact that right now they're tied in second place with 50 points, 25 points, I believe, behind first place in the overall leaderboard. But still, at the end of the day, for BX Brothers, it's a massive improvement on their performance compared to what we've seen from them in the semifinals. So that's a very good and very welcome change. And the same thing can be said for Nexus Gaming 7, the team that was invited to these qualifiers, and now finally we're seeing some semblance as to why they were one of the teams they were that were invited to the tournament.
That's right, yeah. Nexus Gaming was able to put up some good performances yesterday. The big question mark for me, just to reel it back a little bit, for BX Brothers has to be what are they going to be doing whenever they don't end up a chicken dinner? Because right now they have 20 placement points. All those placement points just being able to come from the wins that they have been able to get. So it's a bit of a question mark. What's going to happen if you don't get those wins? What's going to happen to your placement points? Are you going to still be able to maintain it in regards to eliminations? Or is it just going to start trickling down? Which we have seen in the past from some of those teams. But don't forget, this is what these teams are currently fighting for. Not only that sweet prize pool, but as you can see there, the top 4 teams will be moving on to the PMSL EU Spring. And that's when I feel like a lot of money, a lot of opportunities are going to be opening up here for a lot of these players.
Exactly. For the players, for the teams that make it there and qualify. I mean, look, if we're talking about a team that, let's say, like, doesn't have any representation, or if it's just an organization where the organization is for players and maybe a fifth being the analyst, and that's just about it, with no backing or support or sponsorships or anything like that. To the PMSL EU gives you the opportunity to then start looking for sponsorship, start looking for an organization to pick you up, where you can look at something like a salary. You start having like money coming in every month. You start competing in more and more esports events, and then next thing you know, that esports dream becomes your esports reality. And that's the kind of level that we want to see these players aspire and reach to.
Yeah, and I mean, if you do end up making it there, that's when the real hard work comes in. You have been
Yes,
able
sir.
to put a lot of hard work to just get to this level. If you make it to the next level, it's not even time to slow down. It's time to press on harder on that accelerator and just go full speed through it. Now, some of the other teams that were actually able to surprise me in regards to their performances in a bad way, I feel like, even though they're still there within striking distance, it's going to be Kodiak. We were expecting a little bit more out of Kodiak. Yesterday, we saw them starting to play the way that they were able to play during their day one during semifinals, in regards to them being able to just focus later into the game. But throughout yesterday, they did end up having an early fight, which they ended up losing. So I'm starting to see a weakness here out of these teams. And for everybody watching, I mean, we have seen this one for the longest time. If you get a win, you get 10 points. From 9 to 16, you get 0. And that 1 point for one elimination, I feel like that one's becoming big. But yeah, for Kodiak, I'm a little bit worried. I'm not as confident as I was yesterday coming in.
Yeah, I mean, coming into day one, me and you were both agreeing on the fact that, hey, Boars, Abi Esports, and, Kodiak, they're definitely going to be the three teams. But we both weren't really sure about who that fourth team is going to be. Now, we're not really sure about Abi. We're not sure about Kodiak. Boars, they're a shoo-in with 75 points right now. 6 games remaining. Just don't get knocked out. Don't get taken out at the beginning of the game, every single game, and you should be fine. You have 2 wins, you have 75 points, you have eliminations galore, you're perfectly safe. But the other teams that really need to step it up, and one of them is Abi Esports. I want to see what's going to happen with them, and if they're going to be able to, they said we're going to try to be better than Team Explode. We're the best Serbian team in the tournament. But right now, I want you to just prove that you're one of the best teams out of the 16 teams that we see in front of us right now. And there's just so many things, so many more teams that I would love to talk about, honestly, at this point, Seven. So just pick one and let me go.
Pick one, any team. You sure about that? Nah, you know what? I'll let you pick one, and then you can go for it. Which one is the one that you have in mind?
I mean, look, me and you talked, I think, a decent bit about the Noisy Boys as well. The team that secured 22 eliminations. We said if they were able to find some kind of consistency with that performance, rather than just have like a great one game and then just, falling off a cliff outside of that for the rest of the games. Like, they're one of the teams that need to change things up going into today's games. I honestly thought they might be one of the contenders for that fourth place spot. But maybe not so much right now. But we're gonna have a look, because as always, first game, Erangel, Miramar, little cheeky favorite Sanhok of yours in match number 3, and then the usual Erangel, Miramar, Erangel for these finals. Yes, it is 6 games, boys and girls, 6 maps, so it's a little bit longer than those semis.
That's right. And I mean, I'm going to be looking forward to that Sanhok, especially depending on how the overall leaderboard is going to be looking like. Because yesterday we saw it perfectly. Some of the teams were able to use it to their advantage. If they weren't able to start off hot, they were able to use the madness of Sanhok to get some points or to just get started throughout their day. And for some of these other teams, I mean, the Noisy Boys, we know that they can definitely have a pop-up performance. There's so many teams right now that are currently within range there just because of what Boars Gaming was able to do. And we can talk about it as much as we want, so why don't we actually show you? You can see Boars Gaming right there with 75 points, a 25-point lead over BX Brothers. But then if you get a chance to look at 5th place all the way down to, I would say, 12th place, if any of those teams, Sandstorm, have a good performance here, they could not only just close that gap, if they continue on the good performances, they could end up passing Nexus Gaming, K1, or BX Brothers, depending on what happens with those teams.
Yeah, and obviously the earlier that you can have this performance, the better it is, the easier it's going to become, the less pressure you have to deal with going into the game after that and the game after that. So like you mentioned, Star Soldiers all the way to Abe, Cave, those teams step it up from game number 1, game number 2, Boars Gaming, what you're doing. Team Modern to KZ Esports, you guys are in need and in massive demand of a chicken dinner in game 1.
Yeah.
Just straight up, like game 1 chicken dinner, you still have a chance to actually get to the top 4. But outside of getting a chicken dinner in that first game, I'm not sure how you're going to be able to catch up to the teams in top 4 with that little bit of a difference. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for those teams.
I think you just mentioned it there. I think if they want to be able to try to catch up, not only is it going to be just taking a chicken dinner here at the start of the game, or at least a top 4 finish with a lot of eliminations backing it up, but then not only do you have to do that here in the first game, you also have to do that in the second game. You also have to be able to back it up. And don't forget, for everybody currently watching, you can also feel the power of the Shelby American Force, baby. We have our favorites. Both of them are my favorites. Okay, I was looking into it. I was like, I can take any one of these ones, whether it's the Shelby GT500 or the 427 Cobra. You let us drive any of those, we'll have some. We'll have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, listen, I'll take this one. He can take the other one, and then we'll have a great day. We'll shoot some amazing content. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Like we'll do a lap in each car, see who's faster. I'm just saying that's content. PUBG Mobile. I'm just putting that out there.
We're just throwing some ideas your way. That's all.
Listen, I mean, they let us shoot contents with the mountain. I'm just saying. You know, both of us did that. I'm just saying.
We did get picked up and thrown. Well, I got picked up and thrown, but don't forget, true. As we mentioned it earlier, the top 4 teams at the end of today will be moving on to the PMSL EU Spring, which is going to be happening in June. So make sure you are also following us on all the social medias, not just on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on top of that, on TikTok, or whatever it is, social media that you have. We probably have channels for it. So make sure you guys definitely hit us with a follow there. But overall, going back to what's at stake today, what's at stake on this first game, I feel like for some of the teams there towards the bottom, they have to come out hot, as we've been mentioning. You even mentioned Team Modern, you mentioned Team Explode. But for Destined to Rise, KC Esports, I mean, at this point, at this stage of where these teams are, they really haven't been able to get that many placement points. The eliminations, yes, you were able to get some, but just not to the likes of what some of the other teams have been able to do. You're going to need an insane performance. And I'm not just talking about just a win back-to-back. You're going to need some insane consistency to be able to catch up and hope that the teams at the top 4 teams, are currently not performing well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a combination of you performing well and maybe just a little bit of luck on your side. But then, you know, it depends if you want to remove that factor of luck and just, you know, hot drop all 4 teams. Don't ask me how, but that's how you remove the luck factor from the equation. It is. If you drop on all, yeah, because like otherwise, you know, you're just hoping that the team gets eliminated by one of the other 15 teams. But if you try to do it yourself, you're removing the luck element, and it's just a 4v4. Do I want chaos and carnage in the game?
I'm picturing what
yes.
you're saying here. I'm picturing you're just telling the players, you're the coach, and you're like, all right, boys, we're going to have to do something crazy here. You know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to send a 4-split hot drop. Every man is on their own. We're going to find out what you're made of, and hopefully you'll be able to come out on top. Don't worry, you're going up against 4 players, but you got this. I believe in you. This is why I picked you to be on my team.
I'm just saying, if the coach says that and then the team actually does it, it's like greatest call of all time.
If it works.
Well, yeah, obviously. It has like a chance of 1 in a billion of working, but hey, I like those odds.
If it doesn't work, then that coach is probably going to be fired as soon as possible.
100%. I mean, look, no. He's going to get fired regardless. He's going to get fired regardless because it's like, yeah, it worked, but it doesn't mean it was a good idea.
I mean, hear me out. If it works,
the coach is just going to go like, but did you die? But did you die? No?
If it works, you're starting off like in the first 5 minutes with 16 eliminations apiece.
I'm just, yo.
We're going crazy here. Well, realistically, if you are one of those teams towards the bottom, how many eliminations do you expect them to kind of have when we get to a certain marker, right? Because that is currently the scrutiny that those teams are going to be under if they even want to make it a chance to. Because if for some reason some of those teams there towards the bottom don't end up performing well here, for me, for the way I feel and the way I see the game play out, I'm just going to end up counting them out and then they become the flip of that, which is usually when a team gets counted out, they tend to start performing well, which is absolutely insane to say, but it usually does end up happening. And they end up carrying less with their fights. They're not overthinking anything. They're not overthinking every little thing here and there. Okay, do we want to make that push? But what's going to happen later on? No. They're just looking to get eliminations. They're just looking to, we got nothing to lose. And then it becomes a problem for a lot of the other teams.
I want to say, kind of reminding me of 4MV, but like opposite way, you know? So for example, 4MV, whenever they go into a tournament, they're like, oh my God, it's 4MV. No. Like they're going to win. They have this guy, they have this guy. It's like they're going to destroy everyone. This actually affected the team's mentality going into tournaments to the point where they're like, yeah, like we're expected to win. We're expected to do this, that, and the other. And then anything short of what everyone is expecting, including themselves, performance-wise, if they fall short of that, it just impacts them for the whole tournament. Next thing you know, their mindset is destroyed and they can't perform in the game anymore. Same thing can be said, you know? So I agree. And I want to see how those teams are able to kind of handle those kinds of situations. And because it is one of those things that you have to learn as an esports player to deal with, whether it's online tournaments or offline. These are some of the things that are, I guess they play a huge factor in the competitive aspect of the game.
Yeah, and talking about those bottom teams, even if we switch it, right? Even if we switch it to the first place team, which is Boris Gaming, with the lead that they currently have, if they have another great performance here in the first match, if they're able to get anywhere from 20 to 25 points past that threshold that we were kind of imagining yesterday in regards to, okay, I feel like top 4, we mentioned it, we kind of agreed on it too. 90 points, that's where we're currently seeing that, especially with the way it's working now, not too top heavy. Everybody's being able to actually put up performances in separate games. They can also start playing that spoiler role. They can be like, you know what, Kodiak, you know what, whatever the 1337 Juania, you usually end up being on our path, on our rotations. You usually end up being too close to where we actually want to be. We don't want you to even end up going to PMSL, because then it might become a bit of an ego drop, considering that the tournament might be longer than what they're currently experiencing here. And they just might hunt them down. I'm not necessarily saying a hot drop, which I really doubt that will end up happening, but I might end up saying they will set up some traps here and there, which we tend to see.
Well, I'm curious to see what kind of traps that they're going to be placing. I'm not sure of traps being something present in PUBG Mobile. Hey, but you know, might be an update coming soon. I don't know.
Bridge,
No, just saying.
bridge camp. It's a lot of traps you can set around the map.
Oh, no, I was thinking like an actual like bear trap type deal, but you know, different.
Fair. You're thinking about actual hunting. All right. You know
Yeah,
what?
I was thinking like an actual
completely
trap,
lost
yeah.
them. Hopefully, we'll be able to join the game soon, as we will be jumping into Erangel, the first match. Usually, players
Yes, sir.
get a little bit nervous. Take their time here on the first match, but we got a chance to talk about a lot of the teams here. Anything you're looking in particular from any teams or any players? Because yesterday, Pubg, oh my goodness. Pubg put on a show for everybody, being able to get more than 20 eliminations. I think he ended up being 22 eliminations, 1,300 damage.
Oh yeah, oh, he was like 3,000 something damage. He was destroying everyone. And the fact that he got 4 MVPs out of 6 in yesterday's games, just ridiculous. But I guess other players I might want to highlight, I would still say like Tulika from Boars. He definitely had a very good performance multiple times in the semifinals. Honestly, there's a lot more that we can go over. Nexus Gaming, for example, Nebuni. I always thought that I could see a little bit more maybe from him.
Oh,
The
well,
likes
we'll
of
get a chance
Secret
to
Way
go
and
for it.
Cause. Yep, that we will. But hey, we're finally ready. It's game 1-7, game 1 out of 6 for the grand finals, PMCO EEU.
That's right, and a generous playing path here, especially if you're one of those teams that likes going towards the east. You'll have some easy drops, hoping that nobody's going to end up hot dropping you. We really haven't been able to see that many hot drops, as a lot of the teams are playing it careful. They know what's currently at stake, and they don't want to risk it for the biscuit just yet. I think it might end up happening later. We know that Stalbert, usually Secret Way, likes to go there. Secret Way is a team that is within striking distance. Right now, they are 13 points behind fourth place. I'm sure that's a team we're probably gonna be talking a lot about today. Yasnaya, there you go. He gets taken out by BX Brothers. That's something you'll be wanting to see. Who was gonna end up taking Yasnaya? Since yesterday, nobody took Yasnaya, I felt like.
Yeah, it was completely empty, which was a big surprise considering the fact that the plane path kind of split the map down the middle from near Severny to, I believe it was Novo yesterday. That was one of the plane paths that we had. And yeah, Yasnaya was just completely empty. And I thought, you know, maybe brothers were thinking, hey, we're a little bit too far from Severny this time. Yasnaya was empty. Let's just grab that instead. Secret Way, very happy with this kind of plane path as well. They're used to Stalber and Kameshki. Milta Power for Kodiak. Nothing strange there. And KZ will be taking over Milta. So drops, maybe 1 or 2 changes, like we pointed out, specifically with BX Brothers. They were caught out before once with when they were trying to go towards the military base during one of our first games. But I think we'll get to that later. We have Cave and Abe Esports destined to rise in Shockwave. We got a couple of fights already from the very beginning. Abe Esports lost 3 players, and Peachy is still... Do you have a bow, my guy? Is that
anything.
it?
He needs to grab anything and be able to defend himself, because just to keep in mind, these are teams that are currently in 5th and 6th place. Even though it might be the first match, even though I might have been expecting nothing really crazy to happen here, these teams need to be careful, as on top of that, on the eliminations feed, we're seeing Shockwave being able to take on Destined to Rise. And on top of that, Star Soldiers now looking for an angle here on a third party, on none other the fight between Cave Esports.
What is happening?
Esports and Nexus as well getting on this. Oh my goodness. We were talking about yesterday not being able to get enough action. Well, guess what? We're getting all the action from some of the teams that are currently challenging there to be in the top 4.
7, I'm okay, team already eliminated. Cave is... Oh my... Okay, look, we were expecting this kind of madness in game 4, 5, and 6. Not 1, 2, and 3. We barely started day number 2 of these grand finals, and already we are seeing madness with Cave being eliminated. This is going to be a very, very big problem for Cave. Going out with only 1 point. Abe Esports as well. I don't think Pichu was anywhere near the rest of his squad. I highly doubt there's going to be a revive situation there, but Shockwave are going to be one of those teams that's extremely happy because they managed to get 3 eliminations at the end of that without losing a single member. And they have 1 less team to worry about when it comes to competing for one of those top 4 spots. You know, for this game, that is.
That's right, and just an awful backfire in a way for Cave Esports, because they were expecting to do a lot more here, right? Not end up losing a fight, especially with how many players they ended up knocking. They only end up getting just 2 eliminations. One of them was stolen, but I believe it was Nexus. Star Soldiers weren't really able to do much too, or it could have been either way, because wow, just something that you thought was going to be going your way doesn't end up going your way. And as you were mentioning earlier too, for Shockwave, they were going to be able to at least get some eliminations here. Two of the teams that are above you in that hunt for 4th place are now going to be either eliminated, or if you're Abe Esports, are going to be massively handicapped. So this could be the opportunity that this team was looking for, to start moving up that leaderboard, to start passing some of those teams and take advantage of the bad performances that they might end up having here in the first match.
Shockwave, this first match, you had a great start, but I want to see a little bit more from you in this game. Yes, I know you're already in 7th. You have those 3 eliminations, but it's going to get more and more difficult. And you know what, 7, we did kind of briefly go over the qualification threshold yesterday.
Yep.
Didn't really get a chance to... I don't think we defined a point ourselves that we think might be the qualification threshold for the top 4.
No, I think we hinted at it. I think we were talking about in between 90 to 95 points.
90 and 95. Okay. It's just a little reminder for, well, not for myself and for the stream. 90 to 95 points. Boars are 20 points away from that, but they're one of the teams that doesn't really have to worry about it right now. Shockwave, though, might have something to worry about here with Thorfinn just hiding.
And the thing is, that's just a prediction, right? We're just trying to predict here. It could be even more depending on how some of these teams at the top start performing, or it could be even less if everybody else just start having good performances here as Shockwave Getting a little bit worried here of somebody being close by, and there is
Oh,
gonna be
they
one player.
know.
Oh, they need to be careful though, not to pile up right there. You don't want to end up pushing one by one, but you also don't want to just stack up everybody. Great grenade coming through, and he ends up hitting on that Destined to Rise player. And if I have to say it, I think now is the time. Destined to Rise, you were one of those teams that needed to have a miracle performance here the whole day, and with that elimination right there, with the team not being able to do much here in the first game, I think that could possibly be it for Destined to Rise.
Yep. And one more team that I guess now they're on our screens. It's Team Explode with Bishke. Bishke, you have a chance in front of you right now, and I think it is fight Boars Gaming. Currently number 1 in the leaderboard. Not the fight that you want to take. You wanna kind of compete with the teams that are just in front of you. I mean, hey, you take out first place, maybe you're just sending a signal to the rest of the lobby. I'd get it. I'd understand it. But
Boars
maybe
did just send a clear message though for us being able to realize, hey, that's Boars Gaming. But that is that they are not looking to be careless today. They want to make sure that they get more points. Usually when you're a team at the top, 25-point lead in that engagement, they would have more than likely ended up hopping out. They would have more than likely ended up wrapping back around and taking on the fight. This team is not looking about doing any of that. This team is looking to just focusing on their playing style, which is a good message for everybody else that's trying to collect those points, because they're not wanting to be bullies just yet.
nope, it's too early for that, Seven. But you know what? It's not too early for predictions. Ta-da! Oh, yes, it is time for predictions. And you know what? I don't think I want to do it for this game, like as in who's gonna win this game. I kind of want to bring it back to like who's gonna take just the number 4 spot. I'm not asking for first, second, or third. Like, yeah. Who's gonna take the number 4 spot? I'm going right for that one.
Okay, which one you have? Think about it. Let it simmer.
Ooh. I mean, honestly, I didn't have one chosen.
I don't have one chosen either. That's why I'm giving you some time. Just because everything.
Are
is
you
so
giving
close.
yourself time, or are you
Ooh.
giving me time or yourself time?
Giving us both times, as we're gonna be looking at the new circle while we're thinking about that, and it is gonna be Thor's Quarry.
I
so
like
for
this.
all those teams, remember we did end up getting a bit of an eastern playing path at the beginning of the match. For everybody that was chilling in just Naya, for everybody that was chilling in school, even in Novo, Shockwave, I'm looking at you. Now is gonna be time to hit those jets and start thinking of maybe pushing out. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw the Noisy Boys there on the Western Bridge.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
They were in some vehicles, but they weren't trying to push right away yet. Maybe they're wanting to see if anybody's going to pass by from the Western Bridge.
That's what I was going to ask, actually.
Shockwave wakes a little bit. It could be them.
Yeah. Like, would you make that decision knowing that, you know, you fully know that a team does drop on Novo and you drop on a military base, and knowing that the zone has shifted in that direction? Would you make the decision to bridge camp and wait for a minute or two? No, you just go straight to the zone.
Yeah, I would send it to the zone.
Okay.
Especially right away, because you have more openings available. And you kind of have an idea too, like Eastern Plain Path, you know that the west should be a little bit more open. Just try to go like on the road of the north of Primorsk and just hide and just hug that coastline if possible. Obviously making sure that you are able to scout first before you do all that.
Yeah, don't just go on willy-nilly. Gotta be prepared.
You'll be surprised.
Gotta be smart.
We've seen it in the past.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
If you're forced to, I mean, that's completely understandable. But if you do have a little bit of time here, but you being able to make that reaction right away as soon as the circle closes, you have that knowledge, you have that intel, and you're able to start working your way in. Why not? K1 is one of those teams that I'm a bit on a question mark about for today.
Okay. Talk to me. What you got?
I mean, for K1, yeah, they were able to get eliminations. Yeah, they were able to get those placement points. They've been just a steady team. Even though they did end up getting the win, after that win, they weren't really able to have any crazy performances. They were able to clutch up some points here and there. So I'm wondering what happens if you're K1 and you don't end up getting a win today, right? I'm just putting scenarios out there for the fans. I'm putting scenarios out there for myself and for yourself as well. As Abby Esports taking on the last player from Abby Esports taking on Boars Gaming. All right. Talk about being passive. He just went to the top dog. He ended up
That he
running
did,
one
and
over.
that's a big boy challenge. But can he secure? Is he gonna be able to finish the LM? Get the point? Everyone's gonna be important here. We know this. I'm liking the parking, by the way, that the guys have in their compound. But let's have a look at this next zone
Luke is doing
shift
what I
to
said.
the coast. It's Nibuni.
Yep, and Kodiak. Kodiak ended up doing what I was thinking about, especially for one of those teams. The Noisy Boys being able to get there on Quarry, that's going to be good looking for them. As we do have some teams taking each other out. It's going to be Boars Gaming between Nexus. This is going to be massive for Nexus. They need to make sure they end up winning this fight. The only problem is that a lot of the players, they're having a 2-2 split right now. They're playing this way too slow for Nexus. Having a 2-2 split at this time, at this age, oh man, you need to be able to commit. Yeah, you might be able to get the off angles here, but if for some reason they get a grenade or they get any type of utilities on these players, you're gonna be too late to react. You have to. This is just full confidence and having to wait on your teammates. Nibuni looking like he's about to get knocked.
And he
there you
no!
go. Oh, his teammate!
No! And just like that, the point goes to Foops. He is very happy with that. He's going to be beginning his journey to the 5th MVP award in the finals. Well, I'm sixth. 4-time game MVP, 5th time for the day MVP. It doesn't matter. The man's just an MVP all around. We're going to be focusing on what they're doing right now. And once again, the fact that Tulika was the person that was eliminated first. From Nexus.
An absolutely awful play from Nexus. I mean, you gotta commit to it. If you're not gonna be willing to commit your whole team on that, have him back off. You have their angles too, and then you end up forcing a mistake from one of your teammates that is up there trying to support him, and it forces you're kind of handicapped. Yeah, you end up going back to where you were in the first place because it seems like you didn't want to leave that area. But now you have one less player. Nexus, you could have just had that player back off and say, hey, we're not wanting to commit to this fight. Just back off. Please don't take it. The little decisions like that could end up costing them qualifying to PMSL. And for everybody currently watching, just so you know, I'm going to be a lot more critical today of some of this play, especially for the teams that are currently within the top 4, because that was one of the worst plays that I could have possibly seen at the beginning of the day here of the PMCO EEU 2025.
So with you being this critical, does that mean I just have to be just as nice or like just as pampering, like for the good cop, bad cop that we got going on?
Man. If you see something, you call it out. I'm hoping that
if I see something, I'll say it.
This teams take it with a grain of salt. Maybe they go back to the VOD review and they're like, you know what? Maybe we did that wrong. Maybe we should have committed our 4 players, or we should have just forced that player to back off since we had their cover anyways.
Yeah, they did have a couple of off angles to provide cover, but the decision to take the fight with nades rather than, you know, maybe get a smoke road going and provide cover. But unfortunately, they will suffer with the rest of the game, having 1 player less. But looking towards KZ now. Second is setting their sights onto K1. K1, you can't afford to be taking losses right now. You have to make sure that you stay within the top 4 and the zone again. Shifting towards the likes of Quarry here, 7. And look at Kodiak and their positioning. They're going back to the style that we like to see from Kodiak. Get into a good position, and then once you're there, start taking the fights. So they could be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the end game of this one, 7.
That's right. They just got to be consistent with it. And as I was telling you earlier, what I would end up doing there in that situation, you know what? We'll hold on to that one as Team Explode being one of those teams that needs to be able to recover from this. They need points any way that they can get in. Masca has already been eliminated. They cannot allow Bishka to also be eliminated. Luckily for Team Explode, it seems like another team is wanting to get into the action, as one player did end up getting knocked from K1. But K1 is fully committed to this. No second guessing it. They know that they have him on the fence right now. Can they actually confirm it? Can they actually get those angles? Capri trying to get those angles, not being able to just get that little dot, that little speck. But K1 is currently above. They are currently within the same building. Make sure you guys don't end up knocking each other. But oh my goodness, bad boy with that grenade, sending him back to the lobby. And for Team Explode, another team that we needed to see some miracles out of them, it doesn't seem like we're going to be getting just that. But great play here by K1. And as I say, that one of the players does end up getting knocked. Capri, not really sure of what he's wanting to do here. Not really sure if he wants to commit. He's going to have to commit, especially with what's currently going on. Intel's going to be coming around. He seems a little bit worried. And it's because he's currently getting shot by another team.
Pubg's gonna get knocked down.
Go knock that again.
Oh my god.
And it's gonna be now hunting down the last player for Team Explode.
Team Explode. I mentioned that. Okay, yo, Capri's. The man was. Yeah, hold on. Wait a minute. But I mean, look, K1. They lost another member in that fight, and another member is going to get knocked down now as well. A couple of problems here and there. But look, K1, you got the eliminations, you got the points you need. That is what matters at the end, even though you lost 2 members. But hey, you were not taken out, and you're still gathering points.
Seeing how this is going to play out for some of these teams. Stage 4 about to fully close in. Shockwave already with some eliminations going their way. They were able to find a path from Novo straight into this circles. Great play so far by Shockwave. Meanwhile, Abby Esports still keep that one player alive. I think he's trying to do anything within his power to possibly be able to secure some points. And for Boars Gaming, first player eliminated once again is going to be Tulika. You hate to see it, but it is a pattern, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure how he ended up getting eliminated, but it does end up happening. Keep an eye there on Abby Esports on Fishy. K1 Caprice is going to end up getting eliminated, and that is it for K1. Luckily for them, the fight that they were able to take earlier on at least gives them 3 eliminations. But now for Nexus Gaming, you could create even a bit of a gap to K1 if you're able to confirm on those eliminations. If you're able to confirm on those placement points as well. And that's when that extra player would have just been massive for this team.
Yeah, it could have had a much bigger impact, but let's have a look and see where the zone shifts again. Oh my god. The Noisy Boys, Nexus, and Kodiak. Every single one of these teams in, honestly, very strong positions at the moment. I'm not sure how Shockwave are going to make their way out of this one or how they're going to survive. They will have to take a fight with one of those squads. Abby Esports eliminated in 6th. Well, they're still in 6th place at the moment, but they take 11th place in this game, with 0 points to their name as well, so they're not really increasing their tally, which is not something you want to do, not in this stage of the game. 18 minutes have passed. KZ pushing onto Nexus here. Nexus already lost 1 member early on, and now they might look to lose the second, and they do. EXO goes down. Where's the rest of that Nexus squad? Flavius is down and out for the count, and all of a sudden KZ now just have to look for King. See if they can secure that last limb and secure this compound. We mentioned that Nexus were in a good spot, but they should have expected teams to be pushing them. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they were. And we may be seeing other teams coming into third party this 7.
AC needs these points as well. Everybody needs those points, especially if they want to be within the top 4. Kodiak on the elimination feed, being able to take care of BX Brothers, at least one of their players. Meanwhile, the Noisy Boys playing this patiently, not wanting to be too noisy. You know, they're waiting for the right time to actually create a bit of a mayhem going on here. Great play here. Meanwhile, Kodiak is having to fight everybody. My goodness, Kodiak. I'm seeing you guys being able to knock players from BX Brothers and from 2 other different teams as well. Iso trying to get the off angle here, trying to get a surprise on some of the other teams. And as I mentioned, my biggest question mark for BX Brothers was going to be like, what's going to happen if this team doesn't end up getting any wins? What's going to happen with those placement points? They're able to get those eliminations. They get at least 4, but now they were eliminated and they're not going to get any more placement points, any placement points at all. And you don't want to have to rely on just being able to get a win to be able to get those points.
Exactly.
They're using that hovercraft to his advantage, just waiting for the right moment. It is on fire, so it was not going to take any more shots there, Sandstorm.
You sure it's on fire, or it could be just, you know, the skin of the hovercraft? I'm just saying, could be the illusion.
It looked like it was on fire.
Okay, yeah, no, it was actually pretty on fire. But yes, I want to go back to the fact that Nexus Gaming, they still have their last player standing in that compound with 6 eliminations, which is huge. considering the fact that K1, BX Brothers, both out, Cave also taken down, and the fact that right now Shockwave is in a good position to take advantage of all those teams being eliminated. If they manage to get on top, maybe get a top 2, top 3 this game, that would be phenomenal. Same thing can be said for the likes of Kodiak. They are in a good spot, 32 points so far, 3 eliminations to their name as well. And the fact that they have one of the best positions in the zone at the moment. If the zone shifts again to the western side, this is going to be a problem for all the teams coming out of Quarry. Oh, it actually shifts towards the likes of Shockwave and the Noisy Boys. Noisy Boys, you got to do something with this area now.
They definitely have to be a little bit more proactive here. Meanwhile, Boris Gaming is going to be taking some damage there. They're currently in first place. I mean, they're going to be able to create at least a little bit of an even bigger gap to second and third place, consider that they're already eliminated. But for the other teams, this is the opportunity that you've been looking for. I mean, currently 3, honestly, I would put Nexus in there as well. 4 out of the top 5 teams are very, very damaged. Only probably have 1 player left or have already been eliminated. And you know what? Just make it 5 for 5. The top 5 teams are currently out. So for everybody else, it is time to close that gap. It is time to bite down hard and make sure you don't end up making any mistakes because of what's at stake here. This is the opportunity that you have all been waiting for. And one team right now that's trying to do that, take advantage of it with what's currently given to them, is going to be Kodiak. But it's going to be hard with their positioning.
It is going to be quite difficult now with a couple of teams on the high grounds in Quarry. So yeah, Kodiak need to find the right window if they want to make it through to the next stage. Right now, Noisy Boys, we said that they had to do something with this high ground that they secured, and they are. They managed to get the first knock onto one of the SSE players, Star Soldiers Epic. Lose 1. Kodiak taking the fight with Secret Way as well. Secret Way, who had a phenomenal start to yesterday's games, but today, unfortunately, not seeing that same level of performance. But Moxie, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, just a little bit, going there on your own. But you know what? Kodiak think, hey, we'll just jump in and we'll seal the eliminations and we'll take those points for free. And they do. They take down the last member. Actually, no, KZ stole that away with the Molly, so they end up with 6. But now, Kodiak, during the carnage of all that, they managed to get themselves into the zone, at least 7. But I'm not sure how long they can survive with the nades coming out from KZ now.
It's going to be a tough one, especially with the split that they're currently working with. They're trying to figure out an opening here, but with this terrain, you're pretty much having to fight uphill. I think they might try to regroup. That would be the smartest play for this team. That way they don't end up fighting multiple teams at once. They just take a little bit of focus towards one team instead of worrying about so many things. Star Soldiers there thinking that somebody's going to be pushing you. No. Ain't nobody going to be pushing you. Right now, you have the big disadvantage of the terrain and everything else going on your way. The Noisy Boys playing it smart here, making sure that they stay on top of this ridge. And as I say that, Kodiak is going to be one of those teams that's going to try to surprise them, as Falcon is going to end up getting knocked. And you're going to try to go for that revive right there. I mean, Star Soldiers, if you ever wanted to see an opening, this is one right here. Try to find a way up here, especially as these teams are currently engaging. They obviously don't know that it's them. But you just got to trust your instinct. You got to trust your gut there in those situations. And Kodiak just having to fight 2 teams. This is due to the positioning that they're currently on. And right now, they're excelling at it. Not sure if they're going to be able to continue with this excelling against 2 fights against 2 teams as the circle closes in even more. But to be fair for them, now they have a bit of an advantage, Sandstorm, as KC is going to have to push onto them.
Question is, can KZ do that in the first place only with 2 players when Kodiak somehow they find themselves in one of the best positions yet again in the zone? The timing, I mentioned, the window of opportunity was actually found during that last fight between KZ and Secret Way. And right now, the last member from Nexus has to move. KZ has to move. I'm not even sure how the Shockwave lineup is going to be able to move from that area with the Noisy Boys covering that entrance. So let's have a look at Star Soldiers as well. They could cause trouble to Kodiak.
Too.
Yeah, so they don't have to move. They are chilling.
That explains why they didn't even want to make a push there towards the Noisy Boys. And right now, people are just going to start forgetting about them because they just haven't made any noise. Ghosty with 3 eliminations for his name. There you go. Hearing that fight and automatically just starts making that push. It's not 2 of them, though. It's just only going to be 1. But the Noisy Boys now having to take on the Shockwave. Shockwave coming in. The grenade. Oh, my goodness. The box there saves him from getting a grenade straight to the face. As the Noisy Boys, the grenades are going to be coming through, and Star Soldiers being able to get a knock on the Noisy Boys. They're just going to become a pest here for this fight. The bounces between grenades, the bounces between the smoke, everything is currently not going the Noisy Boys' way.
Did that smoke actually just bounce off his teammate and go back inside the warehouse? Like, I didn't just see it. It did happen, right? Okay, this is... Okay. I was just double checking, you know, I was just making sure that my vision was actually 2020. But let's see if Shockwave can go 4-0 in this fight. They already have 4 eliminations. They already wiped 1 squad. Can they do it again against the Noisy Boys? A couple of smokes already thrown into the warehouse. This makes it a little bit difficult in these close range fights. But Aaron spots out Yen. Yen with the peek. 1 quick pump gets the knockdown, and now Shockwave will keep pushing, but they will be set ablaze by the Noisy Boys. Going for that push on the right side as well. Hitsy with the DBS trying to hold his ground, but the Noisy Boys will end up winning that fight. They lost 1 member, but they secure all 4 from Shockwave. And now we are down to the final 4, and Kodiak still alive, Nexus still alive, and so are the Noisy Boys. 7.
That's right. The Noisy Boys being able to recover there from Star Soldiers being a bit of a pest. They ended up picking the player that the Star Soldiers player knocked. And now they didn't have to worry about that. They had more numbers to their advantage. And with the smoke, maybe the smoke that ended up bouncing back into the warehouse kind of give them unnecessary cover that they weren't expecting that they were actually going to need. But now they're more than likely going to have some utility to work with here. Kodiak still doing that massive split. 2-2 split, wanting to take onto too much action at once. I wonder if this could end up backfiring them. A Star Soldiers, 1 player alive. Escorp. If he's able to spot him here, he needs to make sure he doesn't end up getting spotted. Is it going to be 7 kick? Is it going to be Escorp who's going to be able to strike first? And it's going to be 7 kick. Getting that knock, and now 1 less team to worry about. He needs to be careful not to get too overextended.
How can he get this?
As the Noisy Boys are just waiting for them.
The Falcon needed to get that knock onto the member from Kodiak, because right now it is a 4v3 with the numbers advantage for Kodiak. And this, again, reminder, this is the performance that we expected from Kodiak. This is the playstyle we expect from this team. You play to the zone, you get yourself in a proper position, then you start taking fights, and next thing you know, Kodiak are in the top 2. But, I mean, so are the Noisy Boys. We demanded from the team that set the 22 eliminations with the most points in 1 chicken dinner. Now they have to do it again with a numbers disadvantage, though, 7. Can they do it in a 3v4 against Kodiak?
I'm not going to say no because they just showed us what they were able to do against Shockwave. But right now, the thing is that Kodiak has every angle possible. And on top of that, the Noisy Boys is going to have to push out. Kodiak wanting to finish this match with at least 12 eliminations. There you go. They're just going for the full send here. The Molotov is going to be on the ground, being able to find his. So, and Kodiak gets the first win of the final day of the PMCO EEU 2025. That is how we wanted to see that team being able to react. And boy, did they show up when they're fans and whenever we called them out for them to show up too.
Yeah, they did. The teams that we're calling out right now, they are coming up clutch with their performances in our first game, especially with Kodiak. Again, I was tracking them time and time again because I knew you wanted to. I knew you wanted to talk about them, but you... Yeah. And
when you asked me, what would you do in this circle? I was like, I would just literally hug that beach area on the West Coast. Usually that's wide open, and they did just that. The 2-2 splits that they were doing. I'm not gonna lie, Kodiak, that was scary. Maybe in a higher tier scenario with that situation, with that terrain, it might not end up working out, but for them, it worked out in wonders. What, 12 eliminations for them? I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, we take those, and especially with the fact that they weren't really that far off from the top 4 in the first place, with the teams being, I think it was 44, 45 points maybe in fourth with Nexus coming into this game. Then you had second and third tied at 50 points. And Nexus, they had 6 eliminations. They got themselves top 3 or top 4, I believe, in that game as well. So again, also, that final player was able to recover the game for his team. So props to him and props to Nexus for surviving that long. And now with Kodiak getting themselves this chicken dinner, this is going to throw a wrench in the works. This is going to make things a little bit more complicated. But Miramar from Kodiak just proving again. I mean, he showed up before multiple times during the semifinals, and it's great to see them again.
That's right. I mean, Model there with one of the best poses that we have seen so far from these players, being able to get that 744 damage, 6 eliminations to his team. This is the performances that Kodiak is going to be looking and expecting out of a lot of their players, to be completely honest, because they need them if they want to be able to clutch up. Yes, you do end up getting this win, but as we mentioned, even better that it was the top 5 teams out early. You're going to be able to close that gap even more. I think they might even end up pushing to that top 4 situation already. And what a place to be, right? After just one match, as you end up getting 7 kick there with 889 damage.
Yeah, and I want to see the impact that that's going to have on the team's placements when it comes to the overall leaderboard. But we're going to focus on the statistics from that last game. Yesterday, I want to say we had the 380 meter for most distance elimination, 307 in our first game by EXO. Miramar with the most eliminations when it comes to nades with 1, tied with 63 other players. 7 kick with the most damage, and of course Miramar still with the most eliminations. And Ray's just taking a little bit of a spin and enjoying the scenic route that Erangel has to offer. I mean, look, it is. Would this be summertime? I don't know. Would this be considered summertime? May?
No, still spring. Still spring.
Okay, 1 more month till summer. Okay, then enjoying this spring. There you go. I mean, hey.
They're still enjoying that beautiful spring weather. I mean, that's why I ended up working out for them. So, we're not going to get into the water. We're going to just stay in the sand.
Because we had a lot of that yesterday, Seven. It was too cold yesterday, okay? I didn't like it. We had too many zones with like 30, 40% water. Unacceptable. But what is very acceptable is the performance from a couple of these teams. KZ, we mentioned that you needed a chicken dinner and maybe a little bit more. 8 points, not bad. But you still need that chicken dinner now in game 2. Noisy Boys and Nexus, well played. Noisy Boys trying to catch up, and same, of course, for Nexus and Kodiak with those incredible numbers, specifically Kodiak with the 22 points. And now this should put them definitely within top 4 range, if not already within the top. Oh, I just want to see the overall, man. There's so many teams in the 50s. There's so many teams in the range of like 50-ish points, and I want to see that now.
I don't think it'll put them in the top 4 because of what you just mentioned, because there was a lot of teams there within the 50s, but I think it will at least put them up within range. On top of that, I mean, the teams at the top 4, even though they were eliminated early on, they did end up at least with a couple of points. If they do end up passing anybody, I was thinking maybe they do end up passing anybody, will be Nexus, but Nexus was right there. You know what? We can assume, we can pretend, we can do whatever we want, but here we go. Do they make it into the top 4 right away? No, they don't. And they're all just by 2 points. But I mean, what a jump up from this team. In 10th place coming in today with 29 points. And now they find themselves in 5th place with 51. That's what you want to see, Sandstorm.
Yeah, but it's 55, 54, 53, and then 51. 2 points for Kodiak. Just 2 points difference. So right now, essentially, we have, I mean, I want to say first place, unless we see a Boars game with 0 points and Nexus or BX Brothers or K1 with a chicken dinner, first place isn't going to change. So we have, at the moment, 4 teams then fighting for those 3 other spots. In Nexus, BX, K1, Kodiak, fighting for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Noisy Boys, they're coming up a little bit slowly but surely. They're there. Shockwave, Cave, Secret Way, Abi, and Start. I mean, honestly, still, I would say the same thing that you mentioned. Teams up until 12th place, they still all have an opportunity if the previous scenario that we just saw happened again, where 2nd, 3rd, 4th, not the best of performances, and then any team from 5th to 12th has an incredible performance. This is going to be a very, very competitive top 4, I want to say. It's going to be very competitive. It's going to be very close.
For Nexus, I felt like that game worked out wonders for them, right? Because they weren't one of those top 4 teams that ended up getting eliminated on. That didn't happen to them. They were able to maintain themselves there towards the finish. They were able to secure some points. Either way, they started off with, I think it was 44 points at the beginning of the day. For them to be able to make that jump up now to 55 points, it saves them. If not, guess who would have ended up passing them? That's right. It would have been Cody. I ended up passing them there for that 4th place. So yeah, for all the teams that are towards the bottom, if for some reason you want to have a pop-up performance, it has to be now. You cannot wait until the end, because if we wait until the end, it's going to be way too late. Nothing's going to make a difference back then. But now you can get yourself at least within the top 4, or at least very close to the top 4. That confidence starts switching, Sandstorm. We've seen it in the past where they're like, okay, we're that close. We might as well just go for it as we go to a head-to-head here between Boars Gaming and Kodiak. And so far, I mean, Boars just being Boars.
Boars just being Boars with those 48 eliminations, 10k damage. Insane numbers being put up there. And, you know, remember, yesterday, 22 of those eliminations were just Foops, man. So he's almost half. He's almost half of the team's elims. And he is just over a third of the team's damage so far, which is incredible. Yeah, he was like 3,000... I think 800, 900, yes, like in terms of damage yesterday. So if you want to round it up to 4K, yeah, then he's getting close to 50% of the team's damage over the course of 6 games, which is insane to see for this player in terms of consistency-wise. But I want to see that continue with the rest of the games today. And I want to see Boars, I want to say, like, not let their foot off the gas. I want them to keep on going. Yes, they already have the lead right now, but I want you to show us exactly what a team of your caliber, of your experience, can do when they perform on this level. That's what I want to see.
Ooh. So what does that translate to? What is it like? A specific. I want you to give me some specifics of what you want to see at a Boars game in there.
So I'm talking like by the end of today, they should have 100, 110 points easily. Like if they were able to crack
okay.
Yeah, as in like performance-wise. Like I'm expecting them to have.
You wanted to see like okay, this is why I wanted a specific, because I was thinking something completely different. So
no. It's just like performance-wise, I'm expecting them to still keep on going and just keep doing better and better throughout the rest of the games. I mean, specifically, we have Miramar next, so that's gonna be the first test. Do we have Miramar?
5? Top 4? Yeah, we have Miramar.
Shout
what
out
are you
production.
expecting out of them? Top 4, top 5? What was the guarantee?
No, it's a guaranteed top 4 every single time. Look, they are yet to let me down. Semi-finals, like so far, all of them were top 4. Like their chicken dinners are top 4. Yesterday, we got a chicken dinner and a top 4. Same thing here. Well, actually, no, they just got top 4s again. And yesterday, they didn't get themselves the chicken dinner. But hey, they still had an amazing performance.
Yeah, and seeing those replays right there reminded me of Nexus blooper in a way of what ended up happening between themselves and Boars Gaming. I'm hoping those little mistakes like that, just those little not being able to make up your mind if you want to take the fight, if you don't want to take the fight, end up getting fixed here throughout the day, because you cannot allow that for Nexus Gaming. Imagine if they would have had all their 4 players alive there in that situation. They didn't necessarily have to lose that player, so I'm hoping little mistakes like that definitely end up getting fixed here. With what's that line, with how close it is for everybody else. I mean, for them to get out of the top 4 at this moment, they're just 4 points away from that. They're 4 points away from a lot of teams being able to pass them. They're 4 points away from Kodak being able to get into the top 4. And if BX Brothers, if K1 performs well, you're just going to trickle down, and you just don't want to allow that because of silly mistakes here and there, because you wouldn't be able to make up your mind if you want to take the fight or not.
Yeah, and again, those little moments of hesitation can cause big problems and big ramifications for the team. So when you make a decision, just stick with it and just go with it. And if the IGL makes a call, don't question it, just do it. The IGL's don't question it. Question it after, not during the game. Question it after, like, hey, why did we do this? Man. Why did we do that? But I mean, hey, 7, game number 2, Miramar awaits. Here we go.
Question this playing path right now, because it's just southern,
it's
baby.
So southern.
All the way from Impala to prison. Hopefully nobody's been a naughty person, end up going to prison. But Minas del Sur, I mean, we've seen actually one team being able to go to Portona. I think it might have been Kodiak, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, showing us some Portona looting, some Portonas dropping. We'll see if they're going to be able to do the same. Who's going to be going to Los Leones? We have seen up to 3 teams in Los Leones. And I think yesterday and in semifinals, we got a chance to see two teams landing in Pecado as well. Not fully coming into a hot drop, but with what's at stake for some of these teams, I'm looking at Destined to Rise, KC Sports, Team Explode, and Team Modern. You're gonna need a win here before you go into the madness on Sanhok. You're gonna need to use your tactical play in Miramar to clutch up at least minimum 20 points.
I agree. Minimum 20 points is what you're going to need here. But with a playing path like that, the question that remains is where is this? Wait a minute, hold on. Yo, we got a hot drop? We got a hot drop between. Yeah, no, we not. There's no might. We do. Look at Impala, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1337. They are fighting with Destined to Rise, maybe. Yeah, they are. Destined to Rise.
No.
Oh my God, no, Ralph, Kawara, what happened? Yeah, GG.
It's over. I'm sorry, Destined to Rise fans.
We've done the
You
math.
end up not being able to perform there in the first match. You only end up getting, what was it? You end up getting 0 points in the first match. And now here within 2 minutes, you already lose 2 players. Not being able to adjust under the pressure there for Destined to Rise. Honestly, at this point, they would need some type of PUBG Mobile miracle. Not only in this match, but on the rest of the matches too, considering that everybody's starting to perform as well. Teams that are wanting to go in the hunt there for top 4. You're not just worrying about the top 4 teams, you're also worrying about that middle of the pack.
Exactly, and the further we go into these games, the more pressure it's going to be, the more heartbreaking it's going to be for these teams. And just looking at how close it is again, so from 33 to 51, 12th to 5th. Any one of these teams can have a great game and then change things up. So, and by the way, Nexus, BX Brothers, K1, y'all aren't safe. Right now, this is not safe. There's still 5 games, and realistically, still so many teams can fight you for that spot. I want to say like you have one more proper game with 15 plus points for Nexus, BX Brothers, K1. Will definitely make things a lot easier. But remember, we did say that the threshold for qualifying was around 90 to 95. But that's our guesstimate. Keep in mind. Could be higher, could be lower. It all depends on if the tournament is, or if the leaderboard is top heavy, like we've seen in the semis, or if it's going to be very, very close throughout from 1st to like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th.
Yeah, it could end up being in regards to all that. And it comes down to what Boris is going to be doing too, right? Because if Boris decides to just start fragging out, and if they get to a point where they're just comfortable with, which we haven't seen yet, we got a chance to see if they were going to actually go that route early in Erangel. I don't think they feel secure just yet. They're waiting for the right moment for Boris Gaming. And for some of the other teams, you don't want to kind of allow them to even get in that situation, because then they really don't care. Then they're really just going to start picking on teams. And on the opposite side of Destined to Rise, on them losing 2 players, at least for 1337, they were able to get 2 eliminations. And that's a team, I mean, within striking distance. If they can get a win here, if exactly what happens in the last match happens here as well, they will be so much closer to that top 4. And by the way, I mean, by exactly the same as last match, is the top teams getting eliminated earlier on and not being able to secure any of those placement points, but possibly getting some eliminations here and there.
Yeah, that last game was definitely something special, I have to say. With the fact that we had those top teams eliminated, it just gave everyone an opportunity. But I would say you are not going to get lucky multiple times and see those teams eliminated, because I don't think that they're going to be making those kinds of mistakes. Well, definitely not twice in a row, I hope. For their sake, at least.
Yeah, that's what we say, right? And then they show completely the opposite. I personally love sitting here watching the game, saying, okay, this is what the team should do, and then they do the opposite. I'm like, oh, all right, well, you know what?
Okay, I mean, well, you tried.
We tried.
You tried, yeah.
We definitely tried.
We gave it the good old college try.
Happens to the best of us. It's okay. At least they are in this position to even try to make it to the PMSL EU. The Star Soldiers was able to collect some points in that last match, even if it was just with 2 players. They were being a bit of a pass there for some of the other teams. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here in this one. Waiting patiently, not wanting to lose any players. This is more of what I was expecting to, considering that Miramar does tend to be a bit slow here at the start. Yesterday was not the case in one of the Miramars. Yesterday we ended up getting action right away, and then it stopped a little bit. Here, more than likely, what do you think? Yesterday you said 11 minute, I think it was for Miramar, right? Until we get another elimination.
I guessed 11, you guessed 9, and then it happened around the 9-minute 24-25 second mark.
Damn. Hey, I'll take that as a win, baby. I'll take
Yeah,
that
I mean,
as a
hey,
win.
you
But on this one, I don't
took
know
that
on this
one. Well, we already had it. We lost two players.
No, I'm saying for another elimination.
Ooh, for another one?
Yeah.
Brother, ooh. I'll
give you 2
it
minutes so we can see the map.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, can I see the zone first?
We'll see the zone, we'll see the map, we'll get a nice little view at those rotations that some of these teams might be doing, and then we can gather all that data up and take some estimates. But talking about estimates, talking about gathering data up, we're gonna be way wrong, because there's already some fighting going on there on the elimination feed. Meanwhile, Abby Esports playing it slow here, not wanting to lose anybody. Nexus losing another player early on, man. Not what you want to see there out of a team currently fighting for those top 4, currently fighting to stay within the top 4.
Well, they
Nobody
have
in
to
Picado
stay.
too?
No,
Okay.
no, which is wild. Like, we're having a hot drop in Impala. I mean, yeah, sure, with a very southern plane path, not many opportunities to go towards the north side, and the fact that the zone was also towards the southern western side. So the northern side of the map is going to be very, very clear. Picado, yeah, doubted anyone would go there. El Pozo should also be clear, but hey, that shouldn't be a point that matters right now. The only point that
Now I
matters is
really
getting
wanna
to the
see
zone.
what, yeah, now I really want to see what the zone is looking like, considering that Picado was so free there for Abby Esports. Shockwave gonna be chilling. Like, I mean, a lot of these teams, you don't have to go hunt people down at this stage. That's the beautiful thing at the beginning of the match. You don't have to force anything unless you're one of those teams at the bottom. But we saw what happened between Destined to Rise and 1337. Didn't end up going Destined to Rise way. If you have to pick a black horse here on this match so far, with what we got in a chance to see, or that you just might have in the back of your head there, Sandstorm, which team do you really want to see perform? I had Kodiak in my last one. Do you have any in mind?
For this game, you know what? I'll give you one that you gave yesterday. 1337.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see something from 1337. You guys started off with 2 eliminations, right? So you should be warmed up and ready to go with the rest of this game. They're just moving now out of Impala, so I'm kind of curious to see where they're going to be heading and seeing what the zone is like now. They might be coming in from the likes of Truck Stop and that eastern side of the map, and then seeing what they're going to do. But yeah, I want to see something special out of 1337. Maybe Team Modern. They were pretty good. They were. Yeah, it's just what happened. Honestly, what happened to Team Modern? They were coming in hot the first couple of games in the semis, and then all of a sudden, when it truly matters, when it comes to the finals, maybe it's just it's a lot more competitive. It's a lot more difficult. Maybe they didn't have to face teams that cut off their rotations in the semis, but they are when it comes to the finals. Things do change. Teams do adapt.
They were a team that was within the top 4 in regards to semifinals overall standings. So that's what we were expecting a little bit more out of them. And then for them to currently be in 13th place. But I mean, for this team, even for Team Modern, right? One win will get you so much closer, depending on what happens there towards the top 4 teams at the end of this match. But it's just going to give you such a pressure off your shoulders. You're still going to have a lot of pressure because you're not going to be able to make it there within top 5 unless you end up with some crazy amount of eliminations and the win on top of that. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen with these teams next. This is still one of those that a big question mark for me. Continues to lose players. I was really, honestly, I cannot stress this enough. I was really disappointed there with them losing a player in that last match. But them not, what it appeared to be, like they just weren't able to make up their mind if they wanted to take the fight, if they didn't want to take the fight, fully commit or not. Little mistakes like that could end up costing you a spot in the PMSL EU. Meanwhile, Abby Esports playing it safe, playing it slow. This is a team that's usually able to gather points, but we need to see more than just the consistency. We want to see a pop-up performance from them, as they are sitting in 10th place with 35 points. Even a win right now with 10 eliminations might not be enough to get them towards the top 4, depending on what happens with Nexus, BX Brothers, and K1.
Well, at least try to get yourself closer. Make that job easier for yourself in the rest of the games. You really have to worry about qualifying or not when it comes to the last 2 games, but just keep yourself as close as possible to those top 4, because again, the chaos at the very end of those 2 games is going to be unreal. Team Explodes. I don't know what's going on with Team Explode, if I'm being honest. Biscay, Maxa, yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I think they might be getting attacked from... Wait, where are K1? Let's have a look at the map here. Where's... Are they?
Well, Kodiak's all the way at the north there.
Wait, is K1 gone already? No.
No. They still have 3 players alive.
They're
by
not
the airdrop below Graveyard. I think they're fighting Destined to Rise, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw maybe somebody there. It's kind of hard to see.
Maybe, yeah, maybe, but it's okay. We'll get a better look in a few minutes. Right now, we're having a look at Secret Way, currently in 9th place with 36 points. Decent performance, but if you can do something magical this game, that would be phenomenal. Meanwhile, Team Modern rotating outside of the zone in plain view of Team Explode. Can they take advantage of this? Well, they are going to try. They will be going for some shots, but we're going to be switching over to Abe Esports as they take a close-range fight with the last member of Destined to Rise, Thorvin falls. And so does D2R's chances of qualifying to the to PMSL EU, because they're already in the Grand Finals. Just seems like the pressure might be too much. And now Abe Esports, they got a third party coming their way, and it could be Secret with that high ground they have right now.
It's one that they're not going to have to worry too much of. They are trying to give cover there to Rogo, a player that was trying to get an off angle. And meanwhile, Team Explode taking a fight there with Team Modern as well in the elimination feed. A lot of stuff going on the elimination feed. Kodiak going out as well. Some of the players getting fully eliminated and knocked. We'll see what's going to end up happening with some of these teams as Rogo making sure that he doesn't end up getting caught by Secret Way. A little bit of thinking here and there. It is going to be Kodiak versus BX Brothers. BX Brothers being able to slow down Kodiak right there as Short gets the knock. Can he get another one? He does. 1-2, baby, for BX Brothers, a team that's cruelly trying to hunt them down in Kodiak. Kodiak gets taken out very early on, not able to follow up on their performance there that we saw out of them in Erangel, and now it's Secret Way against Cave Esports.
They were trying to take them out as they were heading back to regroup, and the cover from the rest of the squad came in clutch, stopping Cause from getting any more knocks or dealing any more damage to the Cave lineup. But Cave still lost one, but they will continue as 3. And the fact that Kodiak was taken out after getting themselves a chicken dinner, that is a huge blow to the momentum that the team has spent building at the beginning of this day. Let's see if they can mentally reset and get themselves back into it when they join us once again on Sanhok in game numero 3. But right now we are focusing on the zone and it's shifting. With us still having Minas Generales, we have Graveyard and a little bit of La Bandita as well. Well, the majority of La Bandita. And I want to see if anyone's going to be taking that high ground towards the south.
I'm enjoying Nexus split right there that we're seeing on the screen. I'm just hoping that they're able to cover each other, because it is a dangerous split considering that they are having to do a 2-1 split. They lost a player earlier on. This is what I'm saying. Losing those players early on is such a big handicap situation when you find yourselves in such a good position here for Nexus Gaming. I want to be able to do well with that split. It should end up being rewarded. We'll see if that's actually what's going to end up happening. Rogo did end up getting caught. Not sure by who, but he has been eliminated. Abe Esports wanting a good performance here in this Miramar. So far, 2 eliminations. And Star Soldiers is just wanting to be that thorn in their path. I think they were the ones that were able to get Rogo on the off angle. As they're debating this push, they're waiting for the right moment. They're gonna have to make it sooner rather than later because that circle is gonna start closing in. You want to take this fight, or do you want to leapfrog them and see if you can maybe just gatekeep them instead? But you gotta be careful because Secret Way is still rotating around in the horizon.
Yes, sir, and it is going to be a little bit more pressure on the sides of Abe Esports. And look at Secret Way. Yeah, just third-partying, enjoying themselves, not feeling any of the pressure, and trying to steal anything that they can at this point. Ooh, but look at the nades from Bad Boy. Opens up the elimination feed with the first knock, but there will be a response from Dennis. And Star Soldier's Epic will not go down that easily. Mano might see a revive from Dennis. Scorp secures the elim. Abe Esports. Mila also gets knocked down, will get taken out. And once again, Peachy from Abe Esports is the last member standing. I don't know if they know where he is, but he's driving away, and Secret Way will actually pull the trigger and take him out. And looks like they're setting their sights onto Star Soldiers as well. A lot of damage as Dennis and Scorp are still gunning it for that border. They are gunning it for that zone. Just dancing left and right. Ghosty as well. They are getting pinned down by this barrage of bullets from Secret Way, and Mano will finally be the first to fall, but it's actually going to be Team Explode from a completely different angle. Stealing away all these points, taking away all these eliminations. Bishke with 3 so far. And he is looking for the last member of Star Soldier.
Star Soldiers thinking they came out on top there between that fight and Abe Esports, but it was going to come down to seeing how they were going to be able to get inside that circle. Not only did you have Secret Way just waiting for the right time here to strike, on top of that, you have Bishke and Team Explode just waiting for the right moment. As Bishke currently has 3 eliminations to his name, and this is going to be just impossible for Star Soldiers to be able to get out of this one. If they are, it's more than likely going to end up being with just one player, if any. They do have one that was able to manage to get very close. Star Soldiers hasn't been able to find them yet. There you go. Dennis being that player, being able to knock 2. A bit of a throw here by Secret Way, as they didn't realize that somebody from Star Soldiers was able to get super close and personal, and that is it for Secret Way. They end up getting eliminated. They ended up getting third party, if I'm not mistaken, too. We get the new circle. Nexus is gonna end up having to make a decision here on which side of the road they want to be in. They're gonna be making the right decision there for Nexus. Hopefully they don't end up being 2 split. Star Soldiers is also out. Team Explode, I feel like that's the team that was able to get a lot of those eliminations there from that side. Meanwhile, 1337 trying to survive here with the smoke on their side, but it's gonna be almost impossible if this player's almost knocked. Gonna have to start doing some 2-steps, some salsas back and forth. There you go. It worked out. He was able to get the heal out. Get inside that window. Thank you. Oh, don't give me a scare like that.
Yeah, don't do us like that, man. Don't. Listen, our little hearts can't take it anymore. Not like this. Not after PMGC. But listen, right now we still have 10 teams, 31 players on the board. And I'm not sure what happened to the Boars, but they lost member after member after member. But they're still alive. And as long as you're still racking up those points, that's what matters at the end of the day. Noisy Boys, so far, 6 points. They are 48 points, 6th place. And they're doing well. You know, I did ask for a better performance from the Noisy Boys in today's games. And so far, you know, first game, top 2. Second game right now, full squad. Kenzor eliminating 4 people as well, and now they are getting closer and closer to the likes of BX Brothers, and if they manage to take care of them, they might have quite a lot of area to work with. But let's see how difficult it's going to be made by the BX Brothers. Yes, it is a 4v2. Yes.
Fight.
Yes, it is. It's a very important fight between 2nd place and 6th, and the ramifications of this fight are just applied to everyone, and it affects so many players, so many teams in this lobby, depending on how it goes.
That's right. BX Brothers is going to be inside the circle here. They are currently down 2 players, but if the Noisy Boys is able to take them down, that's less points that the BX Brothers are going to be able to get more points, obviously, by the Noisy Boys, who are looking to get inside those top 4. 1337 close by as well. Now this fight has completely changed, as the Noisy Boys didn't want to take that engagement early on there with BX Brothers, even though it was just 2 players. They had no idea that it's only 2 players. They wanted to play it safe. They wanted to play it smart. 1337 meanwhile saying, we're come alongside, boys. Forget that we're here. Actually, don't forget that we're here. Be on the worry that we're here. Because even though it just might be 2 players, all it takes is just a little cheeky angle for one of them to end up getting eliminated. The Noisy Boys don't want any of that to happen. Nexus, it looks like Nexus did end up making that right decision that I was hinting at. They ended up regrouping and just now not having to really worry about anybody. Let everybody else fight it out, and this could be a great match for Nexus Gaming.
Yeah, really could
see if
be.
they're going to be able to convert that into a great match.
I, for one, cannot wait to see what they do with it. And I like the fact that the Noisy Boys didn't really force a fight with BX Brothers, but just got themselves a little bit closer to that zone. And now with it shifting a little bit further away from them, they can maybe catch out the 1337 and BX. But Nexus, though, in a fantastic spot. Same can be said for the likes of Shockwave, too. But there will still be some kind of high ground from La Bandita, and Cave might be able to use that as well. Curious to see their location, but now we're going to be going to a fight between the Noisy Boys, 1337, and even BX Brothers. This fight on the northern side is going to have quite a huge impact, but let's have a look. BX Brothers were able to get... No, it was actually just still Noisy Boys who managed to get the knock and the flush. More points for them, I guess, but Pudinho did not expect that one, and that's going to be that's a headache right there for Pudinho, and slowing down the movements of Cave and KZ. Are they going to take advantage of this? Are they going to push? Are they going to force the fight after getting themselves that knock? Because that's what you should be doing in this situation, especially with the zone starting to move as well. Time is ticking here, KZ.
They're waiting for KV Sports to see what they're going to be doing here. The terrain, I feel like it's what's making it hard for them. And then Boars Gaming, the guarantee's no longer as they end up getting eliminated 10th place. BX Brothers out as well. The top 2 teams, if there was ever a moment for those teams towards 3rd place, 4th place to rise up, now is the time. The Noisy Boys as well. Dino going to be able to spot one from KC. He's going to be able to connect. Not going to be able to connect enough to get that knock. Retro. I'm telling you, it was the terrain just not working on their favor. Meanwhile, Shockwave getting the off angle there on KV Sports, telling them to slow down. There's still a lot of teams left alive in this circle. And since nobody is currently taking the middle of the circle because it's just going to be fully exposed, everybody is forced to play that edge and use whatever you have in regards to utilities. Use your Molotovs, use your smoke, whatever you can. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook by scanning that QR code currently on your screen. Be up to date with all the exciting news for PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yep, do it right now.
Continuing to be a pest there for KZ, getting the shot. Hitsy, but he's not going to be able to confirm it. But this might be an opening here for KV Sports if they could possibly end up still in that elimination. A lot of teams are going to be in trouble here.
That they are, and the Noisy Boys seem to be one of them, as Falcon was knocked down and taken out. Noisy Boys getting a lot of damage coming their way. Nexus and K1 still trying to hold on as much as they can. And the fact that, again, BX Brothers and Boars were taken out just means that these 2 teams, specifically in Nexus and K1, can bolster their defenses and bolster their points when it comes to the leaderboard. And the Noisy Boys, they really want to break that 50-point mark and jump to the top 4. They want to join the likes of K1 and Nexus and Cave. Not sure what they're trying to do, but that overpeak was a little bit of a problem as Nick gets the knock onto him, and Retro will be taken down, but it was stolen by KZ. And let's see this zone. Oh my god, this zone is going to be atrocious for so many teams, but I think KZ is the only one that can still maintain any semblance of cover. So the second that Shockwave, Explode, Next, all those teams, the second they move, KZ should have an advantage, but Shockwave might be able to flank them and take that high ground from them. That is what you need to do as Shockwave.
That's right. That's exactly what I'm thinking in my head as well. Shockwave possibly going to be able to take advantage of this situation here. Team Explode is going to be too far away to really be able to do anything. They might have to wait for Team Explode to make a move because they are outside of the circle. Shockwave right now outside of the circle as well. And with the terrain, they have to first get a knock on KC. KC is a team that's currently towards the bottom. They need these points as well, but not as much as Shockwave. Shockwave currently with the striking distance right now of the top 4. Oh, one of the vehicles for KC is going to end up getting stock. One of the players from KV Esports still alive as well. Meanwhile, Nexus Gaming is going to have to wait for everybody else to just go past them. I believe it was the Noisy Boys going past them. K1 is still in this scenario as well. They're a team that's currently within the top 4. They don't want to get eliminated just yet. But Exo is going to be able to spot Slonic, and Exo is going to commit murder right there on Slonic, being able to spot him, getting the knock with the grenade, and then confirming the elimination. KV Esports is going to be out. Exo is going to be making a push here. Is he going to be able to connect? He has his teammates backing him up, trying to go for the off angle, making sure that he doesn't overextend. There's way too many teams keeping tabs on this situation right now. One of those is going to be Team Explode.
Come on, Explode. What are you going to do? Can you take advantage of this situation? Can you get as many points as possible? Or are you just going to focus on being in the zone? Nades coming in from KZ. Knock onto Yen and Shockwave. But this is a fight on the completely other side. Right now, the focus is still going to be Nexus. Nibuni goes down. Exo and King still alive. Trying to hide behind that tree. Next, I don't know. Just King takes him out there. Switching over to KZ. As K1 gets eliminated, so does Shockwave. Teams are dropping like flies now. And still, actually, wait, KZ still alive. K1 still have one more player. It is actually Bad Boy who manages to find himself still alive. King behind that tree, and he's the last person, and Bad Boy will not allow him to move. And he will secure that third elim for himself and the fourth for the team. And now K1, once again, trying their best to just stay alive. Noisy Boys, second game in the day and second time they are here in the top 4. The consistency is there for the Noisy Boys, but I fear the damage that they're suffering right now is too much. 2 knocks, too far away. I don't think Heiso will be able to go for the revive. He just has to survive as KZ use this high ground and farm eliminations.
It might be as the Noisy Boys just trying to do everything with their power. Even the knock players making a bit of a distraction there, but KC is going to be starting to make the push here on the Noisy Boys. K1 still alive. Explode as well. They're going to be trying to fight a way to fight here. Bad Boy being the last player alive for K1. And Hizo getting up. Not being able to really convert on those shots right there. Moxie is going to be able to take advantage of that. There goes the Noisy Boys. It is going to come down now to a 1v1 situation in regards to those two teams, KC and Team Explode. All of them have their 4 players alive. Right now, though, with the positioning that KC has, with the angles that they have, they should be able to take this on paper, but you never know what Team Explode might be able to come out on, especially with Bisky being hot on the gun with 6 eliminations so far. And he's standing it by himself, too. Trying to see if they can make the terrain work their way. It's currently not working out that way.
It really isn't.
Anybody can take it at this point.
Honestly, both teams can. And the thing is, both these teams are in desperate need of points. I'm talking like, we're talking about 14th, 15th, 13th place here with the teams that we have in the top 2 in KZ and Explode. 9 points for KZ at the moment. Getting yourself every single one of those elims. If you get yourself that chicken dinner and the other 4 elims that are left, this could be a massive, massive boost to your chances in getting close to the top 4. Not qualifying, just getting close to a chance at qualifying. But it does relieve a lot of that pressure. But let's focus now as Moxa goes down to the zone, which could be a very, very big problem, and he will be taken out by the zone. The elim will not go over to KZ, and now the advantage is in favor of KZ, and they peek, and down goes Bishki, down goes the leader with those 6 eliminations, but they are able to trade 1 for 1, but it's still a 3v2. And what's the call here for KZ? Do they play for the revive, or do they push the numbers advantage that they still have? And they decide to do both. Are they going back for the revive? Explode is still trying to throw as many nades as possible. KZ, what's the call here? You know that you had a knock. You know that you had the numbers advantage. And this right here, this lack of this indecision coming out from the side of KZ is what is causing them to maybe lose this fight. And now the proactiveness from Explode could deal so much damage to KZ. Bishki again peaks. Oh my god, he's going for the drop, but this is so greedy by Bishki, and only will take him down. 4v2, 4v1, and KZ, they might have taken the risk with the revive, but it looks like a 3v1 scenario at the end versus Kraken will prove too much for them to handle. He will go down to the zone, and KC will get the chicken dinner at the end.
KC conceding at least 1 point right there at the end towards Team Explode. Team Explode making sure that they don't allow KC to get any of those points. And that's why you saw him staying there within the play zone. Overall, what a play by two teams that definitely need those points coming into this game. They were in 14 and 15 plays and wanting to put up a performance like this. With this kind of performance, it's not, as you mentioned, it's not going to put them within the top 4, but it is at least going to put them within striking distance. And that's when we need to start seeing that consistency that we have been hinting at, that we have been wanting to see out of all these teams. But if there's consistency out of all the teams, that means that that pack is just going to get closer and closer and closer. Just compact those points, and we might not even see the 90 points we were hinting at. Who knows at this point?
Yeah, honestly, with the way that it's going at the moment, it's quite crazy. And I can't wait to see what the leaderboard is going to show, especially with the game that we've had. And yeah, top teams getting eliminated, bottom teams coming out with chicken dinners and eliminations and all kinds of crazy points. That's exactly what you want to see. But this is only the first 2 games, and we have your favorite map coming up next as well, Seven. So I don't know, the craziness of Sanhok and that mental reset map that you would like is soon. So I hope it brings back some things for the teams. It brings back some energy, hopefully.
That's right. There will be madness in Sanhok. We will be able to get a chance to break down this match in Miramar. Stay tuned because we'll be back after this break.
That shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूँ शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वाव मैप क्रिएटर हूँ और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूँ।
हेलो
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वाव मैप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वाव मैप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वाव मैप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वाव मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तभी आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव मैप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
Hi everyone, my name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabs the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twists and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
Welcome
We're
back
back.
as we just had an explosive Miramar match. KC being able to come out on top and teams that actually needed to be able to get the win. Or points. They were able to clutch up and get those points. My name is the 7WG. This is none other than Sandstorm to my right. We're getting answers from a lot of those teams that need the points.
That we are. We're getting so many. And listen, the fact that, for the first two games, we've had top teams not having the best of games, not having the best of days. Teams from the bottom of the leaderboard are getting incredible performances. So we're not going to have that top heavy. It's clear now. The picture is clear. We're not going to have that top heavy leaderboard that we saw in the semifinals, but instead it's going to be incredibly stacked and close when it comes to that middle of the pack. And again, with 4 teams qualifying to the PMSL EU, and now the leaderboard getting closer and closer, it's so difficult to see and say who will end up making it. And now Bishke from Team Explode, he was just missing that chicken dinner at the end of the game, but it was still KZ who got it. But I like the fact that he got MVP because he still secured the majority, if not all, the elims that his team got at the end of that game.
I think for sure the majority, and I think at one point all the elims. I can't remember right at the top of my head there towards the end. There was one player that was able to at least collect one elimination from KC, but Biscuit was just popping off, man. This man had that gun hot, and absolutely nobody could stop him from getting those eliminations. Now, his team is not going to need him to just do that in Miramar. They're going to need him to do that in Sanhok next. On top of that, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel again, because that's the kind of likes of performances that this team needs to have if they want to make it within those top 4. So far, the teams at the top, they're starting to kind of be a little bit quiet. And I'm thinking about Boards Gaming. Boards Gaming, with such a lead that they have, we really gotten a chance to see much about them being quite quiet, and it's allowing these teams that needs the points to make that push towards the top 4.
Everyone is trying to do exactly that, make a push for that top 4 finish. And right now, seeing the rest of the stats from the game, Kenzor with that 378 meter elimination. That's the highest distance, one of the highest distances. We still, I think, have like 382 as the highest that we've seen in this tournament as well, which coincidentally matches what we've seen in PMGO as well. So, some of these players, they can still pump up numbers like the big boys can in the big boy tournaments. But hey, listen, this is just kind of like an appetizer, an aperitif to the level of play that we're going to see throughout 2025. This is only the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait until we get to PMSL, all right? Some of the decision making from some of these teams will definitely end up getting punished. But as we were talking about teams being able to perform, KC, you can see right there, 22 points. Team Explode, those 13 points. And you mentioned it during the cast, and I'm glad that you mentioned it because the Noisy Boys, once again, with a top 3 finish here in this second match.
Yeah, the end of the second match where KZ got themselves those 12 limbs, 13 points for Explode and Noisy Boys. K1, who are still in the top 4 with those 8 points, and those 8 points are going to be extremely valuable for that lineup. 137 or 1337 Juania, once again, a team that we see with eliminations, but not able to balance it out by having the placement points for it as well. It's just, I believe I think yesterday they ended up having like maybe 1 placement point and 15 elims, something like that. Their numbers were insane from there. I believe so, but I'll have to double check that. But we're looking towards the overall ranking now, 7, and this is where things start to change because look at 2nd till 6th, and honestly even further.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at 7th place. Look at that massive jump up that KC was able to do there with that win and with those amount of eliminations that they were able to get, now putting themselves within striking distance. Top 4 is going to be at 58 points. Now they are just 13 points away from that. Consistency is what it's going to come down to when it comes down to all these teams currently fighting for that top 4. And in regards to consistency, I mean, BX Brothers, we really haven't been able to see much out of this team today. They ended up with 50 points after day 1 so far. In this past 2 matches, they've been able to gather 8 points. Not enough considering of how some of the other teams are performing. Noisy Boys being able to put up good amount of eliminations. Now we have 6 teams with 50 or more points and everybody else within striking distance. Honestly, with the way we're performing right now, with the overall, in 14th place, Abby Esports with 37. Oh man, this is how crazy compact everything is.
Yeah, and this is one of the teams that cracked the 100-point margin in the semifinals, and now they are struggling. They set, I want to say, like a very high average in their first day, 12 to 15 points per game, and now they can't do that in one of those games when it comes to the grand finals. So something has to change, and it has to change now for this lineup if we expect to see them in the PMSL EU Season 1 for 2025. We're just having a quick look at KZ Esports and how they managed to get themselves that chicken dinner in the last game before we get ourselves into Sanhok, which means, boys and girls, this is your chance to let us know who you think is going to take the dub. Who's going to get that juicy chicken dinner in game number 3? And of course, it is Seven's favorite with Sanhok.
The madness, baby. The absolute madness we're going to be getting here, and I'm hoping that some of these teams are going to be able to pick up on that madness and take full advantage of it. There you go. That was cracking the player I was thinking about that was able to steal a cheeky elimination there from KC at the end. But I'm going to be looking at 3 teams because this is going to be make it or break it for them here in Sanhok, if I'm being completely honest. If they don't want to have way too much pressure, or if they don't want to put themselves within kilometers away from being able to strike there on the top 4. And it's going to be none other than Team Explode, 1337 Juania, and Abby Esports. Those 3 teams, 12, 13, and 14th, are tied with 37 points. If they're not able to put up a good performance here, and by a good performance, I mean 17 or more points, I feel like the gap is just going to be way too much going into those last 2 games, especially with the way that those teams towards the top are performing. They're starting to create a even bigger of a gap. They're starting to be consistent with just enough points that they need to get. It's now or never for them.
I mean, this is what has to be done in those games. And the thing is, slowly but surely, we will be eliminating team by team. The only reason we didn't eliminate the likes of Explode is because they got themselves that top 2 in the last game. And now they will be eliminated from contention if they don't have another good game right here, right now. Game number 3, we got a Northern Plain path. But again, I feel like it gives everyone a fair chance at dropping wherever they want. Maybe Bantai might be a little bit of a problem, but outside of that, I don't think any team is going to have any kind of problem. Now, the question is, of course, in a game like this with a path like that, will there be any hot drops, Seven?
I mean, with this path, if there was ever a time to be some hot drops, it would definitely be now. with everything that's going to be at stake. I'm going to be looking at Paradise Resort. We've gotten a chance to see some possible hot drops over there. Kodiak, we know that Kodiak is going to be going to Nankam, Sami, sometimes even extending one player to Charlie as well. But it's going to be Team Explode being able to take full control of Bootcamp. Star Soldiers Epic going to be taking full control of Paradise Resort. But it's going to come down to what that circle wants to do. I'm not seeing any hot drops unless you're seeing something different than I am. Hot Teen is completely clear as well. We got a chance to see a little bit of a hot drop yesterday over there, and it's going to be nothing. There's just too much at stake at the moment for a lot of these teams. But show me that first circle. Where is it going to be going? Where are these teams going to be rotating? Or where are they just going to be fortifying themselves for the rest of the match?
The question is, where is that first zone going to be? Oh my lord, why? I'm sorry, I ask silly questions. I do in fact ask silly questions. But that, I mean, look, we had a northern plane path. We still have a northern zone. I will take it. I'll take that, and I'll run with it. But the question is, will the players take it as well? That is what I want to see. Who's going to be making those quick rotations from the southern side, specifically with all those, or rather with all that water area that we're going to have in zone number 1? Yikes. It's going to be very dangerous for a lot of teams on the southern sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to... I'm just over here laughing to myself because for a lot of teams, that's not a circle that you want, especially with how tight Sanhok is, especially if you're one of those teams there towards the south. I'm thinking of Kodiak. I can't remember some of the other teams off the top of my head as well that I saw way towards the south of Sanhok. That the rotation is just going to become near impossible. Maybe in the first circle you might be set, but if you're not able to find a good spot there after the first circle, it just handicaps you in a big way, and you're just going to be looking to at least get some points via eliminations. But these are teams, these are players that are wanting to become pros. So you got to be able to take that adversity. You got to be able to take those awful circles that sometimes the game gives you and come out on top. Make some lemonade out of those lemons. And don't forget to follow us on Instagram by scanning that QR code as Shockwave. I'm pretty sure they already done that. They're looking to make the rotation deeper into the circle.
Question is, will they be able to make it? Or will there be a lot of teams waiting for such rotations?
Free rotation for them. Look at this.
You say that. You spoke too soon. One more bullet. One more. Nick.
You got that horsepower.
Yeah. Left, right, up, down. No, Nick, no. Oh, he went left when he should have went right. And that's a problem. You said it was free, and you instantly cursed it, Seven. You see what you did? You caused them a problem.
Right here, though.
Yeah, at the very end, somehow. And the thing is, Shockwave,
Sam,
they're
look
gambling.
how aggressive Secret Way's being.
Yeah, and Shockwave are giving this up. I believe so. Seems like it. They're not going to go for the revive.
They're just allowing them to pass.
They're allowing them to pass, and Secret Way is not going to fight. There's no fire whatsoever. Are they going to be able to revive?
They're going to try to find the angles right here.
There's no way.
We'll see if they're going to be able to revive. I think they might be able to. It's going to be risky, but they'll still have the support from those players at the top.
Oh,
where they will be able to revive. By the way, 1337 is currently getting into some action. They did end up winning a 5 against Cave Esports. So that's 4 solid points there for 1337, a team that I've been calling out, that I definitely called out for this match. We need 17 or more points out of 1337. On top of that, Abby Esports and Team Explodes. Obviously, I doubt all those teams are going to be able to hit those marks. It's more than likely going to just be one. 1337 wanting to be up to the task.
Abby Esports, another one of the teams that we ask, are they up to the task? They were in the semifinals. Coming into the finals, not so much. Not seeing the best performances from them. Dude, 14th. 14th when you were fighting for first is mad. And the same thing can be said for Cave. Cave had a great semifinals where they were slowly inching their way to the top 5, top 6 when they needed to be top 16. And right now, they are nowhere near the number 4 spot. 39 points, around 20 points behind that number 4 spot, and then getting taken out this early in game number 3 out of 6 in the final day. Just to paint you the full picture, not good. Very not good.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm loving how compact this whole lobby is in the finals. I'm loving that it's not too top heavy. I know you are too, because we were expecting it at one point. We're like, man, I hope it doesn't happen. Well, it's not happening. A lot of teams are just showing up. I said it earlier, I'll say it again, 13-37 with those 4 eliminations to start off the match. Massive news for this team in Nexus game, and a team that has been losing a player early on, now being split. They're going to have to commit to this fight. They're not going to be able to not commit to this fight, as they are very close. Nexus is going to be the first one striking in. The shotguns are going to be coming out. It's going to be against Secret Way. Can they spot one? Livu, love you actually being able to be right there trying to get the angle. They already have that one knock. They're trying to see if they could maybe spot one. Nexus, Exo with the grenade, Flavius with another one, and that is it right there. In a blink of an eye, Nexus Gaming fully commits to it, and they get rewarded for it as Secret Way. Bye that is your match there for Sanhok. Meanwhile, Shockwave, we were wondering if that team was gonna go for the revive. They went for it, and they were able to get that revive.
Uh-oh, and another team that may be running into some problems right now is Kodiak 7. I'm seeing the elimination feed give us information that Kodiak lost 2. It might be that they lost 2 just during a rotation, but losing 2 in this state is quite difficult. At this stage of the tournament, it is quite difficult for Kodiak. And I want to see what they're going to be able to do with the 2 players left. But now, this leaves an opportunity for KZ. And the fact that it's KZ who got those eliminations as well, just makes things that much harder for the squad of Kodiak.
Oh.
And the zone is just making it that much worse. Can we stop? The zone needs to stop it.
Keep it going. Keep it going,
yeah.
because I mentioned
Actually,
it. I mean, well, one thing, though, for Kodiak that they have going their way is that they have 20 there now in Kao at the top, all the way to the top. That is going to be able to at least get himself into a compound, so they might be able to clutch up at least some placement points out of that. I don't even know how that player was able to get up there, because that team was going to have an awful rotation. So for them to at least take 2 hits there, you know what, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but if they are able to at least clutch up some placement points, that would be a win for that team, sacrificing at least 2 players with that crazy rotation they had to do. Abbey Esports, though, however, they're not having anything going their way. There was a team that was in a compound, and they just lost 3 players, as we were looking here at K1, a team that is currently within those top 3, a team that's trying to create a more of a cushion going into the last 2 matches, going into the last 3 matches, rather, to some of these teams.
BX Brothers, one of the teams that right now just needs to hold on to this level of play. They have been getting eliminations. They have been playing a lot better compared to their day 1 performance as well, which I am loving from these guys. I mean, a lot better, I say that, but this is a team that got a back-to-back chicken dinner. The consistency is there. They're still doing pretty well. And right now, the position that they're in, not bad. Almost in the middle of the zone, even though they're on the coast, but because, you know, the zone decided, hey, I'm just going to give you guys a difficult game. But, you know, casters, enjoy it. Have a great time. But who isn't having a great time is Destined to Rise, who are still under 20 points as we are in game number 9. It's Jover.
It's long gone. They would need a win here. With
and a win in game 4.
That they currently have. They will need a win here. They will more than likely need another win going into the last 3 matches, and then
they need
we
3
need to see some consistency. I just don't see it happening for Destined to Rise, sadly.
We need 3 wins.
Yikes.
That's actually the level that they need to reach if they want to get to the top 4 and continue. But it doesn't look like that's something that's going to be possible at this moment for these guys. But that doesn't mean that they don't give it their all and still try their very best in these games. Still give it
you gotta give it a try. You gotta try. You still gotta risk it for the biscuit. And for this team, I mean, they're definitely gonna have to risk it. And one team that's risking it a little bit too much there was Shockwave Hitsy. In my head, I was like, he was starting to overextend way too much to my liking. Meanwhile, Boards Gaming just playing their game. Currently in a great compound, currently a great split, not too spread out. Shockwave, there you go, finding on some shots on Ralph. Meanwhile, Element from Destined to Rise is just going to be rotating around, not sure what he's going to be wanting to do. But Shockwave needs to be careful because, yeah, you're going up against a team that at this point, they have nothing to lose. Meanwhile, if you're Shockwave, you have a lot to lose. You don't even want to lose a player as Heatsy. There you go, getting the heal off just in time. They're pursuing this too. They know how important these points are for them. And that's when we're seeing them overextend or get even closer to Destined to Rise.
Destined to Rise are just trying their best to gatekeep Shockwave. We're going to get back to them later as we see the zone shifting still. There's about 30, maybe 40% water on the northern side. So that just means all the teams that are coming out from Paradise and 1337, the Noisy Boys who are still in the blue for some reason. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on the northern western side, or on when it comes to the zone in Tatmok. This is going to be very, very condensed when we're looking towards the end. Oh my God, just like that. And it was Boars that took him out.
Nexus is out.
and
On
Kodiak.
top of that of Kodiak. Kodiak was able to help them too, so that's great for Kodiak. One of the teams currently in the top 4, making sure that they get eliminated. But now, for Destined to Rise, they're having to fight Shockwave here. Shockwave cannot allow to miss out on any opportunities here. K1 goes out as well, a team that's in top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment for some of this team trying to go for that hunt down. 2 are down from the top 4. BX and Boris Gaming are still alive, but guess what? Shockwave is smelling some blood in the water, wanting to make sure they make Destined to Rise push back a little bit more. They're going to be able to confirm on some eliminations there. Oh no, 1337. This was going to be a bit of a make it and break it for you. Luckily for you, you were able to get at least some eliminations. But going into the last 3 games, the pressure is going to be even more on. And right now for Shockwave, these players might end up going down to the play zone because they don't have any more heals.
I believe so. And not only that, but you also have a couple of players that are just gatekeeping them. So even if you try to heal yourself up, you will be caught out in the blue. And now the Noisy Boys are getting caught out by KZ. KZ who have climbed from the bottom of the barrel of this leaderboard. And now they are a couple of points away from getting themselves to a top 4 spot, especially with K1 and Nexus being taken out. Changes a lot of things for them. And Thorfinn now just getting something, and he knows exactly where that last player is. He thinks, you know what, if I'm going down, I'm just going to take as many of you guys with me as possible. I really don't care at this point. You're all going to suffer. And that's what he's doing. And Nick is just waiting. He knows that he can't revive his final player, but the least that he can do is avenge his fallen brothers and take down the last 2 members. It looks like he may not even get this chance, and he will be forced to move. Nick constantly, though, has to look at his 6 to make sure that Thorfinn doesn't try to take him out, especially with the blue zone coming in.
What appears to be, to me at least, Sandstorm, a bit of a miscalculation there, going up against Destined to Rise. I'm not sure if they thought they were going to have enough heals to take on that fight outside of the circle, but it ends up backfiring as they only end up with just 2 eliminations from that fight. And with just 1 player left alive, and with what we have known that has happened at the top 4, you wanted to make sure all your 4 players were alive. Let's see what this circle is going to be doing. Oh my goodness. For Kodiak, you're going to have to rotate BX Brothers as well. There's still that last player there from Abbey Esports. There goes Shockwave. Destined to Rise still being alive. Team Explode alive as well. KC, you can see KC trying to figure out with that 2-2 split of where they're going to be pushing. It is going to be some tough rotations. And for Destined to Rise, right now with 2 players there, they are going to be a team that's not necessarily now fighting for the top 4, but a team that will be taking points away from those teams wanting to get into top 4.
Exactly, and that's just going to make it, I want to say, a little bit more difficult with less points to go around. And KZ now, because they know they're getting closer and closer, they are really feeling the damage from losing one of their players at this stage right now. They're forced to go back. They know that they can't afford any more losses, and they have to play as 3 for the rest of the game. But they have done so well to get to this point right now. And I really want them to be one of the teams that contests the number 4, number 5 spot. Right now, they're almost there. They're on the cusp of it. Kodiak is there. Noisy Boys are there. And the beautiful thing is for BX Brothers is the fact that they are on the number 4 spot, and they are still holding on with a full squad and 3 eliminations. So they can build on that lead. And they're going to try to do that off the backs of Boars. Can they catch out Foops? Man, I don't think they can, but it's still a lot of damage there, 7.
Boars Gaming fully sending it towards that circle. They said, you know what, we're not gonna be able to play this low. We're gonna have to fully send it here. BX Brothers trying to see if they could possibly spot somebody there from Boars Gaming. KC follows the likes of Boars Gaming, but not as good as them, as only does end up getting knocked. Murayama is also not gonna end up getting knocked. This is going bad here for KC. They're like, but wait, Boars Gaming was able to do it. But yeah, Boars Gaming was able to do it, and they were just waiting for you to do the same thing. As Board Gaming is gonna be able to collect even more eliminations here, they know that somebody is gonna be swimming. We have some sharks. It's not gonna be a botation, but it is gonna be some sharks there. KD20 from Kodiak is gonna get spotted by Boars Gaming. This should end up being easy pickings here for this team. Aside that the player's gonna end up drowning. There you go, Tulika being able to spot him. That is it for that player of Kodiak. He's gonna come down to just one player left, and they know now that Boars Gaming and everybody's gonna be keeping an eye, a very close eye, on what's happening in this area of the water. Meanwhile, if you're BX Brothers, how are you gonna push into this?
Here's the funny thing.
They don't have an easy path to this. Look at this. They're gonna have to go through Boars Gaming. On top of that, you have Team Modern and everybody else close by.
Yeah, and look at everyone who's trying to go for a swim as well. Yeah, Modern, Explode, those two teams are going to destroy each other. Only one of those teams is going to make it out alive out of that angle. Star Soldiers are going to get caught out, I think, by D2R whenever they try to make a move. BX Brothers will get caught out by Boars because they're going to have no cover. Even if you throw a smoke road, there's only so much cover that you're going to have. And then the teams in the water, not much to do. So this, to me, just looks like a Boars game. I mean, yeah, that seems to be happening.
Let's see if they can actually confirm it, though.
I mean, look, I called every single fight. Straight up. So let's see what's going to happen. First of all, Boars need to eliminate... Yeah, first of all, Boars need to eliminate BX Brothers. And then Destined to Rise need to catch out Star Soldiers. Those are going to be the first two issues to be resolved. But, I mean, BX Brothers, they are not joking around. They are going for this fight. And they want to start it. They don't want to delay it. They know that they have to take advantage of whatever numbers advantage they have here. And maybe force other squads to jump into the fight as well. But now, with one of their players getting knocked and a push from Havlik. But it's a little bit too much from Havlik, though.
Why is the BX player still back there? Why is Rami so far back? Oh, he died. He went out to the place. Oh, no. I don't know if they didn't have the vehicles for him to also make that push or what ended up happening. But you know what? Everything is happening here. The commotion between these two fighting is going to allow the last member from Kodiak to move up behind them, which is going to be none other than Model, the player that was able to get an MVP in the past. Let's see if Star Soldiers trying to spot somebody from Team Explode. This is good from Team Explode so far. 4 eliminations their way. Now starting to collect some placement points. Tulika is going to end up going out. Havlik more than likely is going to end up getting revived. Pusher gets found, though, by Bishkin. He's going to go down. And they are aware now that Model from Kodiak is going to still be alive. And with this circle right here for Model, you just need to find some kind of terrain to maintain yourself alive and start collecting those placement points. As BX trying to take on Boars Gaming, trying to finish this fight, but having to worry about all the third partying that's possible.
Yeah, worrying about so much, but I mean, hey, it's Havlik. If there's any man to do it, it should be him. He's going to opt for the heal. Does he have enough time? Does Charles go for the push? This F12K, one pump will do it, and Charles takes down Boars in 6th place. They managed to get 8 eliminations. They will not crack the 100-point barrier just yet, but they will be the first to fall, and they will not get this game. Explode, one of the teams that really needs this win. Destined to Rise, I said it, it's already too late. We said it like you need 3 chicken dinners, and you need the numbers behind those chicken dinners. You can't just go for the placements. You got to have the elims too to go with it if you want to get yourself anywhere near that top 4. Scorp sending his sights onto Gringo, who's in the open. Gringo fights back, and boy, does he fight back with that one.
Gringo says, you want to take on this fight? I'm better than you are. Stay still, stands his ground, and just goes for it. Come on, you got to be able to get him right here, Biscuit. You know that he was on top. He's going to be able to come out with that Vector. There you go, getting that knock. Star Soldiers now having to back up a little bit. Grenades are going to be coming through. making sure that they don't end up getting knocked. And BX, I mean, this was the opening for all these teams. The fight between BX Brothers and Boris Gaming allow everybody to just have a fighting advantage. As BX Brothers trying to go for it, Looney is going to get knocked. Biscuit as well is now down to Gringo, seeing if he can maintain it. And Star Soldiers trying to see if they could possibly get this angles. Meanwhile, the last player from Kodiak is just chilling. Miramar has had nothing to do here. As I mentioned, he just had to be patient. He just had to make sure he found some terrain that worked on his favor. Destined to Rise being one of those teams that could get some points. And oh my goodness, Charles taking out the shotty and taking care of Team Explode, securing more eliminations going their way. And Kodiak, me model, he said, I don't need terrain. I'll just find a plan and park myself right here.
That's exactly what he needs to do for the rest of this game. And Star Soldiers, they know they have to take out the last 2 members of Destined to Rise, and it shouldn't take that long. They are 3 members. They do have a better position at the moment with the higher ground. The thing is, it's still very difficult to find those last 2 members. Me model from Kodiak will get spotted out. It is a 3v2v1 Star Soldiers. They are one of the teams that, I mean, hey, if you have the eliminations and you're able to get closer, maybe, but BX Brothers, the team that's currently gatekeeping that number 4 spot, do have 11 eliminations and are also here in the top 3. Charles has complete control over the zone, but it is the numbers. It is the numbers that will be needed in those final moments, and Star Soldiers have exactly that. Destined to Rise. I don't know how they still made it here as 2 when they were one of the teams that lost 2 members at the very beginning of this game.
Miscalculations. It came down to miscalculations from Shockwave, not realizing that they didn't have enough heals for being able to take that fight outside of the circle. It ended up working out in Destined to Ryan's favor. The Kodiak player did end up getting eliminated here, but Star Soldiers having the height advantage. Sometimes you want to have this, but sometimes you don't, especially if it's going to be coming at your disadvantage. Destined to Rise, even though you have your height advantage, you don't really have any covering. You're able to spot it right there. Destined to Rise does have some terrain to work with. Gonna be able to find 2 players. There you go. Meanwhile,
oh my God,
pushing up that last player from Star Soldiers is gonna come down to Mano 2v1. Can Mano clutch up on this engagement element, going for those eliminations? They know they need it. They're being a little bit passive here. You have the numbers advantage, but they're wanting to work on the terrain. Mano does have a rock to himself. Who's gonna end up winning this fight? Star Soldiers needs it.
Both of them need it. Destined to Rise, though, only with 5 eliminations. I don't know if that's going to have a massive impact. The massive impact that you're looking for. But hey, it's better than nothing. At least it's going out with a fight, not with a whimper. And Star Soldiers, Mano, barely escaping that nade. 0 damage done. Thorfinn just swinging for that rock. Not able to find any damage whatsoever. And Mano just slowly but surely getting closer and closer. If he manages to get the knock, but no, Element spots him out, and Destined to Rise get themselves a chicken dinner. I would say a consolation prize at this point for the team coming out from the 16th place. But hey, this just feeds into the fact that it's going to be very, very tight-knit group when it comes to that overall leaderboard. It's going to be so close, and then you're going to have Boars.
Yeah, I'm loving today, man. Hey, Boris, do you? I don't care. Go for it. Get as much points as you want to get. Make it even tighter there for those bottom teams. Now, after that fight, after what we just saw in that match, I can't wait to see the overall. I can't wait to see all the changes that we're going to be seeing, because some teams have been able to be a little bit more consistent than others. And for the teams that aren't being as consistent, that were there within the top 4, that maybe had a little bit of a cushion, that cushion slowly but surely, Sandstorm, starting to fade away.
Exactly, and we're getting a clearer and better idea when it comes to that top 4. And again, I like the fact that we're seeing so many of those different players, so many of those different teams show up, and now another new name to show up when it comes to the MVP of the game, Charles, with 7 eliminations and just over 1,000 damage in that last game.
That's right, 1,000 damage. I mean, the team's going to be happy about that, but for Destined to Rise, I don't know what to say about you. I mean, maybe could it be too little, too late? Could it be just enough? But now you're going to have to continue on those performances. We'll have to wait and see if this team has what it takes to continue on those performances, because if they don't, then it's just going to be taking points away from teams that we know definitely need it. And it's not the first time we're going to be seeing this. We're going to be seeing some of the other teams start stepping up as well, starting to realize, hey, we got nothing to lose for here. We're more than likely going to be going home. So let's just go crazy. Let's go for some crazy plays. Let's see if it works out. If it does work out in our favor, we at least being able to add that to our clip arsenal to share it on social media using that hashtag PMCO EEU 2025. If there is one, if there is one, make sure you use it. You guys use it as well. But you know what? For everybody currently watching, let's see. Oh, it was Charles with the most ilms. Okay, I'm used to seeing the MVP not having the most ilms. That this time I actually got psyched up.
Yes, sir. It's usually, him having most limbs, not the most damage. Charles, though, clinching both. Tulika, wait, most distance covered was 7 kilometers. That's still a lot for Sanhok, but hey, he had the most distance, or the highest distance elimination. EXO once again with the eliminations when it comes to nades. That's a wrap on game numero 3. We are halfway through the final day of PMCO EEU finals. Closer and closer to seeing who are those teams that are going to be continuing their journey in the PUBG Mobile esports year of 2025, and who's going to be continuing that journey, who's going to be going back to the drawing board, looking for different strategies, different ideas to try when they come into the next play. Because look, if it doesn't work out for you this time around, always keep on trying. If they keep on grinding, because it is not easy to reach the level that you want to. There are hundreds of thousands of players who would dream of being able to reach this kind of level. Even when it comes to the PMCO, there are some that aspire to go for PMGC and on those levels as well. I want to see the best of the best at this level. And right now, we're getting a good glimpse as to what the European region has to offer, or at least the Eastern European region has to offer when it comes to these players and when it comes to the skill level.
That's right. And then once you do end up moving up to those higher tiers, it's not going to get easier. It's going to actually become a lot harder as well. But let's take a look at the match ranking here. I mean, destined to rise with those 16 points. I was thinking about maybe 17 for some of the teams that were above them. For them, I wanted to see like 20 plus. I know I'm starting to be greedy here, but it's just the way that they're currently positioned in that overall. You'll get a chance to see it. 16 points, not bad. BX Brothers, though. BX Brothers with those 16 points is massive, because now they were a team that was in the top 4. They might end up creating a bit of a cushion there, Sandstorm, with some of the other teams. Kodiak, luckily for them, they were able to secure some more points as well somehow, because that team, remember, they lost 2 players on that crazy rotation that they had to do. On top of that, one of the players was found in the water as well, but one player was able to at least catch up there in regards to the placement points, and that's going to end up helping out Kodiak as they're currently in 5th place, and BX Brothers 74, Boars Gaming 91, the cushion. I mean, 1st and 2nd place, you might as well just wrap it up, put it in the present. But K1, Nexus Gaming, and everybody else, everything is so close.
So incredibly close. I'm just looking at the leaderboard from 4th to 9th. Are you kidding me? That lead is, I mean, look, 17 points from 9th is not bad. Team Explode, they're getting better and better. Their performance is improving game after game, and I'm expecting that next game, I think they're going to keep on building on this. I think Bishke is planning something special going into the end of today. Disappointed in honestly, Team Modern, Abbey Esports, and Cave, 3 teams that I thought I would see a much better performance from in today's game specifically. Unable to see that. I'm not sure what the problems are that they're running through, but it might be also too late for them to deal with them now. But
yeah, I mean, for Abbey
I guess
Esports,
now we just have to do
37 points. Placement points aren't there for Abbey Esports. That's the main one.
No, they're
But
really
don't forget,
not. They're really not.
You can definitely feel the power of the Shelby GT500 and this man's favorite, the 427 Cobra, available now in PUBG Mobile. I'm going to try to get this bad boy, and if I get that bad boy over there too, not Sandstorm, the car under him, I wouldn't mind it as well.
I mean, look, I'll take both. But you see, I have a question for you, Seven. Now, how much horsepower do you think the Shelby GT500 has?
500.
No.
But you know what? Now you think about the answer there. You can stay tuned for the PMSL EU, which is going to be happening In June, the top 4 teams of PMCO EU will be moving on to the PMSL EU, and that is why we're just hanking down on just not that first place, not Boards Gaming. It's about the top 4, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I want to see the best teams make it. BX Brothers has been one of those teams that surprised us with their performance in day 1 and 2 of the finals. And right now, second place. I feel like one more good game from them should cement them in the top 4. Because the lead for BX Brothers, right now they're in second place, right behind Boars. Still a little bit of a lead, but I think one more game and they should be good. You know.
Right now, they have an 18-point lead to 5th place. Unless they absolutely throw, I don't see them not moving on. But the good thing about BX Brothers that they've been able to do is they're able to get any points. Not just necessarily placement points. Remember, placement points was the big question mark for me coming into today, even though they did get 2 wins yesterday. Those 2 chicken dinners, that was the only placement points that they were able to get. Outside of those wins, they weren't really able to do much in this last game. Hey, we're able to secure some placement points, so that's good. We know that you're going to be able to put up some eliminations, so in my head, I'm going to have those top 2 teams already moving on, but anything can happen. I mean, we say that, and then teams start just popping off, so I'm just going to take back everything that I said. You know what? I don't know what's going to happen. Boards Gaming will move on, though.
Boars Gaming will move on, that's for sure. I don't think that's going to change unless something magical happens like it did in the last game. I mean, hey, I predicted a Boars win, and then they just got demolished. They got destroyed. I don't know how, but hey, it just happened.
BX Brothers.
Unlucky. Yeah, and BX Brothers, they just they took advantage of the situation and came out with a lot of points. They didn't get the chicken dinner at the end, but hey, still lots of points being earned at the end of the day, and that's what matters. And I want to say here, like specifically for Charles, being able to secure those, like that last elimination on the Kodiak member, and then the last 2 members as well. Hey, yo, man's playing with the pan.
Hear me out. I'm just getting this pan ready because you know what? Boards Gaming is just like, okay, this pan's looking good. We got in some chicken dinners with it. We've been able to do our thing. What if we pan somebody in this last couple matches? Because they have a healthy lead, brother. They have a massive healthy lead on everybody else. And at this point, halfway through the mark of the final day of today, it's going to be when some of these teams start realizing, we mentioned it too, start realizing, okay, we got nothing to lose. If you're towards the bottom, we're just going to have to send it. We have to play aggressive. And if you're Boards Gaming, you got nothing to lose as well. Your first place is pretty much in a way secure unless something crazy happens here within the last 3 matches. You're able to collect some points either way. Could we possibly start seeing some hunting going down?
I mean, I don't think we're at that point yet, just because of still how close the points are between 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I think it's still, like, you don't need to rely on the other team having a bad game. If you just focus on you yourself having a good game, it should be enough. Ask me that question once again before we go into the last game.
I'm thinking about like teams that are like Boards Gaming, Team Modern, Destined to Rise, teams that in a way got nothing to lose.
Honestly, at this point, I think it's not really going to change much of their play style. Like maybe they might just change their drop. Straight up, it's like we're just change our drop, get revenge for, I don't know, a team that eliminated us before, something like that. But still, I would just recommend that they play the game as is and try and learn from as much as they can.
That's
yeah,
fair.
like still try and gain experience, because you still being here, don't waste this opportunity, because anyone else who would have been in that situation still would have played until I want to say like the final game, the final moments of the final game. You know, put it all on the line at the end of the day.
Can't believe you're actually saying that, coming from somebody that usually likes to see either targeting or just taking their future into their own hands, as like you were telling me during semifinals. I mean, for teams at the bottom, Destined to Rise, Team Modern, if they want to actually go and close up the gap that the top 4 teams currently have, as much as we say it's impossible, back-to-back chicken dinners could end up doing that. Those teams need to be a little bit more aggressive. And by a little bit, I mean a lot more aggressive. So if they do see the opportunity to go in for a fight, they have to go for it. Boards Gaming, they don't have to go for anything. They're currently just chilling in first place with a healthy lead of everybody else, a 17-point lead over everybody else. They have to let everybody else play their game. And if they see a fight, they're like, do we want to take that? Do we not? Nah, you know what? Let's stay where we are. Let's focus on maybe getting a win.
That should always be the focus. That should always be the target. Focus on getting that win, getting that dub, and getting as many eliminations as you can. Now, 7, before we jump into a game numero cuatro, I'm going to give you and, of course, the lovely audience members and viewers an opportunity to, that's right, throw in your prediction. Who do you think is going to be number 1 in game number 4? Who's going to go home with that chicken dinner on our second Erangel of the day?
Okay.
I'm gonna give you some time though. You specifically got some time until like if you want, we can wait until like at least a plane path and a zone. I'll give you at least that.
Okay.
Just to give you something to work with, and I'll give the same to the viewers. The viewers, you will have until the first zone starts closing. Okay, until the first zone starts closing, you gotta lock your answers in the chat by then. And I think we should be good to go because I want to give the chat an opportunity to also kind of, get into our mentality, look at the map, look at the zone, and then make an educated guesstimate.
I think I'm willing to do the blind prediction right now.
Yeah, because it's not a prediction, it's a guesstimation even. Because I feel like the word prediction for this is like it's kind of tough to predict a battle royale, right? When you have like 16 teams, it would be easier to throw a prediction when you have like if it was like a TDM, a 4v4, sure. But when we're doing like the battle royale, it's too difficult to kind of gauge it without any information.
So my prediction has some buts and ifs. All right, hear me out. I think Kodiak going into the second Erangel, I think they will be able to get the win if they don't end up getting into an early engagement with anybody. This team has showed it over and over again that they cannot take early fights. They have to make sure that they play their game and make sure that they get to their spots that they're comfortable with and they're used to with, and then set up a defense, and then they start splitting out. So that's my main one. But if the circle doesn't go their way, they need to make sure they end up rotating quick to their actual spots, because that's what happened in that last match with Sanhok, right? They were just so far away from the circle that unrealistically, whichever team that you are, I'm actually surprised that they were able to even get 2 players where they were. So that's smart rotations. But you know what? Buts, ifs, predictions, guesstimates, whatever the case might be, we can keep on doing that here, but we will end up finding out as we're going to be jumping into the second Erangel of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe, and it is a nice plane path. We'll have to come down and see what the circle is going to be providing. But yeah, that's my prediction for me. It's going to be Kodiak. I think Kodiak can definitely play smart, but the buts and ifs are capitalized in a way.
Okay. You know what? I like it. And now, boys and girls, as we can see, game number 4 has started. We have a plane path. We will have a zone shortly. So please be ready to lock in those predictions. Show your support for your teams. And let's find out who will take game number 4. Now, for myself, I mean, I'm gonna apply the same rules to you that I did to the viewers. Same rules are gonna apply to myself. I'm gonna wait for that plane path.
You got the plane path. Come on, do it blind.
Or rather,
you want to.
Okay, blind. Okay, explode. I'm just gonna go with Team Explode because I feel like Bishke and his experience, he has been doing a lot better, him and his team, throughout this game and throughout today's games. And I think so far, yes, barring the mistakes that they made at the end of that Miramar game that should have been theirs, because I feel like KZ didn't capitalize, I feel like Explode will be able to do something with this game.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. We got the first circle too. We got the playing path, and with Team Explode. All right. So you still had some buts and ifs, I guess, to that point in regards to Team Explode. So if Bishk is able to perform, right? But if Bishk is not able to perform, then they're not going to be able to get that win. Is that? Did I assess that right from your pick?
I mean, it's not just going to be Bishke. It's not just a Bishke show. I feel like it's him and his squad. Like, all of them are going to step up this game. Yes, he may have led them with the 6 eliminations that he got in that Miramar game, but I feel like right now, he lit a fire under every single player's belly. So now they're ready. They're ready.
Lit a fire under butt. Got it. I like that pick. Honestly, it's the team that needs the points too. 47 points right now in 9th place. They would need a win here to make it even closer. They're going into the last 2 matches. We're getting to closer and closer here towards the end. It's now or never for some of this team. Nexus Gaming is still one of those teams that, even though they are currently within the top 4, they haven't really fully impressed me in certain situations. A little bit too much of inconsistency in regards to decision making, but they have showed it, especially in the last match. They showed it that when they set their minds to something, they can actually go for it and take that route, as Reyes was able to crash that glider, gets away with it. You know what? If I was to do that, I would somehow end up getting knocked.
Oh, I'd already be gone at this point.
You would think the center of gravity, with how short I am, I would still be able to survive it, and how chunky I am.
Nah,
I would still be good,
out.
but nope.
I mean, hey, you're starting to work out. How's that pull-up bar?
That's going pretty good. I'm not as sore as much,
Nice.
so I can actually start doing pull-ups again. W in
Yes,
the chat.
sir. Let's go. You see, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see for my boy. Heck yeah. And you know what, boys and girls? Get yourself a pull-up bar. It's very nice. Honestly, one of
Or
the best
get yourself some
exercises you
chicken
can ever
dinners
do.
too. Whichever you want. You know what?
True.
We don't discriminate.
Honestly, yeah. No.
Do
Yes, we do.
both.
Get yourself chicken dinners. And after you finish your workout with a pull-up bar, you see? Big brain.
Ooh.
Protein and gains. Simple.
Bro math. You love to see it. Secret
honestly,
Wave-
yeah.
Do we see Secret Wave maybe being able to find a way here towards top 4 right now?
I mean, look,
13
if they
plays,
find a
39
way,
points.
it's going to be quite secretive.
But it would have to be now.
Wait. Yeah. So
But it
it's
would
much of a
definitely have to be
secret.
now.
Very much so. It's do or
Yeah.
die for any of the teams that are under, I want to say, like 10th and below. Right now, it's do or die for those teams. No chicken dinner with like 5+ elims in this game, meaning we're just going to be focusing on, I think, on the first page of the leaderboard. Bar, of course, you know, a ridiculously good performance by one of those teams. I'm talking once again, like 15+ elims and the chicken dinner.
Flavius once again from Nexus Gaming getting eliminated earlier on, man. The pattern continues on sadly there for Flavius. Gonna be handicapping his team for the rest of the match now. Nexus needs to make sure they do something out of this situation, though. Being down a player, they need to get some points here. It is a team that's currently within the top 4, but they had everybody else within striking distance. You don't want to get eliminated at this point. You don't want to get eliminated at this stage. And on top of that, end up leaving with just a big old donut. Not what you want to see. I think they're wanting
Not
to disengage.
what you see.
Smart play right here out of them. Actually, you just got to make sure you disengage clean. And it's not going to be clean, as EXO is going to end up getting knocked as well. And Nexus goes from being something that was bad to even worse. Or they're just going to have to work with 2 players for the rest of the match. And Star Soldiers, a team that's hunting them down, a team that's actually 10 points behind coming into this match, they're going to be even closer and closer. They still think somebody's here. Don't worry, Star Soldiers. It's all clear. I respect it, though. I respect that they're still thinking that somebody might be there, wanting to clear everything, wanting to make sure that their back is not, they're not going to have to worry about nothing. Good plays there from Star Soldiers, being able to get those clean 2 elims.
Clean elims for Star Soldiers, and hey, could be something that benefits them. Something that boosts their morale going into the rest of this game, Star Soldiers. But you're going to need a heck of a lot more. Noisy boys have been making a lot of progress in getting themselves close to that top 4, but now they just have to crack that barrier and stay there. And keep on competing with the likes of Nexus, BX Brothers, Boars. Have to stay as close as possible to them until the last possible second, and then just catapult yourself to the top. That's what I'm waiting for, that last game's madness.
And it will be madness, especially if everything stays as close as it can be. I mean, even if we were to put in an example of how close everything is, if this was the last game, KZ Esports in 8th place with 50 points could end up passing 4th place with 64 points, given that Nexus would have to pretty much get eliminated right now. But that's how close everything is. Like, little things like that can definitely come into play, as Falcon just mimicking his best Chris Angel levitation trick right there, getting on top of the roof and gonna be spotting somebody from K1. K1 needs to make sure they get this clean, though. They cannot allow to lose any players here, as that is another team that's currently within the top 4. Great play there by Slonic, being able to get the off angle, making sure he gets a knock. He almost ended up getting 2. Gonna put him in the defense. And K1, you want to take this fight? Okay.
Apparently they do. Apparently they do, and I'm kind of questioning why right. Noisy boys just trying to hold on because K1 trying to fight them from multiple different angles. They should be able to get the revive onto Falcon. Kenzor sights onto Bad Boy just to relieve a little bit of that pressure, and it looks like Noisy boys will deter a push on the compound. And K1 deciding, you know what? Not a smart idea. Not a smart play. Let's just play for the zone. Which I agree with. This is definitely what they should be doing.
It is what they should be doing, but is Solanic going to be able to make it? Yeah, Solanic should be able to make it to them. I think that was a Solanic call right there. They're like, all right, boys, you know what? We need them to make a little bit, Noisy boys, make them scared so they can just go into the building. They can stop picking windows, and I can actually get some pass through here towards where you guys are. We can get a chance to regroup, which is exactly what they're going to be able to do here. Noisy boys kind of ends up working on their favor. They don't get K1 to fully push them. They don't end up losing anybody. They still have most of their utility to work with. They didn't really have to use much of it besides some smokes here and there. And now they get to focus on their rotation as well. I can't wait to see what that circle is going to be looking like, though, as we haven't gotten a chance to see it just yet. The second circle has popped, and Kodiak 7 kick ends up getting knocked. We'll see if he ends up getting fully eliminated. BX Brothers, though, a team that's currently in second place. If BX Brothers is able to get a solid amount of points here going into the last 2 matches, they're going to have a lot less to worry about. Kodiak and Star Soldiers, that's a fight that I want to see, though. I want to see what's happening there between those 2 teams, because they are currently within 2 points of each other and trying to get to the top 4.
And both of them really want to hold on to their spots. Well, unless it's not in the top 4, then you want to do a little bit better. But Noise Boys, yes, you have been performing very well throughout today's games, and now with the position that they're in, they should be, I want to say, comfortable for this zone and maybe the next one as well. 13:37. I was wondering if we were going to see something from these guys throughout today's games. I was wondering if there was going to be some kind of presence. We did see, I want to say, like a couple of frames of great performance from 13:37, and then it just dies out. They had a couple of opportunities to capitalize on, but unfortunately they were not able to. And Abe Esports now, just looking at them, a shell of themselves, to be honest, compared to what we've seen from the semifinals. Yeah, big change. Not for the better.
There's a lot to be desired there, right, from Abe Esports in regards to what they were able to showcase during those semifinals to now what we're seeing here out of this team in the finals. To cut them a little bit of slack, though, everything is so close in this finals that drops like that could have ended up happening from some of these teams. BX Brothers now making sure that their building is clear. A team is going to be, 2 teams are going to be very close by, though. They're wanting to go for that split. Kodiak and Star Soldier still engaging. We still haven't gotten a chance to see what's going on there with that fight. We'll love to see it, though. We'll love to see how those players are setting themselves up. Who has lost players, who hasn't lost players, because of how close they are within those top 4. Secret Wave finding a way inside as well. Secret Wave coming into this match with 39 points. We'll see if they're possibly going to be able to get some more points here to push themselves, propel themselves out towards the top 4. And there we go. We finally get to see what the circles have been working with. And boy, oh boy, this is absolutely horrible. Where do you want to commit? Do you want to commit North Georgia? Do you want to commit South Georgia? And for all of these teams, everybody's going to start crashing down. So if you do have any splits, you might want to have at least 2 players a building. And I'm talking about BX Brothers.
What the heck does Nexus do? They're between a rock and a hard place in the middle of that bridge. Whatever direction they go, a hail of fire awaits them. Whether it's to the south side, where there's I think there's 1 or 2 teams, or the north side, where there's the rest of the lobby. We still have 16 teams after 12 minutes of this game. Not one team has been taken out. And now with the way that the zone is looking at the moment, with that kind of finish, a lot of teams are going to survive until the later stages of the game. This is going to be, once again, an incredibly difficult game for a lot of these teams and a lot of those players if they don't get themselves in a proper central position as early as possible.
And this might be when Boris Gaming starts flexing a bit of that first place muscle. Starts throwing grenades towards everybody, making sure that they back up, making sure that they don't get close enough. Remember, this team has nothing to lose for. They could end up doing something crazy here. They could just end up focusing a little bit more there towards that end game. Scouting right now, 2 players. I'm enjoying this rotation out of Boris Gaming so far. Having that 2-2 split in vehicles, saying, you know what, it's clear, boys. We can have safe passage through all of this. Use that terrain to our advantage as well, because nobody's taking shots at us. Meanwhile, Kodiak, does have 1 elimination going their way, and they didn't end up losing any players. Okay, that's what you want to see out of Kodiak, and they are going to be set up here in a great position, working with those 2-2s. Actually, is that a 2-1-1 split for Kodiak that I'm seeing on the minimap on the top right-hand side of your screen? Nobody is going to be crashing on them, so they have the ability to be able to do this kind of splits. Especially with this terrain, especially with Georgia Pool being there.
Yeah, those splits may not be the best decisions to make right now. I am kind of curious about the teams that have decided, you know what, we're not even going to play in the city. We're going to play towards the northernmost points. Like, for example, right now, Team Modern. Honestly, this right here, this should be one of the teams that shouldn't really care about the game unless you have 5 or 6 elims at this point, because you're currently in 16th place. You have no hopes of getting to the top 4. You should be doing something. Try something that you might not have tried in the previous games. I'm not saying like don't take it seriously, still do, but the risk factor should go up in the plays that you try to make. Depending on how many points you need, you have to start risking it for the biscuit. And
like
okay, you see, yeah, exactly. But that was kind of a risk with no reward, it seemed.
But that's the thing, right? You're going to be forced to do situations like that where you have to risk it and you might not end up getting a reward for it. And that's just because of the situation that you put yourself in, because you weren't able to perform in the previous matches. And now Kodiak realizing that, you know what, we might be a little bit too split here. We might need to group up. As more teams are going to start getting closer and closer, they might not even see them because of how close all these buildings are. They are able to spot somebody over there towards the bridge. We'll see if maybe they can spot that into an elimination. But KC taking on Spirit. Team Modern now with down 1 player. Going to be able to spot some players here from Boris Gaming. Not being able to fully connect. And Boris Gaming is going to have to make them push out of here. I'm telling you, Boris Gaming starting to flex that first place muscle. Starting to move around a lot more freely in regards to not really caring and being able to set themselves up. Tulika finding an opening there in Team Modern. And if they can take over this spot, you might get your wish. You might end up getting another Boris Gaming win, depending on what the circle ends up doing after this, because they'll just have full control of the north. And you can see the other players just running away from Boris Gaming on the mini-map. They wanted nothing to do with that. And Team Modern, as they're being forced to get pushed out by Boris Gaming, they're just falling exactly on K1's hand. And there goes Team Modern.
Oh my god. And now with the position that Team Modern has given up, Boris Gaming have pinpointed Shockwave and a couple of members, and I believe Havlik gave the order to all fire at the same time. You know, for whoever was ready to fire. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. No, KZ, after having honestly amazing consistency with your performance over the past couple of games, to be eliminated now with no points is absolutely horrid. And Cave might be soon to follow, as well as Boars, led by Tulika, just seem to take out player after player, squad after squad. And I mean, look, why not? Why not? You knock down 2 players, you know you have a numbers advantage, get over there. You know you can just go for eliminations and play as risky as you want. It doesn't really matter. No one can stop you. Everyone's afraid of you. And Voops, man, this guy, this 4-time MVP yesterday, 5-time if you want to calculate the day MVP as well. He has the backup, but it looks like it might actually be from Abe Esports. It is from Abe Esports. And the damage now coming in from Voops, man. just trying to finish the job onto Pedinho and Retro, who's trying to spray down, trying to fight, but against what? The full might of the Boars? Not much to be done against that. Boars get 2 eliminations. They both go to Tulika. And looks like they should be going back to the original position on the northern side. And they should be able to relax and get comfortable.
They should be, as they have now full control of this northern area. Meanwhile, 1337 falling asleep there inside that room as Secret Ways just making a push. Not really sure what Trouble was thinking there from 1337. The trades are going to be coming through as 1337 now starting to make a push, trying to defend against Secret Way. Secret Way trying to confirm that into an elimination. They're going to be able to connect here. Love You trying to make a push. There goes one. There goes another. The last player from 1337 trying to get away, but it's not going to be able to, as Secret Way is going to take care of 1337 and get a full reset here.
Absolutely insane for them to be able to do that, but we are not done with the action just yet, Seven, because right now we're switching over to Shockwave as Hitsy gets taken down by Lost. Not what you want to see for the side of Shockwave. BX Brothers light up the elimination feed as well, along with Star Soldiers, who take down 2 from the lineup of Abe. Mano is close enough to secure those eliminations. Only Milas is the last person left. Mano will be able to secure the first of those knocks. Going over as well. I think there's still 1 player left, but they were able to get a revive. Noisy Boys camping on the bridge. Okay.
I don't even think it's camping. I think it's just the only option that they currently have.
I think it's like they're stuck, dude. They can't do anything.
They're like, we can't go anywhere, man. Destined to Rise gets eliminated. As Star Soldier still trying to put on the fight here towards Abby Esports. Abby Esports trying to stay alive with everything they can. Everything within their power. And the Noisy Boys, if they're going to make a push to this, it's going to be near impossible. As not only is it going to be Star Soldiers looking at them, on top of that, you have Kodiak. And on top of that, you have another team here towards... Okay, it's Team Explode. They're currently preoccupied with what's going on there with Secret Way. Nexus Gaming having to play more of a chill role with this match, with everything going on. Kodiak still having players alive too. This could be massive gains for those teams that are within that reach. Star Soldiers though, right now 6 eliminations. You couldn't ask for anything better. You know what? I am gonna ask for something better.
Can't.
Even more placement points. Because right now, if they were to get eliminated, it's at 0. Keep on being a pest there to the Noisy Boys.
That's crazy, Seven. You're asking for too much now. Hold on. Dennis.
I love it.
Dennis, you have 2 bullets left. And you're out. Congratulations. You have no more ammo. Okay, you might be able to pick up some more. Yeah, I mean, you are still in a very lootable area, but down to business, boys and girls. 11 teams left, 32 squads alive. Gringo and Explode deciding, hey, send it to the water. Because we have no other choice. Secret Way, Vinzig Flex. Okay, what's with the V and ZX before Flex? Explain. Show your work. How did we get here?
It was trying to be cute. That's what it was. Maybe it was
I would love to confront some players about that,
actually.
actually.
Look at 7kick allowing their Secret Way to make those rotations. 7kick does end up getting spotted. He doesn't want to take that fight. I wonder if he's starting to worry a little bit more out of being too overextended now that he's been knocked a couple times.
Dude, you peek at this point. If you're on a roof, you're over peeking. Because there's too many angles to watch you. And not only that, we forget there's still a little bit of a high ground just north of the city. And now the zone shifts. Oh my god. I mean, hey, you gave Kodiak a shout out. You said they might be able to do something. And right now they are in a position to do so.
Kodiak needs to be able to regroup where 20 is at, and also to one of the buildings there towards the south, because they'll be able to get just free roam depending on what kind of utility the other teams there towards the left have. They should be able to give free roam and at least free sight on those players moving up. For the Noisy Boys, Nexus is just going to be holding them down. You got Gringo there from Team Explode. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook by being able to scan that QR code right there. Don't miss out on any of the exciting news coming from the game and the esports scene, as Nexus is trying to make it exciting here. Just 2 players, but they need to get this elimination points.
They really, really do. Nexus Gaming just got to hold on as much as they can. They are in the top 4. They just have to not drop the ball in these last couple of games. King might be able to resurface around the same time and around the same place as the Noisy Boys. And the thing is with Oran already there. Oh, is this an area? Yeah. This is where you can climb. Is it? Is it? It doesn't seem like. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, you got to dry yourself off first.
Clean them shoes.
Yeah, be careful.
Okay, Boris Gaming. Okay, this is okay. Now I get a better picture of what's going to be happening here between Kodiak, K1, and Boris Gaming. Honestly, for Kodiak, they just have to make sure they regroup, not too split, which I think they currently are, and look for opportunities to just third party, or if they catch anybody in a rotation, just being able to just cause some damage. That way, meanwhile, BX Brothers taking on Star Soldiers. Knocks and eliminations going their way. Nexus, though. Oh, one of the players is going to end up getting knocked. It's going to be coming down to King now. They cannot allow to leave just yet. Still 10 teams alive in this circle.
23.5 minutes in this game with 28 players. These final circles are going to be mayhem between these teams, because look at, like, for example, that's one angle that Kodiak have to worry about that they didn't think they have to worry about, along with all the lower angles that they have to worry about, all the windows, all the doors. So many different locations to watch out for. 4 players are not enough to scout out this entire area. I am curious to see what Boars do, though, because the second they try to push K1, they will be honestly ripped apart in the open. So they need to either provide a smoke road or make the push onto Bad Boy, take that house on its own. But they will have to be wary of the nades coming out from K1. I'm not sure how they do this outside of getting a knock and going for the push.
For Boars Gaming?
Yeah.
Didn't get a chance to see there. Oh, Abbey Esports eliminated. Didn't get a chance to see for Boars Gaming how much they were in the zone, or if they were just
inside.
The
they're just inside. Yeah, I think they're just inside. No.
Okay.
They might actually have to push.
Yeah,
no, I think they might actually have to push.
Yeah, for Boars, luckily for them, they were able to take fights earlier on, so maybe they have some extra utility, throw down some smokes, use their vehicles, if you have any vehicles to your advantage, and just fully commit there to a fight between K1. But now we're having BX Brothers fully commit to a fight here against Shockwave, if I'm not mistaken. And they need to win this fight. If they win this fight for BX Brothers going into the last 2 matches, they're going to be feeling themselves so good, because now they don't have to really worry about any of the other teams being able to catch up with the point difference that they did have. Shockwave wanting this points, wanting to connect here. Rami barely surviving as Kodiak is wanting to get into the action as well, but Hitsy ends up knocking himself.
And you see, here's the thing, Seven. This is when everything turns to chaos, madness, and carnage. 9 teams, 25 players, 25 minutes into this game. Stage number 7 slowly closing. This is when the players and the teams are going to start dropping like flies, with so many angles to watch out for as well. Getting the knock does not necessarily mean that the elimination will be yours, that the point will be yours. You have to secure it yourself, and securing it yourself means just that much more extra risk. Kodiak, secure another elim, another point. Very valuable at this stage of the tournament. Rami from BX looking for an angle, looking for an opening on Shockwave to try and make a move. Boars somehow get a magnificent line of sight and eliminate 2 members and manage to secure Nexus Gaming out of the tournament right now. I told you they're going to start dropping it like flies. And this is the second team to instantly drop. The third will be sure to follow now. Asuro trying to run in the open. Yen with the AUG on his own from Shockwave, though, trying to hold the line. We can see all these teams. Look at the elimination feed. Kodiak losing members. Secret Way getting eliminations. Gringo out. Boars just cleaning
like
up this coastline.
Here, yeah, I mean, look, right now with a smart play, looking like they're going to be able to get the win. They decided to go towards that cliff area. Right now it's working wonders for them. They didn't necessarily have to take on the fight here with K1.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly what
thought
you
they
want to see.
had to.
BX Brothers is out, too.
Not the best situation to be put in, but hey, Shockwave as well will be biting the dust and going in 5th. But hey, K1 here to cement themselves and hold their ground in the top 4. Boars to hold their ground in that #1 spot in the overall leaderboard. It is Secret Way and Kodiak who need the dub, who need the win, who are in desperate need of this chicken dinner if they are to be within that top 4 as well. And when the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, I still think like K1 will be fine. They don't have to move, and neither does KQ. If anything, when the zone starts shifting slowly for stage 9, I believe it's Kodiak who's going to be in the best spot possible, because Boars will be forced to move as well, and Boars have no cover whatsoever except smokes.
But they do have the numbers here, as Me Model's going to be pushing up and trying to get those angles. He's going to end up getting knocked from this side. Yeah, that's how I was calling it. It ends up happening. Boar being able to use those numbers to their advantage, and now this is the opening that Boars wanted to find. It's not going to be easy, though, as Secret Way is also waiting for them to make that push. And now K1, if there was ever a chance for you guys to just get more control of ground, this is it. Grenades are going to be coming in from Secret Way towards Boars Gaming. Boars Gaming at least now being able to secure even more placement points in this situation. A team that didn't necessarily need those points, now they're making sure that they secure that first place even more. But Secret Way, 10 eliminations right now so far. Cause, a player that we got a chance to see play some of the practice matches, perform really well, now starting to do it here when it matters the most, securing even more eliminations. Is Boars Gaming going to allow them to get a chance there to secure that elimination? Or are they going to be, oh, there you go, Pusher, just wanting to see if we could end up getting revived, decides to peek up. And it's now going to be between Secret Way, Kodiak, Boars Gaming. There's still one player left. And K1 with all their players trying to get all the angles possible.
They do have the numbers. And are you kidding me? If Hoopsman was able to go back and regroup with Havlik. I thought Boars were down to 1 member. And Kodiak kick going in for this elimination onto Bad Boy, who's too far away from his team. And K1 will lose a member, and Me Model peaks. You are standing on top of the wall in this city finish and expecting no one to peek you. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And another loss for K1. Another member goes down. You mentioned these guys were a full stack. They were a full 4. They were a full force. They should have had the numbers and the ability to take this chicken dinner at the end. But Boars, are you kidding me? They turn this around. Somehow.
Now starting to make a push there. Secret Way still going to be close by. Slonic with K1. They still have 3 players to their name. Going to be looking to get some angles here. Boars Gaming was at least able to get Foosman and Havlik. And to be honest, it might not be Tulika, which is usually renowned as the best player for this team. Foosman has been the player that has been able to get all the MVPs for Boars Gaming, at least in the finals. Secret Way now having some freedom to work with. Now that the Kodiak player is gone, Havlik's going to go down to a grenade. Foosman is going to start throwing some grenades going towards the K1 players that are stuck within the zone, that are going to have to cross this road if they want to make it towards them. And now, in a way, Foosman is stuck as well here in between these 2 buildings.
I am not sure how he managed to actually get there in the first place, but a lot of nades will do some damage. He is still in the zone, walks outside. Okay, might be able to get the elimination onto Raze. Hello, Foopsman! Someone peeks him. It is Cause out of nowhere. And he will secure the 11th elimination for the team. And now he's down in a 1v2. Nate comes in through the window. Should be able to eliminate him as well. That should be the elimination secured. Are they actually going to go for the push? Yes, they are. Slonic with the nade secures it. And K1 gets themselves a chicken dinner. But the fact that Secret Way had a lot of eliminations, Boars making it towards the top 3 as well at the end there. Again, so many different storylines affected by this kind of end game. And again, it's not clear who are going to be the top 4 at the end of this one, but it's getting more and more exciting now.
You cannot allow yourself to have a bad game here, especially as we're going to be going into the last 2 matches after what we just saw, what happened in Erangel. Good performances, though. We got to give praise here to K1 being able to come out on top with that win, on top of that Boars Gaming being able to secure even more points to hopefully push themselves across that 100-point mark. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen, and we'll get a chance to break down this Erangel match after this break.
Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूँ शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वाव मैप क्रिएटर हूँ और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूँ।
हेलो
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वाव मैप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वाव मैप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वाव मैप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वाव मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तब ही आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव मैप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर्स जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
hi everyone. My name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabs the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twists and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
Welcome back to the PMCO EEU 2025, the final day of it, and boy, hasn't been exciting.
Yes, sir.
7WG joined alongside Sandstorm. Sandstorm, teams that have been needed to step up, they're stepping up here in the final matches.
That they are, and the leaderboard, it's getting tighter and tighter in terms of the points and how close they are. And we demanded that the teams at the lower side of the leaderboard perform, and they have been time and time again. And we're seeing the MVP from the last game from Secret Way. It is Cause with 8 eliminations and 1.2k damage at the end of that game. Secret Way, who I believe have maybe been around the 10 or 11th mark in terms of placement in the overall leaderboard. This game might have changed things for them. It should have, I want to say, increased their chances of getting closer to the top 4. But again, because of some of those top 4 teams also still performing, it is still quite a difficult thing for those teams at the bottom to catch up. But hey, with 2 games left, this is when it's time for Chaos 7. This is when it's time for hot drops and not really caring much about the rest of the game. It's like, okay, it's time to have some fun. You want the chaos,
For some
you want
teams,
the carnage?
For some teams,
Yes,
for some teams, it
obviously,
becomes
yes.
even more pressure. It becomes even more intense as they could be there within just 1 point of making it into the top 4. But yeah, we have to wait and see what's going to be happening there with the overall. We didn't get a chance to see it throughout that whole match, which I actually enjoy. Everybody in the chat was asking, show the overall, show the leaderboard. No. Start doing some math on your head because I like the suspense building up. I like the moves that are going to be happening here within the overall as well, because some of the top teams, I mean, we saw Boars Gaming there at the end. By the way, Boars Gaming, I got to give you mad props on that rotation. I really thought with the aggressiveness that they were going to go with, I thought that they were just going to crash onto K1. They were like, no, we don't have to do that. By the way, this are the match statistics there from the last match. But continuing on here with Board Gaming, they decided to take a different route. The route towards playing that rich there, it kind of worked out for them. Even though they didn't end up getting the win, it did end up securing them even more elimination points. And honestly, at that stage, that's what you want to end up getting.
Exactly, and what you want to end up getting is the most eliminations and the most damage, which is what Cause did. Bad Boy 327 meter eliminations as well, and Foops, man, with the rotations, yeah, we saw that from the sides of Boars, and you know, you talked about it as well, them being able to hug that shoreline for as long as possible. Trying to cross at the end there was not going to happen with those smokes and them not having any cover whatsoever, just out in the open with so many teams in the end. And we said, with it being kind of a city finish like that, it becomes incredibly difficult just because of so many angles, so many windows that you have to watch. you need a lot of utility, especially in those final moments. But now we're having a quick look at the match ranking, how many points each team was able to secure in that last game. 17 for Secret Way are going to be huge, but when we're talking about the teams in the top 4, BX Brothers, Nexus Gaming, they weren't able to perform. The only one that was able to was K1. So they are actually increasing it.
I feel like for BX Brothers, they had to be happy there with those 5 points that they were able to gather during that match, because remember, they in the previous match, the overall they were able to create a bit of a lead between 3rd place and 4th place as they were in that 2nd place. So for any points that they're able to get at this point of the tournament, at this point of the finals, I think they'll just be happy with being able to collect even those 5 points. If they continue to do that, unless we see some crazy pop-up performances from some of the other matches going into the last 2 matches, I think it might be a little bit too much to be able to catch up onto BX Brothers. And BX Brothers still wants to be there in contention towards that 1st place, even though that 1st place from Boars Gaming, it feels like they're just taking it and running away with it like if they were Usain Bolt. But you know what? We can talk about the overall. We can talk about all that stuff. I want to see what's going to be happening with the overall after this best moments, after we remember what happened with K1 there, being able to get the win and all the, by the way, Star Soldiers. The way Star Soldiers was able to play this match, at least continue to get some more points their way. That's what you want to see. 7 points their way. And it was all from eliminations.
Once again, they were able to get as many of them as they could in those final moments of the game. And we managed to catch a glimpse of how boards were also taken care of when it comes to the end game of that previous one on Erangel. The second one, but don't worry, it's not the last one, because we do have 6 games today. So we will end the stream with Erangel as well. But next map, of course, it's going to be your boy's favorite. It's going to be Miramar. So that means, you know, shades on. We're getting ready. Game number 5. And of course, boys and girls, the usual, let me know. Tell us, inform us, comment on the stream. Let us know who's going to take that chicken dinner. And you know what? Now you can kind of start to apply who's going to win PMCO EEU 2025. You know what? That's what I want to see right now. Do we really? Is it? I don't know.
If it ain't Boards Gaming, that's going to be the biggest throw of my life.
Honestly, yeah. You see, that's the thing. I don't want to say it because I went a little bit ham with the predictions on Sanhok. I was like, no. It's going to be Boards. They're going to
I'm good with predictions, baby. I'm good.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, all of a sudden, they were the first to die out of the 6 teams. So I can't give you that full-on guarantee, but I can give you game number 5, Plain Path 7.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Another match that we're not going to get a chance to see the overall. So the suspense is just going to keep on going, as we do have a bit of a Eastern, not a bit, a very solid Eastern plane path here from Puerto Paraíso to Torre Ahumada. Let's see who's going to be going to Los Leones, as we have seen 3 teams, up to 3 teams land in Los Leones and try to do a bit of a hot drop, but doesn't necessarily end up being a hot drop. With Los Leones being so big, they're able to kind of work their way out. And the main question for me on this match is going to be, are we going to get any water on the first circle, and how much water are we going to get?
Not a lot, please. Come on, we're getting sick and tired of the water. Come on, PUBG Mobile, give us a... You know what? Actually, yeah. I mean, the players may be sick and tired of the water. I'm not. I'm also not sick and tired of the hot drops, because we see it happening again. 1337 and Destined to Rise on Impala. So that seems to be something that's repeating itself between these 2 teams. It's happened in the first Miramar, and it's happening once again in this one. Boars towards the likes of Puerto Paraíso, so they should be very, very chill with no one around them. Tulika split, and the zone does give us some water, and it does answer our request 7. So we'll take that, and we'll also jump into the action between 1337 and Destined to Rise. For that, we're going to have a quick peek at Nebuni. Okay, with a Winchester. Okay, I want to see a Winnie in use.
He's waiting for it. He's really debating. He's like, yeah, you know what? I don't think I'm going to go for that Winchester. I think I'll go maybe for that SMG instead. Play it a little bit safer. Sometimes it happens. I have seen it one time where we do end up seeing some interactions there with the Winchester, but 1337, a team that, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen here with them. Honestly, at this point, I don't know what the overall is going to be looking like, so I'm just going to stop talking about it until we see it there towards the end. 1337 trouble, though. Getting in trouble, as Ralph is going to be able to come clutch there with that grenade from the sky. Oh my God,
Silence. Oh my God, yeah. I didn't think that Ralph was going to be able to do that. But okay, the damage is still ridiculous on the side of 1337, despite the fact that they were able to get 2 eliminations. But losing 2 members, being able to revive one, sure, you will be able to have a small recovery. But you need to wrap up this fight quickly. Misses that first pump, instantly switches over to the Uzi. And now destined to rise, trying to push together at the same time. Keep in mind, they did not finish the 2 members that were currently knocked down. They are focused on eliminating the last 2 members. They will let the other players bleed out. It's fine, as long as they still keep it a 2v2. Woodson trying to heal himself up with a couple of bandages.
Oh.
Kawara just standing there. Not sure what the decision was there, but instantly 1337 go for the push. 2v1 get taken down, and Ralph may have lost the 3rd member, but he takes down the final 4th of 1337. Flashes himself, us, and every single person on the stream. I don't know what we did to deserve that, but we get it. You got them. They're dead, bro. They're
What?
dead. Okay,
I'm still
dead. They're
I'm
dead.
still
They're
fresh.
dead.
I
They're
can't see
dead.
anything. What's going on? Tell me, Santhor.
He's still throwing utility.
I don't know what message they're trying to send there, as both of those teams, I mean,
Are not
depending on what
making
happens
it.
with
That's the
overall.
problem. That's the problem. They're not close to making it, so I don't understand.
We don't know. We don't know. Maybe it's just bragging
What
rights,
doing?
I guess. I don't even know, to be honest.
It's okay. You guys didn't make it, but we didn't make it either. It's fine. What's the point of
Let's
that?
throw flashbangs at each other. Team Modern's one of those teams that also they were a little bit further away, currently driving through here. Meanwhile, Destined to Rise, the only player alive from that team, is just going to be chilling and being patient. At 1337, there was so many fans there of 1337 too watching the stream. I feel like dreams are just continuing to be crushed here
my
as
God.
Ralph continuing a bit on a wreckage there, and it's finally stopped. Okay,
There's no more
Ralph,
flashing,
calm
huh?
down. It was trying to be like Wreck-It Ralph.
Wreck-It Ralph got wrecked.
Hey, yo.
Hey, we quick with it. You know this.
Hey, yeah. Ronaldinho,
Yes,
though. Man,
sir.
this is a team. We're talking about teams that we expected to see a lot more. Man, this is a team that kind of let me down a little bit. Team Modern.
Yeah, I want to say I
Great
barely
plays
saw
and
anything
solo
from them.
plays as well, but here in the finals, just not being able to put up those plays to fruition.
It is one of those teams that has unfortunately not been able to play up to the level that we expected in the finals, considering the performance that they had in the semis. Team Explode, though, another one of those teams that I'm still keeping an eye out for. And now production has decided, nah. No results for the talents, no results for the viewers. They're keeping us all on the edge of our seats, and I love that.
We're all gonna be blind, ladies and gentlemen. So for everybody currently watching and tuning in, want to see yo, show the results, show the overall real quick. I want to see what it's
No.
like. No.
No, yet.
Production is
Nah.
gonna show it at the end, not right now, not during the match, not at the end of next match. Maybe at the end of the next match, because we'll have to, but not during that next match.
I mean, hey, if you follow us, maybe you might know the result. Maybe, just saying.
If
give
you're
it a-
really good at
give it a
math,
shot.
yeah, scan that QR code. Follow us on TikTok.
Yeah.
Go for it. There's a lot of cool stuff happening in TikTok. Nexus Gaming. I mean, Nexus Gaming is one of those teams, man. I'm hoping they don't end up losing a player early on. It's been such a pattern for this team. You hate to see it because they were there within the top 4 last time we got a chance to see the overall. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in this one. But anything can happen. It could come down to just one play, as Team Modern said. It's Team Modern chasing Nexus Gaming. Nexus, this is not what you wanted to happen. Big split right now from Nexus. You cannot afford to lose this players. Team Modern has absolutely nothing to lose. Flavius being able to spot one, trying to get there the confirmed elimination, and he's going to be able to at least get 1 point. Where is the rest of the team? They're currently in vehicles trying to make it here, but can they get here in time, Sandstorm?
I'm not sure if they can, because the nades coming in towards King now do a lot of damage. Not able to take him down just yet, but EXO is here for some backup. One of the players of Nexus ends up being on the roof, so this could be something that they could use to their advantage in this fight. Members of Modern. Ronaldinho decides to do exactly the same thing and play on the roof. His nades could be what gives the opening to the side of, oh my god, of the side of Team Modern, but instead, he's the one that gets knocked down. He's the one that becomes the opening knock.
This is good
for the side of Nexus.
For Nexus Gaming.
It really is. Can they take down Modern without losing a single member? EXO first to go down. Will the finish be there? Yes, it will, instantly. And this is where the problem comes in. This is where the mistakes happen. They lost one member. Will they lose more? It's still a 3v2. Close range with those shotguns. The numbers don't really count for anything. Throwing
Team
smokes
Modern now trying to make a bit of a thorn here on the path of Nexus Gaming. Nexus Gaming needs to be able to win this fight. This is very important in regards to the overall. There you go, being able to trade one of those players. Goksana being on top. He's going to drop down. He's going to be able to connect there with a shot. Not enough to be able to get the knock. Now starting to make the push. This is going to be the last player standing for Team Modern.
Oh!
To be able to win this. It's not going in their favor. They need to be able to clutch up Goksana with the slightest of HP. Surviving so far. Trying to survive a little bit longer, but Flavius, there you go. Finally being able to spot that player. They're going to at least be able to get 3 players up for Nexus Gaming. Huge fight. A fight they needed to win. A fight that they were willing to sacrifice at least EXO for it, but 4 massive points. And that's why they're continuing to just shoot at the boxes.
I want to say beautiful decision making by Flavius, because he knew if he tried to go up the stairs, the player can just jump down, and then it just becomes a little dance between the two. So he just goes outside, gets a wide enough angle that is able to just get that one bullet, secures it. Beautifully played. Now we set our sights to Secret Way. After they got themselves 11 eliminations in the previous game, they are on the coast, heading towards the likes of Impala and a bit further towards the south, trying to avoid as many teams as possible. But I want to see if they are still going to be able to collect a couple of eliminations on their way. Hold on, Noisy Boys might be the ones to eliminate them, though, because Falcon is ready, so is Kenzor, so are the rest of the boys. Flex, not sure what you're doing with the car. You can see, I mean, guys, literally the first person on the team saw that there was a squad there, and we decided to dance around them. No. Run and play from a better position. Don't force the fight. Exactly. Okay, Secret Way make the right decision to continue moving, and they get themselves into a compound without losing any members, I want to say. Okay, they lost one. Only knocked. Okay, they lost it. Okay. And he's got. And it's got.
And that's all she wrote. As Secret Way is going to end up losing one player. Abby Esports trying to find some kind of living here. Trying to see if they could possibly find at least a defibrillator so they can shot themselves back alive in regards to the way of the overall leaderboard. Because the last time we got a chance to see them, they were just so far away from the top 4. But anything can happen here. Boards Gaming is going to be finding somebody from the Noisy Boys. And the Noisy Boys, a team that was definitely in contention there for the top 4. They cannot allow themselves to get into a fight and lose players early on just like that. And they're starting to lose even more. This is not what you want out of the Noisy Boys. Boards Gaming has nothing to lose here, as they were sitting pretty in the first place last time we saw the overall. And they're continuing to be aggressive. They're not wanting the Noisy Boys to get that pickup.
Noisy Boys, you got to get the revive onto Kenzor. Do not allow yourself to lose a member this early in the game. It is way too early for you to lose a member, especially at this distance as well. So the smokes are there. They give themselves the cover, and Boars know they can't really push. There's no need for them to push. Not this far out, even if you get a knock. But still, that doesn't stop Pusher from just unleashing all the bullets. He has over 300, so yeah, he can go all day.
That's right. Secret Way, though, trying to find a way here onto the finals, onto the top 4 spots, but it's going to be harder now that they're currently working with 3, the same of the likes of the Noisy Boys. They're only just working with 3 players. They were at least able to pick up that second player, so that's good to see. Good recovery from this team, and don't forget to follow us on Instagram by scanning that QR code on your screen. There's some cool gifts, not just exciting news of what's happening with the game. There is some cool gifts as well, and you don't miss out on any of the action. Kodiak getting into a fight there from what I was able to see with K1. that could have massive implications towards the overall leaderboard. Who's gonna make it into the top 4? The suspense is just gonna be killing us here going into the final match, as well as we don't know where these players are gonna be standing. Kodiak right now with 4 players alive, trying to work on the rotation, trying to make it in while getting shot at. Hopefully none of them ends up getting caught. We've seen in the past, and the Noisy Boys end up fighting Secret Way as well. And it's Shockwave who's trying to make it a little bit harder here for Kodiak.
And Kodiak, the team that excelled previously in the semifinals with a record-setting performance on their first day. We are yet to see that level of performance from them again in the grand finals. We've seen them a couple of times with decent fights, but not at the same level that they were at before. Not to the same level of positioning that they were at before. They showed us that once in the first game of Erangel. Outside of that, it kind of just slowed down, I want to say, for the team. And it slowed down at the worst time possible, when you should be going for that final push to get closer to the top 4. Kodiak seemed to be lifting their foot off the gas a little bit. Or maybe they're just running on fumes at this point. Not sure which one it is, but I am sure that Explode might not survive until the end of this game, because Secret, if they have their way with them, they will take them all down.
It might end up taking them all down, but one team that's currently getting taken down, even though we don't get any chance to see it. I hate to do it. I hate having to call out stuff there from the elimination feed, but we have to, considering what's currently at stake. BX Brothers taking down some players from K1. K1 trying to follow up on their performance that they were able to have recently. Especially, I believe it was in the last Erangel that we have had. They were able to put up good numbers. But I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. Yeah, the last one, they were able to get that win. And you connect there with that grenade. Oh, Race having to force himself out of the way as he saw possibly a grenade coming his way. Masca and Team Explode gaining all these angles. But as the circle closes more and more and more, is going to allow for some teams to possibly end up third-partying. Nexus and the Noisy Boys getting into a fight as well. Meanwhile, we're just focusing here. There you go. Switching it over to the Nexus. Nexus now up to 6 eliminations to their name. Still with 3 players alive. This is the game that we wanted to see out of Nexus. Even if they don't have all the 4 players, collect as many points as you can.
Hold on to that top 4 spot that you have right now. Just 2 more games are what we ask of you. 2 more games. Prove to us why you deserve to be here. Prove to us why you deserve to take one of those top 4 spots and qualify to PMSL EU.
Waiting for it. Saw 7 kick there from Kodiak getting knocked as well. We'll see if he ended up getting back up, or if he's gonna get flushed out. BX Brothers wanting to maintain themselves there within the top 4. We don't know what's gonna happen, but they know that they are within range of wanting to go to the PMSL EU. 2 eliminations going their way. And what are some of the other teams gonna be doing, right? Some of the teams that have nothing to lose, San.
You see, that's the thing. I don't know what they will be doing.
It too.
Like, in certain situations, I don't even know what the IGL is going to be thinking, or what are the decisions they're going to be taking. Are they thinking about the big picture? Are they thinking about the fact that, you know, like, are they qualifying or not? Or do they just think about the game at hand, regardless of the result? I would love to know, depending on the team. Yeah. But I guess we'll find that out maybe a little bit later if we get a chance to talk to the players, or, you know, whether it's on stream, off stream, social media. As you know, it's just a way to get into the mindset of the player, to try and understand them a little bit more. But we'll get back to that later, because right now I'm trying to understand how Nexus are going to be able to finish off those last couple of eliminations before moving on, and how Kodiak will be able to secure the eliminations onto Shockwave, considering the fact that they knocked 2, but they also have Kick that's knocked down, so they can't realistically just go for this push instantly.
Kodiak still with all 4 players alive. 7 kick is currently down on health. The grenade is going to be coming through. Is this going to be able to connect? It'll be massive for this team. One is going to be close by.
Oh!
Not even able to spot that. But they are right there for the trade. Me Model is going to be eliminated. Now it's down to 3. 1 knock from Kodiak. Gunners are gonna have to come out on top. There you go. Lost coming out clutch against Shockwave. These are important points. Not other for Kodiak, but for Shockwave as well. And meanwhile, BX Brothers just trying to be a bit of a spoiler here, as they're just overlooking at this fight. It's gonna be taking shots there to Shockwave. He's gonna be able to connect. That is it. Gonna be one player there for Charles, a player that was able to get the MVP in previous matches. But now their focus is going to be switching over, because guess what? It's going to be none other than Boars Gaming and wanting to take over this high ground. And that's a team that you definitely need to fully focus on.
Yep. Definitely can't allow them to just run amok and get all the eliminations. And it looks like Boars might be wanting to take this fight with them on the southern side of the zone. 18 minutes have passed and we have 10 teams still with 30 players. Charles, you got to be careful. You don't want to fall down now. Okay, is he gonna hit it off the hood and it bounces off and gets the eliminations? I mean, it bounces off and does a little bit of damage to Havlik and Pusher, but not enough to put them on their knees just yet. Uh-oh. No, Charles! Okay, Charles, you might want... Oh my god, no, Charles. No. You do not lose the high ground, not at this point in time. This is not a mistake that you want to be making. Boars don't know this as well, which is very, very lucky for the BX Brothers and for Charles.
He's getting away with it.
Oh, I can't believe he actually got away with that. He got away with it.
Kodiak,
That's insane.
I mean, to be fair though, Kodiak ended up getting benefited by BX Brothers on that high ground, helping them out with Shockwave with what happened. BX Brothers putting on the pressure here to Boars Gaming. I actually enjoy this out of BX Brothers, even if for some reason they ended up losing the fight. I enjoy that they're making sure that they make teams back up. This is the confidence that you want to have, especially in situations that you're currently at, because now you're forcing Boars Gaming to push up towards K1, and you should be able to third party this fight, as Boars Gaming finding themselves there with just Havlik alive. They were forced to rotate blindly, and now they're having to pay for it. Being able to switch guns right there. Havlik clutching up for his team, securing some more eliminations going his way, as BX Brothers trying to get some off angles here on KV Sports.
They are trying to take the fight to them, but Cave, strict, goes for the push with Pudinho. He will be able to go down. Actually, BX Brothers respond in perfect fashion, securing 3 out of the lineup. Actually, no, they secure all 4, and they get their 8th elimination. BX Brothers continue to build on the momentum that we've seen in day 1, and with Boars suffering and only having 1 player left in Havlik, if I'm not mistaken. No, hold on.
They were able to get the revive. Yeah,
yo, they only lost 1? That's insane. They only lost 1 player. I don't think they're able to get the full squad back, but still, beautiful to have that recovery and to have 3 survive after all that chaos.
With KV Sports pushing up on BX Brothers, it forced BX Brothers to stop any type of third party in there on the fight going on between Boars Gaming and K1. And it allowed them to just get a bit of a pickup here. But now for BX Brothers, yes, you have 8 eliminations. You're going to have to fully focus here on a team, especially if you have them at a disadvantage, which at this point, Boars Gaming is in regards to high ground. Maybe Looney's not going to be able to get an angle on that, but they did have another player that was getting an angle. There you go. Rami is the one I was thinking of. Boars Gaming. I can't believe they got away with that, Sandstorm, as now the Noisy Boys is going to end up getting eliminated here in 8th place.
That they are, and I mean, I don't think we have to worry about BX Brothers for the rest of this tournament. That's for sure. Okay, we might have to worry about them now. Maybe just now. Just for a little bit. But Rami knocked down by one of the members of Boars. I don't think the finish will be there. But hey, Boars very happy with the fact that they're able to recover there still. The zone comes in. It should be shifting. Ooh, shifts to the center, which means that still BX Brothers will have a little bit of a high ground. Abe Esports moving in from the eastern side. North will be completely controlled by KZ. If KZ are able to control that high ground in the middle, that could be their game, and it could be massive for them.
Yeah. Look how quickly, too, Kodiak decided to just end up leapfrogging, I guess, in a way, Star Soldiers. This positioning for Kodiak isn't really going to end up helping them fully whenever we do end up getting the next circle, because I highly doubt that they will be within that circle. But for Star Soldiers, it might end up working out for them, too, as this fights continue on. Boars Gaming trying to find a way out of here as they just got super blessed with third party and all the fights going on between KV Sports, BX Brothers, themselves, K1, allowing them to maintain at least 3 players alive. And they have plenty of utility too. They have plenty of grenades, but not enough smokes. I'm not seeing enough smokes with the position that they're currently at. They definitely need those smokes. IB Esports now making the push there a little bit more towards the center of the circle. And BX Brothers, what are you going to be doing here now that you are going to be forced to rotate out of this high ground? Do you rotate now or do you wait a little bit longer? The answer to that question will have to wait.
Well, I don't think we're going to have to wait that much longer, 7. I'd say about 7 minutes, maybe.
Is this going to hit? Is this going to hit?
Oh, hold on. Oh, no.
Oh,
Okay.
too far.
He
Too far.
cooked it.
It's
Yeah,
all
he
right.
cooked it.
Readjusted. He still got 4.
Right.
Let's see.
Yeah, he cooked it too much. Tulika's like, okay, I'm just going to try and dodge those nades. Okay, so it must just be like an instant throw, it seems.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it takes too long. And then, oh, no, hold on. That one
More
did some
nades.
damage. Yeah, car's on fire. And he doesn't want to shoot it because he knows that there might be a lot. Well, there's a lot of angles. Look at all the air. Yeah. I want to say Abe Esports are also going to be ones that threaten Looney if he decides to peek. But still, there's 4 members of BX. And they will not be forced to move just yet. They have to use that high ground to their advantage as much as they can before making the move off that high ground.
Something here, though, Sam. They're wasting way too much utility here on Boars Gaming on just one player, too. As the other 2 players are just waiting patiently. They need to make something happen with all that utility use. There you go.
As long as they're able to recover it, maybe. Finally, the knock onto Tulika gives them the opening that they might need. Charles and Suro in a much better position to be helpful here. And also, maybe even stop Boars Gaming from pressuring them. But Charles goes down. A nade from Havlik might just change things up here for the Boars lineup. But hey, Charles has Suro. They are playing as a duo, so the revive should be there. Unless that nade just completely wipes them both.
I mean, Looney's not going to be able to get any angles on anything because you mentioned it earlier. As soon as he gets up, everybody's going to be shooting at him. Let's see what the next circle is going to be working with. KC ended up doing exactly what you wanted them to do. And they will be working with the high ground and just full control. The only team, I guess, in a way that is currently inside this circle, I mentioned Kodiak, is going to have a hard push and a hard to figure out where they're going to be going here. The shots from BX Brothers are going to be coming down to Board Gaming. Abbey Esports as well on the outskirts. Secret Way Cost as well on the outskirts. This is going to be a battle with the terrain that we're currently working with. Havlik being able to spot the players from BX Brothers and causing some damage as it's just 2 players left from Boars Gaming.
Havlik has no fear right now. He was able to clutch up at the end there and save his team. And once again, when he was needed, he was able to rescue them. And Havlik just again lets it rip. 3 eliminations so far to his name. 6 for the team. 7 squads alive. The 7th circle is moving. Meaning that those teams outside the zone will not be allowed to chill there any longer. Lune! Oh my God. Okay, that the fact that he survived there. I am not sure. Oh wait, hold on. You see Rogo. Yes, you see him. Go. Yeah, but obviously don't. You're outside the zone. You're outside the zone. Why would you open fire? I mean, hey. You got the knock, but Havlik was there, and so was the zone, and it does a little bit too much damage at this point. But I mean, BX Brothers still have 10 eliminations at this point. Are they gunning for that #1 spot that the Boars are currently holding? Is that what's happening right now?
They're definitely gunning for that spot, but I mean, it's going to be hard to take over, especially when you still have Boars Gaming alive and putting up good performances, putting up good numbers. Boars Gaming right now with 7 eliminations to their name. And Havlik is just going to be pinned in this little shack right here. Remember all that utility that BX Brothers was able to use earlier? That I was a little bit worried that they should have saved it. It would have been perfect right here as you have Havlik pretty much stuck in a place. He's not going to be able to go anywhere, and I think he's going to be conceding the point. Smart play there by Havlik, conceding the point to the play zone instead of giving it to BX Brothers. They know that they might be in contention, trying to take over that #1 spot. And now Charles is going to be the last man standing for BX Brothers. Abby Esports does have 3 left alive. KC has a lot to work with. Last time we got a chance to check out the overall, KC was one of those teams that didn't really seem like they were going to be fighting for it. But hey, anything can happen. They have already gotten a win today. If they could get another win, we don't know how that overall is going to be affected. Star Soldiers as well trying to collect some points here. They are collecting the placement points, but the elimination points aren't there just yet.
No, they're not. But what is there is Miramar peeking on the side of Abe. And Abe managing to get that flank onto the first member of KZ. They are going for a 1-for-1 trade. KZ, not the way I thought it was going to be going. I thought you had this high ground. I thought you had everything under control. But it turns out Abe is throwing a wrench in the works that KZ has been putting in the last couple of minutes. 0 eliminations to their name. You cannot be top 6 with 0 eliminations. And now Moxie goes down. Barely any HP on only at this point. Forced to heal. Cannot peek. Will be taken down. Abe Esports know that they have to revive at this point. Rogo should be the one that's actually providing cover. Gets pushed and only's out. 6th place with no eliminations for KZ. Given that they still made it here, yes, but the 0 eliminations is definitely going to hurt them, and it's not going to put them in a good spot. Secret Way, based off of the game that they had last time, and the fact that they're pushing here is massive. But Star Soldiers and Abe have a chance to do something magical here. But oh my God, it's also 0 elims. They're all 0 elims here, 7. This is it's a chicken dinner with no seasoning.
That's
what
the
is
main
this
problem. They need to back it up with those points, and as they're trying to, Charles is now just getting some off angles. Even this player right here from Kodiak, that's another team that was in contention there for the top 4. They have at least some eliminations to back it up, because if you end up getting eliminated, what we saw with KC just now, yes, you get at least 2 placement points, but you could have gotten so much more if you back it up with those eliminations. That's why that's one of my favorite points to always mention. Abby Esports, bad boy. He knows that somebody's going to be right here. Is that Renee going to be able to connect? He's going to be able to spot him. There you go. Easy pickings for bad boy. Make it 10. Why don't you? This is the Abby Esports that we've been wanting to see, and they're showing up massively here in the second to last game of this PMCO EEU Finals. The last game is going to be coming through shortly, but we're still on this one. We have to wait and see what's going to be happening here between Abby Esports, Star Soldiers, and Kodiak, because Kodiak is still alive. Kodiak is collecting those placement points.
That they are. They're just trying to inch closer and closer. And the thing is, with Abe having this many eliminations, it could have a massive impact on the leaderboard. We're going to have to wait and find out once we get an eye on it after this game is done. On the side of Abe Esports, you have to realize you need to take the fight. You cannot be playing like this the whole time. And that's what they've been doing. That's how they secured those 10 eliminations. They know that they need to be a little bit more proactive. They're throwing smokes. They're trying to get themselves a little bit of cover and see if they can push all together. 20 playing just to ruin everyone else's day. But he finally goes down. Star Soldiers, 2 players left. And Abe looking to get themselves 12 eliminations, looking for 22 points at the end. Rogo, why'd you turn around? Rogo, you saw him. And now it's a 1v3. They know exactly where he is. He goes down, and Abe finally show up in game number 11 of the finals with 1 game to go. But good Lord, I want to see the overall. I have to see the overall. This is mad. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is silly.
Abby Esports, with that win, they're definitely going to be pushing up the leaderboard, but it might not be enough. They need to be able to back it up here in this next match. The good thing for Abby, though, that we have to mention, that we were mentioning in regards to some of the other teams, in regards to the opposite for some of the other teams, was Abby was able to get the eliminations. They got that seasoning that you were asking for. They were able to back it up, and Bad Boy being the MVP there with 5 eliminations, 880 damage. This is what that team needs. This is the performances that that team needs, but it's just not going to be enough with just 1 game there. They need to be able to duplicate this going into the last Erangel.
The last Erangel, which will tell us everything we need to know about these past 2 weeks. Who are the strongest 4 teams? But right now we're looking at the strongest player from that last game, and it was Bad Boy. 880 damage with 5 eliminations. Incredible performance from him. But once again, the question remains, is it enough, and can they do more? Can they do more in the final game? That's what I like. Everything leads to that overall leaderboard before we jump into the last game to know exactly which teams to focus on, which teams are within range, and which teams are just going to say, it's fine. We're just going to send it.
Yeah, this is the suspense, the not being able to see the overall here. No worry, viewers, you guys are getting killed with the pressure too. We are as well. I'm over here just wondering, okay, which teams do we need to focus on going into this last one? Which fights are really gonna end up mattering here? Because I mean, if we see a bottom team fighting there towards the top, it could just be that one fight. It could just be that 1 point. It could just be that one elimination. We can see here the match, the Texas, the breakdown of what happened in the last one. But going back to it, it's good to see Kodiak being able to get at least in a top 5 situation, even if it was with one player. Once again, that team showing me that they were still able to survive somehow. I was expecting them not being able to survive, especially with the rotation that they had to work there. One player left alive, gets into a top 3 situation. That's good points for that team. But did they have enough eliminations to back it up? Did they have enough points total to make sure they are there within striking distance?
I want to say, when I saw the end game and the fact that multiple teams had 0 eliminations, just it gave me an idea of the way that they're playing, which is way too incredibly passive, which is the complete opposite, again, depending on which team you are. But if you're a team like KZ, who's in desperate need of points, you cannot be passive in your playstyle.
Yep.
You have to go for those eliminations. And look at that. They were 5th, but 2 points, and that's all they got. 10th in terms of points gathered in that last game. But BX Brothers, Kodiak, we've seen them twice in a row now, in this game and in the last game, with a decent amount of eliminations and placement points. Same for Kodiak. But Abe Esports, it's like they finally got their wake-up call for the finals.
That's right. Maybe a little bit too late. We don't know for Abe Esports, because just to remember what happened in the last match before this one, did they get just 2 points? Their performance in Erangel haven't actually been quite there. For everybody, by the way, for all the fans of 1337, for all the fans of Team Explode, KV Sports, we don't know currently where they're at. We don't know if to me, I feel like they just really haven't been able to do much. They've been able to get a minimal amount of points. Like in this last one, 1337, able to get 3 points. That's just not going to be enough with what Abe Esports is being able to do here with the consistency now we're starting to see in regards to Kodiak. And on top of that, we have BX Brothers and Boars Gaming, the top 2 teams, still being alive there towards the end and getting a bunch of elims.
A bunch of elims is what they need in this last game as well, Seven. So many. Like, they have to start fighting from the very beginning of the game for the likes of Abe. I'm basing it off of quick math, right? They were around like 35, 36 points before coming into that last game, along with 22. That puts them around like 56, 57-ish. And I want to say the top 4 teams were around like 63, 64, something like that. So they would need the chicken dinner. They would still need the chicken dinner without adding any of the points that the top 4 teams got. But again, this is all guesstimations. This is right in front of us right now. That's facts. Cold hard facts. And it's the fact that Havlik is a beast. 21 eliminations, 4.2k damage so far, compared to Looney's 18 eliminations and 3.7k damage. And you can see the headshot difference between Looney and Havlik, though.
And I'm gonna take a wild guess and assume that this is gonna be just for both days combined, with Havlik being able to get those 21 elims. And also, the main difference for me has to be that survival time. My goodness, Havlik being able to just have more than an hour survival time on the other player there from BX Brothers, that's massive. That just goes to show how consistent Boars Gaming as a whole has been, and also Havlik for his team has been able to put up even those placement points, if any, that they need him to put up. But for BX Brothers, for Boars Gaming right here going into this last match, with the way that you guys have been able to perform, in my head, I'm going to say those are 2 teams that are definitely secure in regards to getting those spots to the PMSL EU. I don't know who's going to end up first place. I don't know who's going to end up second place. Now, as we go towards the other side, right, as we go towards teams that are going to be fighting there between top 4, I feel like the third place and the fourth place, I'm not going to mention any teams, but that is going to definitely be shifting around as everybody's more than likely going to be just close within eliminations. It could end up coming just to that 1 point.
It really can. With the amount of teams that are currently contesting for top 4, top 5, it's going to be incredibly close. And I feel like we're going to have a couple of surprise changes along the way, especially in that last game. And, you know, at the moment, as it stands, we do know Boars and BX Brothers, because of their consistent performance and the ridiculous amount of eliminations that they got, those two teams should be fine. The question remains, who are the other two teams that are within, I guess, the top 4 right now, and can they hold on? We know that, you know, K1, Kodiak, Nexus, they were close. Star Soldiers, Secret Way, they had a couple of good games today as well, so they could be close. Abe after that chicken dinner, I'm not sure, honestly. They might need a chicken. They might need like a chicken dinner with points. And I want to say when we get to like maybe 7th, 8th, 9th, this is when we need a chicken dinner plus miracle plus lack of points for the other teams. And obviously, the lower that you go in the leaderboard, the higher and more impossible the miracle becomes.
I think for any of those teams that were in contention, it has to come down to a chicken dinner backed up with eliminations or bust. If it doesn't come down to that, because you don't really know what the other teams are going to be doing. You don't know what Boars Gaming is going to be doing. You don't know what BX Brothers is going to be doing. On top of that, K1, even as much as they really haven't been as consistent as we expect them to, they did get a win. They did back up that win with at least 6 eliminations. That was 16 massive points towards them whenever we played the previous Erangel, the second Erangel. So even though it might not be enough with how close everything is, that win could have just been enough to create a bit of a gap. So for anybody trying to hunt them down or any of these teams down, they have to go for that win. They have to go and back it up with eliminations. We don't want to see what just happened here in Miramar, where we ended up seeing teams at the end, but not being able to back it up with those elims.
Yes, sir. So, boys and girls, before we jump into the 6th and final game of the day, you put it all on the line. This is the final game of PMCO EEU, and we will indeed have a look at the leaderboard and look at 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. I mean, heck, we'll throw 9th in there. Okay, 9th might be a bit of a stretch. But yeah, first page of the leaderboard, that's where our focus is. First of all, congratulations, Boars Gaming. I don't think we're going to be seeing BX Brothers take over first place unless you die and are eliminated first, and they have a chicken dinner. K1, not guaranteed yet. For K1, Kodiak, Nexus, it's all up for grabs between these 3 teams. And obviously, we need the star performance from Star Soldiers and Secret if they are to take that number 4 spot. So those teams need to hot drop.
Yep.
That's what I would think.
Wait, which teams?
Okay, no, I'd go further down. Abe, Noisy Boys, KZ, Shockwave, Explode. Those teams, realistically, they do have a shot, but they have to eliminate the teams that are in front of them. They have to eliminate, for example, Kodiak, Nexus, Star, Secret. Those are the teams that have to be eliminated first. You can't catch 1 and 2.
So generous.
Oh, 100%.
You are being way too generous. I think the only teams
I'm
that are
adding
have a
the
chance,
miracle.
I mean,
Okay,
even the Noisy Boys,
possible.
it's a bit of a stretch there with those 58 points. With Kodiak being able to have 78 points, that is currently the cutoff, right? You need to be able to get up there. But right now, with the consistency that we're seeing out of Kodiak, if you do want to take over them, if I would kind of go your path and say we need to see a hot drop, then we need to hot drop Kodiak. Any of these teams wanting to make it to the top 4, we need to hot drop Kodiak, because Kodiak usually tends to lack when it comes to early matches throughout the match. Like if you let them set themselves up, then it's too late. If you wait and get them when it's fresh right off the plane, then you might have a chance at being able to just stop them. But then you also have to perform. You have to make sure you don't lose any players. So it is a bit of a flip of a coin. 50-50. Is it going to go your way? How many players are you willing to sacrifice for that hot drop as well? I'm hoping that none of these teams hot drop. But what I am hoping for is that we see aggressiveness throughout the match, setting themselves up in a way that they can start third partying, that they can start going for those eliminations. Because if you get the win and you only get, what is it, maybe 4 elims, 5 elims, yeah, congratulations, you got the win, but that's not going to be enough to get some of the other teams, especially if they're still alive towards the end of the game, especially if they are also collecting those placement points and elims.
Exactly. And that's why I said it feels like a chicken dinner with no seasoning, no flavor, because you didn't really benefit that much from getting that chicken dinner. You may have gotten like you mentioned, 4 elims and 10 points for first place, but you're not actually first place in the match ranking because someone else got 10 to 12 elims and second place. So again, we remind you to have that balance. But when it comes to that final game, I don't know if you got to stick to that balance. You gotta throw the book, the strategy book, and you gotta try something else. You gotta change it up, especially in this last one. Show us something that we haven't seen in the last 2 days and heck, even 2 weeks of competition, whether it comes to the semifinals or what we've seen over the course of the finals today and yesterday. You have one more opportunity to prove yourselves. There's a couple of teams that have a chance, and now that you, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, have seen the overall leaderboard, who are your top 4? Tell me. Give it to me. Who do you think is going to make it? Who's making past that cutoff? And 7, I'm not even going to ask you because I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah, I think
because also we can't answer. We can't answer with it being that close.
For me, brother, it's going to be a surprise for me with how close everything is. Obviously, I mean, I kind of mentioned them earlier before we even saw the overall with the performances that we're seeing out of Boris Gaming, BX Brothers. I don't think anybody's going to be able to overtake them, especially with the cushion that they've been able to create too, and how close everything is below them. It's gonna come down to some of the other teams, right? Like Kodiak. Can you actually perform? How are you gonna be able to react whenever a team maybe does try to fight you early on, whenever you don't have the circle going your way? Because this is something that the ifs and buts that I mentioned for Kodiak, remember during that performance that you mentioned, that you asked me if I thought who was gonna win? I mentioned Kodiak, but there was ifs and buts. In this situation here, you cannot allow yourself to have any of those ifs and buts. You need to make sure you are in tip-top shape. You need to make sure you do those quick rotations. If the circle isn't on your way or is it on your side, you need to make those quick reactions, which I know that team is probably capable of. The big question mark for Kodiak for me, early fights, man. Those early fights are very, very scary. And then for Nexus Gaming, the big question mark out of this team is, can they please keep all 4 alive?
Question is, can they keep it alive with that one game left? 7. Can they? Can they really? Can they do it?
I don't know. Do you have any other questions for some of these teams? You find anything from some of these teams that you've been able to see? Star Soldiers, they keep putting themselves in good situations, but they're just not wanting to take on the fights. They're not wanting to be the aggressor. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you need to be aggressive here. You need to be able to put yourself in great situations, but back it up with elims.
I would say it was it's a combination. Once again, they are able to. I think they're just struggling when it comes to fights. Sometimes they might be getting overwhelmed or putting themselves in situations where they can't really recover, and it just becomes then too difficult for them. I've noticed that a couple of times when it comes to Star Soldiers, and you mentioned it. They become too aggressive, and then it's like, okay, we can't back out. We fully committed. This is done now. So with this last game, maybe try and be a little bit more calculated with that. Maybe slow it down a little bit and try not to. I mean, then again, yes, you do have to risk it. In this last game, you have to risk it. And here we go. Game number 12 of the PMCO EEU Grand Finals. After this game, we will know who will be the 4 teams that qualify and will be representing their regions, their countries, their organizations in PMSL EU Season 1 of 2025. Here we go. Playing path from the likes of Zarki all the way to military base. Do you think it's going to be another ocean-filled zone, 7?
I hope it is. Make it as impossible as you can for some of these players. Have them react. Have them think on their toes, because I want to see what happens to some of these players when they are put on the edge of their seat, just trying to figure out, trying to calculate everything that's going on within the match, because as easy as it might be to some people, it is harder whenever you are actually in the game, with the pressure on your shoulders, with everything at stake, with just 1 point away from possibly making it to the next stage of your PUBG Mobile esports career. Anything can happen here in this last match. Are we going to be seeing any hot drops? What is the first circle going to be looking like? Kodiak does end up going towards military base. That is a bit of a switch up there for that team. Nexus having a bit of a split there too towards the eastern bridge. Remember, that was a team that was caught earlier on, and the circle goes north it doesn't end up playing there in Kodiak's favor or any of the teams that wanted to go towards military base. They're going to have to make sure they switch it around and switch it around quick, as we're going to be seeing 1337, a team that's out, but Star Soldiers is not out. Star Soldiers is currently in contention.
That they are, and I don't think that they'd want to fall to 1337, not this early in the game. Scorp, this is a dangerous game that you and Star Soldiers Epic are playing right now. I'm not sure how, but they will be able to. They have a car, but this M249 might just shred them to bits. There is no scope, but I don't think it's going to be of that importance. They're still setting their sights on them, but Star Soldiers escape. Just barely, though. Just barely, I want to say. That was way, way too risky of a start for them, but they're still 1.5 kilometers away from the zone. And I'm pretty sure that 1337 is in the sense of, hey, we're not just going to let them walk away, right? No? Okay, let's chase them down.
That's right. I mean, they got nothing to lose. We talked about it for the longest time. Some of these teams got absolutely nothing to lose. If you're 1337, you wanted to at least put up a good performance here in this last match. For everybody that's watching at home supporting you, we have seen that 1337 chant in the chat for the longest time. Kodiak making the quick adjustment. This is what I wanted to see out of them. They realize, you know what, that circle is going to be a little bit too far away. Let's hop on some vehicles and let's start making our way towards the circle. So great reaction there out of Kodiak. Let's see if it's going to end up playing out, because right now all these rotations that they're doing are absolutely blind. And on top of that, they're not going to be, if they get into an engagement, they have nothing to work with. Not even a weapon, not even a pen.
I mean, hey, sometimes the pen is mightier than the sword. That's... Unless the other person has an actual sword and you only have a pen, then it's not mightier than anything. Really?
Yeah, the pen can block some gunshots on your behind.
Oh, I thought you said pen, not pan.
No, pen.
Oh, in that case, the pan is mightier than the sword. I would say so, 100%.
Yes.
Especially cast iron pan. Then again, it depends on the sword. Does it have any magical properties?
Not sure. You know who doesn't have magical properties right now? Star Soldiers, because they have no idea
sir.
that 1337 is wanting to hunt them down, and they're keeping close tabs on these players. Woodson, without a helmet, without a vest. This is what we're saying. These teams, ladies and gentlemen, they got nothing to lose here. They know that they're not going to be able to make it to the top 4. So why not just make somebody's life a little bit more difficult, as Woodson's unable to take the shot right there on Dennis from Star Soldiers.
And the thing is with Star Soldiers, with them not knowing the fact, I mean, first of all, you know that 1337 was this close to you. The fact that you don't have someone monitoring their movements to see if they're getting closer and closer, that is a bit of a risk, I want to say. It's a big danger and might cause them a lot of trouble. I would be very careful if I was Star Soldiers right now, especially Dennis. Dennis, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know they're there. He takes a lot of damage, but will not be knocked. Woodson exposes himself, and now he cannot move. He cannot leave. And I'm looking at the minimap. I only see he is alone on this side, but 1337 will still be able to get a knock. It was all a diversion, as they get a knock on a completely different angle that Star Soldiers were not prepared for. And they said 1337, the teams at the bottom, they got to hot drop the teams on top of them in the overall leaderboard, and that seems to be what's happening now. Star Soldiers will be feeling this pressure, but Scorp responds with a knock and finish on trouble, and the first point that is truly important for the Star Soldiers gets secured, and they push back. The 1337 aggressive, and they continue to do so with a knock from Ghosty and a finish on Silence.
That's right. Great reaction time there by Star Soldiers, and now wanting to be a little bit more aggressive there. Not sure what ended up happening there with Woodson. I think he got a little bit too overzealous, wanting to go there for that action, peeking out and giving away the surprise factor that 1337 had. Even though they did end up getting the first knock, they end up getting the short end of the stick for that fight, as two of the players end up getting eliminated, and it goes in favor of Star Soldiers, a team that needs those points, a team that is within striking distance. At the start of this match, they were only 10 points away For everybody currently watching at home, I know you're going to be doing the math. Don't worry about my math because I'm not even going to try to do it. I'm just going to be updating you on what points people needed. Star Soldiers readjusting their location. They don't want to have to deal with any more players from 1337. Abby Esports wanting to see if they can follow up on that amazing performance that they just have, and they're going to be wanting to fight. Team Explode being able to knock one, being able to knock two, and confirming those eliminations, not allowing Team Explode to react here as they were both rotating, and Abby Esports is wanting to confirm these eliminations, and they're going to go for it. They just got to make sure they don't get caught out in the open from any of the other teams rotating, as now Team Explode is going to be able to engage with them.
That they are. Abby Esports causing so much damage to the lineup of Explode by taking more than one member down and forcing the other two to play on their own. Peachy going for that push. Aggressive takes the 1v1 versus Kraken, and all of a sudden Explode have all their hopes, their dreams of qualifying on the shoulders of Maxa. And I'm not sure how one man will be able to do that. Couple of bullets will be able to take him down. He does get the knockdown. There is still some signs of life in Explode, but not for much longer as Rogo is there being surrounded like sharks, smelling and feeling blood in the water. They take down Explode, and that ends their journey in PMCO EEU 2025. They will not be qualifying.
And for Abby Esports, a bit of a relief there, as they will be able to pick up that player that ended up being knocked. On top of that, you're going to be adding 4 points to your tally, continuing on the momentum there from that last game. Meanwhile, Boars sitting pretty in first place. They're just roaming around, trying to see if they can spot anybody. We do have this circle. One team that's going to be happy about it is going to be none other than Secret Way. We have seen them land towards Stalber over and over again. They tend to do that split there with Kameshki, and now they're being blessed here by the PUBG Mobile Circle gods. And Kodiak wanting to find a way now within this circle, sending Miramar to scout and see where everybody's going to be setting themselves up. Nexus Gaming, they need to be careful. I feel like they might end up getting crashed on. Sport Gaming continuing to roam around. We're definitely going to see some action here in this circle. We have to see it. There you go, Nexus making sure that BX gets backed up, telling them, no, don't even come close. We know you currently got second place locked in, but we want to be able to lock in that top 4.
That we do, 7. That we do. Nexus Gaming. Again, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, reminder, this team qualified in the top 16 in 15th place. They were invited. They did not qualify like the other 23 teams that were there in the semifinals. They were invited to PMCO, able to make it through the top 16, and now they're fighting for one of those spots, and we can see why. They were one of those teams that were invited. It was a fake performance that they gave us when we were looking at them in the semifinals. This is what the real Nexus Gaming looks like. And they are in a fantastic position right now to take advantage of this game and see if they can get themselves into the top 4. BX Brothers, K1, Kodiak. Those are the teams that we're going to be focusing on for this game to see if they make it. Noisy Boys, one of them as well, and they lose Falcon. And I don't think Falcon was the only member they lost in that situation. KZ on the hunt for as many eliminations as possible. They have 3, but they are looking for more. They lose 1, but they're on the hunt still for the members of Cave. They realize they have to go all out here, 7. They have to secure as many elims as possible, even if it means being over a kilometer outside the zone. As it closes, the teams will fight each other tooth and nail in these final moments of the PMCO EEU 2025. And Cave... Oh, wait! Yo!
Oh.
No! Kodiak! Kodiak is out! No! Kodiak is out! And they were
Kodiak
taken up by
eliminated.
BX!
Eliminated by BX Brothers while we were watching that fight between KC and KV Esports. Oh man, you hate to see it. And I wonder if Kodiak was even able to get any of those points. We ended up missing a massive 5 that has huge implications on the overall You hate to see that for Kodiak. They were trying to do those rotations. I mentioned it. They had to find a way to get themselves set up. If not, it's going to be going downhill for them. But BX Brothers has nothing to lose in this type of situations. Up to 3 eliminations. They're going to be a little bit too far there from first place, but at least taking points away from all these teams. And if you are Nexus Gaming, this is the opening that you wanted to see now that Kodiak is gone. If you're Star Soldiers as well, I mean, what are you going to be able to do here? Abby Esports, all of these teams that were hunting down the 4th place team in Kodiak, the table has opened up for everybody.
Yeah. This is going to be one heck of a final Circle 7. As you mentioned, with Kodiak out, Nexus, Star, Secret, Abe, all of them have a chance. All of them have an opportunity. It just demands a chicken dinner with a boatload of eliminations. Who will be able to secure that out of the 4 teams that we mentioned and claim that spot and steal it away from Kodiak? Reminder, Kodiak came into this game with 78 points in 4th place, 3 points ahead of Nexus. And I only see 1 member who was taken out on the side of BX Brothers. So maybe Kodiak only have 1 elimination. But now we need to focus on K1 because K1 is in 3rd with 81 points. And any point they get here just gives them more and more relief that they should be making it through. Because I don't think we're going to be seeing 2 teams get past the 80-point mark and overtake K1. It's just Kodiak that's going to be losing their spot, I feel.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet to see what's going to happen there with Nexus and some of the other teams that are going to be hunting them down. But it will be a lot easier if they do end up passing them here with Nexus. At this point, Nexus, I mean, you have to kind of have an idea, right? In the elimination feed, you might have been able to see Kodiak. You're going to keep on this playing style, keeping your 4 players alive. That is going to be the most important thing for this team. Keeping this 4 players alive. Yes, you can allow 1 to scout, but not too far away. Have the team moving with you and make sure you set yourself up here for greatness because you are within grasp. You are within points of being able to make it to the PMSL EU if you're able to secure that 4th place spot. Another team that's going to be hunting down that 4th place spot is going to be Abby Esports, but we need to see more out of them, which we haven't really gotten a chance to see any of that. Shockwave is a team that's not really going to be doing match. Abby Esports, there you go. This is huge implications here going up between Star Soldiers and Abby Esports. Whoever ends up winning this fight could end up taking that 4th place. Abby being able to strike first. They're currently having to deal with 1 less player. Star Soldiers does have the off angle. We're going to be switching over to seeing also the map. And there you go. Abby being able to clutch one up, but they're out there for the trade. Clutching out.
Oh, bad boy!
Going to be able to. Abby Esports clearing out Star Soldiers, starting to make their path towards the top 4. They need to make sure they stay alive a little bit longer. They need to start collecting those placement points, but it's none other than another team, K1, the team that's in 3rd place, wanting to stop them from getting into the top 4.
Imagine that the team that's in 3rd in K1 doesn't allow any team to take Kodiak's spot. But the question is, Abe Esports, with those eliminations, it could be possible along with placement points. But K1, they are on the hunt. They know if they take him down, that's 1 less threat to deal with. And there are so many angles for Bad Boy to watch out for. He is not long for this world. Abe Esports, their chances of qualifying to PMSL disintegrate in front of their own eyes as the zone starts to close and they slowly realize they did not do enough. They were not capable of pulling off the games they needed to qualify to the finals after a dominant performance in the semis. They will not be able to qualify or contest that number 4 spot unless that player does something truly spectacular in this game.
We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there with that player. Sports Gaming now ringing up the action, wanting to secure even more eliminations here against Destined to Rise, a team that we really don't have to worry about. But Cave Esports now taking on the fight there to K1, allowing that last player from Abbey Esports. I wonder if he's still alive or not. I haven't seen anything popped up, so I'm going to assume that he is still alive. pretty soon, if he can stay alive, he will start collecting those placement points as well. But as long as Nexus Gaming is also alive, those placement points aren't just going to be enough. For Nexus Gaming, I mean, this is a perfect scenario for you. You just have to make sure you survive, but also get some eliminations here and there, because we don't know what happened with Kodiak. We don't know how many points Kodiak was able to get or what they were able to secure. Definitely not placement points, but maybe some elimination points. There you go, Team Modern being able to take on BX Brothers. That's going to be Sork right there from BX Brothers. Not going to be able to get picked up. And for everybody else, I want to see what Nexus Gaming is going to be doing. I want to see how K1 is going to be setting themselves up too. Because they might be trying to hunt down that second place. But with BX Brothers still alive, it's going to be damn near impossible.
That it is. With the amount of points that they've secured, they are very, very comfortable at the moment. Team Modern, not sure what these guys... I mean, there's nothing they can do. I'm not sure. There's nothing they can do at this point in the game. It's quite insane. And you know what's insane? That. The fact that Modern, just playing very, very relaxed, very, very chill. And I'm not sure, like, yes, they're sweeping the right side, but guys, you gotta crash something. You gotta do something. You gotta get some eliminations. I don't know. What's the point of them just driving around that side at the moment? It's a bit weird. But
wait, hold on. Boar is gonna get a free in.
Hold on.
Nexus needs to find a way inside this circle as well. They're gonna have Secret Way on them. Secret Way is one of those teams hunting them down. BX Brothers only with 2 alive. We don't even have to worry about them. I'm just gonna be looking at Secret Way and Nexus, to be honest with you, because those are the only teams that can kind of overtake what Kodiak was able to do, especially with what's at stake here. Man, oh man.
And
there's so many teams that are close by. Yeah, Shockwave, congratulations. You're going to be able to take on Team Modern. This is a fight there just between bragging rights for some of these teams.
What's there to brag about?
I'm going to be focused a little bit more on the other stuff that's going to be happening with those teams that are currently fighting for that top 4. Modern able to take on Shockwave. There you go. Destined to Rise finished them off. If anything, this is good for some of those teams. They're trying to fight for that top 4 because those placement points are coming into play now. You are going to start collecting them.
That you are.
K1. I mean, K1 is very close here to Destined to Rise. But show me Nexus. Nexus.
Yo, no!
Taken down. Switch over to Nexus, please. Because that team is one that could actually take down on Kodiak.
Yeah, and
Instead,
K1.
We're going to be showing here K1 fighting Destined to Rise.
Thing is, K1, they're also one of the teams that need to hold on to their points. They have done enough, but still, there is a chance. There is a chance, and Ralph could take that chance away from them. He knocks down the second. So much damage being dealt, and D2R, Destined to Rise, just have to deal with one more player, and here comes Kawara. K1, this could be very bad for them. This could be,
but so much stuff, so much commotion right now. I'm sorry, but I just don't really care about this fight. I want to see what everybody else is doing, how those teams are rotating, the teams that are currently actually in contention, the teams that are currently in the top 4. We saw Secret Way being able to get some knocks as well on board gaming, and there goes the Abby Esports player, Bad Boy, getting eliminated in 7th place. Ali's gonna collect some of the placement points there. We don't know if that's gonna be enough. I'm not gonna do the math right now. I want to see what Secret Way is gonna be doing here. As now they're gonna be taking on the fight towards Boards Gaming, not being able to connect and secure that elimination, that knock that they were able to do earlier, but trying to find that last player. There you go. Footman is gonna go down. Secret Way needs as many points as possible, Sandstorm.
That they do. They are one of those teams that does actually have a chance in catching up with the likes of Nexus if they don't get any points, because we do have one spot that's still on the line. We have one spot that is up for grabs. Secret Way, can you do it? Nexus, can you hold on? Those are the questions that are being asked in this moment in time. Those two teams are the ones that we need to focus on. Those two teams are the ones that have something left to say. by the end of today. Boars making their way towards the zone. Secret way. This is your bread and butter. This is where you drop every single Erangel game. You should know what you need to do. You know the layout. You know the land. Now use that information to your advantage. Cave with 12? What? Hold on. Hold on. Where's Cave?
Too far. Way too far.
Way too far.
Yeah,
okay,
way too
never
far.
mind.
Cave,
Never mind.
congratulations, Cave. You're putting up a good performance here, but it's a little bit too late. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to be looking at Secret Way and Nexus Gaming. Nexus right now with just 2 players. Remember, they lost players earlier to Boars Gaming. In Secret Way, they need these points. They need these eliminations. They need to work themselves up on top of the leaderboard. That's why they're being a little bit aggressive. You're trying to find Nexus Gaming, not being able to connect on those shots. Boars Gaming trying to be that spoiler role. They got nothing to lose. First place is pretty much locked in. It's been locked in since yesterday with the way this team has been playing. Bootsman getting a little bit too carried away. They're overextending. Showing himself in Secret Way is just being an absolute hawk right now.
And the thing is, Seven, right now, the distance between Secret Way and Kodiak was not a huge one. But the thing is, they're not getting that many points. Yes, you have 2 eliminations. You're getting the placement points, but you need more. You need to do more because Nexus is still alive. Nexus is still gathering points. You need to get X amount of points plus Y, where Y equals Nexus's points, and X equals the amount of points that you need to get to be equal with Kodiak. We're not doing the math. I'm giving you the formula. You guys can do it and go back to the stream. Do the math real quick and let us know in the chat, because right now Nexus is fighting
right now
to survive.
Pepper there. There's going Newbean. No, it's only going to come down to
Oh!
absolutely eliminated. So it's going to come down to Secret Way. This is the perfect door for Secret Way to make a push there towards the top 4. Now they need to start worrying about more eliminations. I don't think the win is going to be just enough for this team. I think they need to back it up with even more elims. 3 elims is not going to be enough. You need the win, and you need at least 6 eliminations or 7 eliminations to create a bit of a cushion, because Nexus, I don't remember off the top of my head, Sandstorm, how many eliminations Nexus had, but I don't think it was enough. They were just passive throughout the whole match. Remember, we saw them chilling.
Yes,
we saw them pretty much coasting around, but to be fair for Nexus, they did secure some placement points here. Is it gonna be enough to get them into the top 4? Did Kodiak do enough to get him into the top 4's place? Or what's gonna happen here, as Boars Gaming is wanting to close it out with a ribbon on top? They want to get this chicken dinner, as they are up to 7 eliminations.
Hold on. If Nexus didn't get a single elimination in that last game, and they ended up being in 5th, so 7th and 8th is 1 point, 6th is 2.
I'm not doing the math right now.
Oh, I'm doing it, baby. I'm doing it, baby. They might be equal with Kodiak. That's all I can tell you. But Secret, I don't think there is actually enough points in the game. I don't think if
We
even
don't
if
know.
they
We'll have to wait
I don't
and
think
find
so.
out.
But we'll have to wait. Yeah, because they have to eliminate all the players that are left in this lobby in order for them to have a chance. They have to push it. They have to be aggressive. You need to get every single one of those eliminations if you are to qualify. You need to do it. You cannot let Boars get a single elim. You cannot let BX get a single elim. It all has to be on you. You get every single one and the chicken dinner, and you might have done just enough to qualify. So you have to. You cannot just keep sitting here. You have the numbers advantage on BX. Take the fight with them, take them out, and then take the 4v4 with Boars. If BX get those elims, it might become impossible then. I don't know if Secret Way have done the math.
But right now, Secret Way just trying to find an angle. BX Brothers versus Board Gaming, first place versus second place. I think at this point, Secret Way is just wanting to focus on that win. We don't know if it's going to be enough. BX Brothers gets knocked right there. Board Gaming finding the openings that they need, and they're now up to 8 eliminations. And you can see that's exactly what Secret Way was waiting for. They were able to get into the vehicles. Now they're making the push here towards Board Gaming. They need to make sure they capitalize on this. They need every single elimination, as they were able to get to this moment. The top 2, the last 2 teams Secret Way, it is on your hands. Can you do just enough? Can you take down the team that's currently in first place and get on this top 4? Could it be enough? Only time will tell, as right now they're having a bit of a stalemate here. Secret Way trying to be a little bit more tactical. There's so much pressure on their shoulders too that this communications could happen, especially at this level of PUBG Mobile esports.
A fight between first place and potentially fourth place is how we are going to end this tournament. Foops, man, going for the flank of a century. Raze, I believe, knows this. So he's looking left, right, up, down, in every possible direction to make sure he knows where that member is flanking from and to not give them the advantage. The zone is under your control in a better way, but Pusher, he gets the opening knock onto Cause. Remember, Secret, you need the win. You need the win with every elim. And Boars, they want to end it with a bang. They want to end it with a chicken dinner. And they want to be crowned champions with that number 1 spot at the end of the game. They take down 2, and Secret Way are down to a duo. And they are not playing like a duo right now. They are split so far apart. There's no way for any of them to help each other at this point. Love You gets peeked. Love You gets taken down. And it's by Tulika. He secures the 2 on the top of the hill. And it's all up to Raze in a 1v4. And Tulika guns him down. Boars strike true. And they reign superior and crown themselves champions of PMCO 2025 for the Eastern European region. What a final fight. And honestly, we still don't know who are the 4.
That's right. I'm just waiting for that overall because Kodiak got out early. We didn't get a chance to see if they got eliminations or not. Secret Way, I mean, we were saying there with the win that they just needed to make sure they got the win. I don't even know if the math's going to be correct, so I'm just going to wait for the overall. Overall, though, to be fair, I got to give some props to Boards Gaming. Congratulations being able to close out the PMCO EEU 2025. Not only with the first place, but just getting that ribbon on top. Put a cherry on it too. Add some whipped cream to it because you just got yourself a win. And wow, what a performance from some of these teams. Teams that actually needed to step up ended up stepping up as well in the final matches. Nexus playing it super cautious, keeping all those 4 players alive. But then, I mean, Boars Gaming just took the fight to them. That's what happens when you're a little bit too cautious. They ended up losing 2 players very early on. Did Nexus do enough to make it to this top 4? We don't know. I think, if I'm being completely honest, I'm not going to mention any names here, Sandstorm, but I honestly think it's going to come down to just 1 point.
I would like it, and I think it may come down to a tiebreaker. I think we might end up seeing like 2 teams having the same amount of points, and then tiebreaker rule comes in. The thing, do you remember the tiebreaker rules? It's chicken dinners first. Yeah, it's chicken dinners first, and then placements, and then elims, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. So
correct. Unless it's different here, which I highly doubt it because it's been the same for a lot of the other tournaments. So I'm hoping it's gonna be the exact same here. I'm pretty sure production will be able to verify if it is for some reason tiebreaker. We don't know yet, but you know what? Let's take a look at the MVP for this match.
Oops.
Who was it? It was none other than Pusher with those 6 LM 672 damage. Congratulations, Pusher. Great performance out of him. Not just Foosman, not just Tulika. You got Pusher, and this is why this is going to be a scary team to go when we get to the PMSL for Boars Gaming. Great performance here in the PMCO.
Incredible performance. And honestly, the least I can say about the Boars is expected. This is the performance that I expected. And remember, when I told you in the semifinals, I told you one of the teams that I expect to take the whole thing was Boars. Mostly because of their experience and the fact that this lineup has played in multiple high-level PUBG Mobile tournaments. And they have a lot of experience, and this should be a walk in the park for them. And the fact that they were able to top the semis and top the grand finals as well just backs up my point that this team deserves and belongs in PMSL EU, and they have I want to say great things coming their way this year. I expect a good performance from them.
That's right. I mean, great finish for this team. It's just going to come down to certain little things that this team, I feel like they got away with when it came down to this PMCO. I wonder how well they're going to be able to readjust when we go to PMSL, especially for Tulika. Tulika was a player that at times they felt like he was getting a little bit too far from his team. In situations, yes, in PMCO EU, you might be able to get away with it, but then that step up to the next level of the PUBG Mobile esports is when you need to be able to readjust. You can't just keep on playing that same game over and over again, and that's what makes champions. And we'll see what's going to happen there with Boars Gaming once we do end up getting to the PMSL EU. But you can kind of see the stats right there. I'm just intrigued. I'm ready. I know we have to show this graphics, but I can't wait to see who's going to be the top 4, baby. We are, I have an idea. Definitely in the first two teams. You know what?
I think me,
brothers,
you, and the
everything else, I
entire
don't
world knows it at this point who the top 2 are. It's the third and fourth that we want to know. Okay, quick guess. Third and fourth, who's it gonna be? Just guess.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when the overall shows up.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm not showing it. I'm not saying it.
okay. Well, I believe we're looking at the MVP of the day, and it is Looney from BX Brothers. 16 eliminations with 2.8k damage at the end of the day. Incredible performance by him and by the BX Brothers. And I do have to say, I am pleasantly surprised with the performance that we've seen from some of the teams that played with us in the grand finals. And I like the fact that we had a lot of upsets. We didn't see, as in, you know, the top 4, the top 3 at least that me and you picked in Boars, Abe, and Kodiak. We essentially guaranteed that those 3 are going to make it, but Abe didn't show up that much. Kodiak's consistency was there, but not to the same level that it usually was. And the fact that they faltered on the last game is definitely something that's going to hurt them if they don't qualify, because I still don't know. We still don't know. We're waiting for production because they like to, you know, I mean, honestly, come on. I just don't know.
For some of these teams, you're kind of talking about them too. For Kodiak, even if they don't qualify, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. I'll just say it right now. Great play out of this team. The main thing that you need to work on is being able to win those early fights. You're going to be forced to those early fights, so we'll see if how that team will end up performing in the future. But you know what? Let's take a look at the MVP for the finals for yesterday and today combined.
Foops.
Because who's it going to be? Foosman? Yeah, no surprise here whatsoever. Foosman, 34 eliminations, 6,200 damage. Give this man that MVP award. I felt like he pretty much was going to win it since yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, give this man a cookie at this point. Give him the MVP award and give him his ticket to PMSL EU because he deserved it after the numbers that he put up, especially on day 1 of the grand finals. He had, I believe, 22 elims. We already mentioned that, with almost 4,000 damage. So definitely excited to see what kind of numbers we might be seeing from him going into PMSL EU. And I feel like it's going to be a very, very exciting competition coming up then. But, you know, still, I mean, hey, we know BX, we know Boars, of course. And the thing is, now we're waiting to see if K1 made it, if Kodiak scraped by, or did the likes of Nexus Gaming get enough points? Did Secret Way getting second place at the end of that game also guarantee them a spot in top 4? We still don't know because they're doing the math. They want to make sure that the math is mathing, and then they double check that the math was mathed correctly, and then they'll let us know. Because we don't want to, because we gotta be we gotta be, we gotta double check. We gotta be really sure of those results.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be trusting my math anytime soon. That's for sure. Not trusting my math anytime soon, Sandstorm.
Okay, I wouldn't trust mine either. I'm a computer science graduate, but hey, my math is still horrible. That's why I'm here.
Well, you know what? We've been hyping this up. I'm ready to see this leaderboard, baby. Show me who's going to be moving on.
Oh! One!
Oh, my goodness. Kodiak was able to get it by just 1 point. The champions are going to be Boars Gaming. We have known this for the longest time. We've been hyping it up, too. But congratulations, Boars Gaming, on becoming the champions of the PMCO Eastern Europe 2025. But that is the biggest shock ever. Kodiak was able to do enough in that last game.
Are you kidding me?
To clutch up that 4th place.
Are you kidding me? They needed 1 point. They needed 1 point to qualify. Well, I would have come down to the tiebreaker rules, but honestly, congratulations, Boars Gaming. Tulika, Havlik, Foops, man, you guys are going with that 133 points to PMSL EU. BX Brothers joining them. K1 did just enough as well to be in third, but you were right, Seven. It was a 1 point difference. And you see, I told you with Secret Way, they needed to eliminate the last 2 members of BX along with Boars to win that game. Unfortunately, they were not able to do it, but Kodiak, the biggest sigh of relief, because they got 1 elimination that game. They got 1 point, I believe, in that game. Before this game, they were 78.
We didn't get a chance to see them, but this will be the teams that qualify to the 2025 PMSL EU Spring Split, baby. Boars Gaming in first place. BX Brothers, congratulations, BX Brothers. You guys definitely turn it up here in the finals. K1 as well. And Kodiak there with the consistency. I don't even remember how many points they got there at the end, but it was enough to get them to the top 4. Enough to be able to clutch out what Nexus Gaming was able to do there at the end. And this will be the teams that will be representing some of their regions, some of their countries during the PMSL EU, and I am absolutely shocked, and I am actually really happy to see Kodiak there in the top 4. With the way that they've been playing, I'm telling you, they need to work on those early engagements, and this team could end up surprising massively.
I fully believe that. Honestly, every single one of those teams. Kodiak, yes, even though you did falter a little bit in day number 2, hey, you made it by 1 point. It doesn't matter. Whether it was by 1 point or 1,000 points, you still made it. So now you have a couple of weeks to get yourself in the right mindset, to practice, to scrim, to grind, because the level of competition that you just faced is nothing compared to the level of competition that you will be seeing in PMSL EU Spring Split. Honestly, Seven, I had a lot of fun. And I love the level of competition that we saw in these games. And also, I hope that the viewers had an enjoyable experience. And I'm looking forward to PMSL EU now.
Me too. I'm going to have, I don't know if we're going to get a chance to do it. I don't know who's going to end up doing it. But I know when I'm watching, I'm going to be looking at some of the 4 teams there. I'm like, I seen you since birth, kids. I know
I was
what
there.
You're capable of.
I was there.
I seen you grow up into what you've been able to do now. And I'm hoping that some of this team, especially for Boars Gaming, I'm hoping that that team, with that performance that they show here, which some people might say, that team was smurfing. They were just running through everybody. Well, guess what? We'll get to see a huge challenge in them when we get to the PMSL EU. For K1 as well, they were able to get some wins. They were able to take some fights as well. The eliminations were there. BX Brothers with those wins, can they narrow down even more placement points in the future, because the elims are there? And for Kodiak, I mean, the placement, this is one of the most impressive things that I personally have seen out of PMCO. When that team was able to place themselves in a position, they were able to not just only hold that compound. If they had all 4 players alive, they were able to take on fights with everybody else. And usually when we get to the next level, that's exactly what we want to see out of those teams, being able to take advantage of those situations and collecting as many points as you can.
Exactly. And that's one of the things I feel like some of those teams may not have mentally prepared themselves for when it comes to like the last couple of games of a finals. Is like, hey, okay, listen, now we have to do something crazy. But instead we see the same kind of play, the same kind of style, same kind of rotations. Nothing really changes. You have to take, you have to use those kinds of games. You have to take advantage of them. And I feel like Abe tried, at least in that game. But I feel like they started trying in today's games a little bit too late. If they had that level of fire in them from game number 1, I definitely, because of Kodiak's performance, I think definitely Abe would have been one of the ones to be in the top 4. But I mean, hey, I remember mentioning that they were focusing on being the best Serbian team. They might be, because they are in a higher placement than Explode, but they unfortunately will not be able to reach the level of PMSL EU this time. They might be able to do it next time. But hey, as we said, focus on the bigger picture. Focus on making that number 1 spot your only and main goal going into this.
That's right. I mean, that's what it comes down to. But for some of the other teams, I mean, you are there. You were there within striking distance. It could be just some little things here and there that you need to do for when you come down to full split. Depending on what happens there, maybe one of the players that perform really well here could end up getting picked up, or maybe your team ends up getting picked up by an orc. We don't know what's going to happen. That is the beautiful thing about PUBG Mobile Esports, especially here when we start at this level and then we just keep progressing. For some of these teams, I'm telling you, it could just be a mentality check for them to be able to be aggressive when they need to be, for them not to question themselves. And I'm thinking about Nexus Gaming. This is the most important thing, especially for Nexus Gaming, being able to have that killer mentality whenever you do have to flip it on. But before we end it here, any last words, Sandstorm?
Honestly, very happy with the way that the tournament went, and best of luck to the 4 teams. Congratulations on qualifying to PMSL EU, and the other 12 squads who haven't had a chance to qualify. Go back to the drawing board. Honestly, rewatch some of the games. Try to learn from your mistakes. Keep on grinding and keep on trying, because eventually you will get there. As long as you put in the work, you put in the effort, you will see your work come to fruition, and we will see you at some point in the PUBG Mobile history books. And, I hope you guys had a good time with us on stream, and I hope you enjoyed the random facts.
That's right. Well, I definitely had a blast. It was a pleasure working with you, Sandstorm. First time that we actually get a chance to work.
I know!
It's
Wild!
been a pleasure being able to cover the PMCO EEU as well. And a huge shout out not just to everybody currently watching International Mother's Day, to all the mothers out there. Happy day to you. Happy Mother's Day. And a huge shout out as well to our production team. Without them, none of this could be possible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile Esports. My name has been the 7WG. That has been Sandstorm. And we'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.